everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Shinji Matou at your service. Chapter 851 to 900, Chapter 851. The correct use of vampiric impulses. By now, the observers outside the box have likely realized this. The chant Shinji recited wasn't his original creation, but a modified version of the incantation from Fate/Stay Night, used by the important character Archer, specifically for his ultimate move, the Reality Marble. Unlimited Blade works. And the purpose? Well, it was purely for show. Yes, this time there's no deeper reason, no excuse, just straightforward, honest showboating. Since there was no way to hide it, Shinji decided to go all out. If it's going to be a performance, let it be grand, distinctive, and impressive. Let him be crowned the king of all show-offs. He was showing off for Lorelei. To say, your investment over these years wasn't in vain, I'm worth your continued support. Showing off for Waver and his students. To say, I, Shinji Matou, am the strongest in the El Malloy classroom. Showing off for Rita Rosa Yan and Samire. To say, the Mun Aozaki Toko has her eye on is powerful enough. Showing off for Dr. Heartless and the Shadow Servant. To say, the reason I didn't kill you earlier wasn't due to carelessness, it's because I've always had you in the palm of my hand. Showing off for everyone, whether they knew him or not. To say, yes, I have secrets and they're big ones. But before you try to dig them up, you'd better consider whether you and your backers are strong enough to withstand my unlimited nail works. And as a bonus, he threw in a smokescreen, making it seem like he needed time to chant to activate the stakes. He was practically inviting others to interrupt him, guaranteeing them a shocking experience, introducing them to the 1,000 years of death technique via stakes. Aside from these goals, there was also a personal, somewhat juvenile desire of Shinji's. He had long wanted to do something like this. It was exhilarating, refreshing, and made him feel incredibly alive. Indeed, in the world of Type Moon, it only feels right to go all out like this. Even his aura had surged. After all, the protagonist's buff from the original series is no joke. To make the performance even better and more atmospheric, Shinji continuously increased his magical output during the chant, adjusting the positions of the stakes. By the time he finished reciting the incantation, he had successfully set up a full-scale assault stakes positioned in the sky, on the ground, in front and behind, left and right, inside and outside the forest, ready to rain down from all directions. There were more stakes than Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon, packed even more densely than the original Unlimited Blade works. Although the stakes were of average quality, merely standard iron, the sheer quantity, in the thousands, made up for everything. Behold my ultimate move, Unlimited Nail Works, Myriad Stakes, a Myriad Nails technique. 1 stake, 900. This name sounds terrible. Myriad Swords technique sounds so much better. Too bad I didn't bring the Azure Cloud Sword. Then again, even if I had, it wouldn't have produced this effect. With Shinji's proclamation, the first wave of stakes, exactly 900, descended like a rain of swords. When he said 1 stake, 900, he meant 900. These 900 stakes pinned down all the newly regenerated branches and roots of the forest of Inash. And this was just the beginning. Next, advance, 1 stake, 3,000. The second wave of stakes, numbering 3,000, arrived. They swept up from below, tearing through the roots and main body, while simultaneously descending from above, shredding all the branches and leaves within their range. Final strike, ultimate, myriad stakes returned to the source. Now in a state of ultimate showboating, Shinji clapped his hands together. All the stakes lying in wait, both in the sky and on the ground, more than 10,000 in total, activated simultaneously, converging on the center of the crimson core where the crimson fruit was hidden. Indeed, having suffered once before, the crimson fruit no longer hung from the tree in fruit form. It had concealed itself within the main trunk of the crimson core, the most heavily defended area. But even the most secure defense can be breached. After Shinji's relentless assault, the outer defenses of the core had been significantly weakened. The previous 900 and 3,000 stakes had completely cleared the path to the core, leaving only one final step: brute force. He would smash through all resistance and claim the crimson fruit. In ancient times, the phrase 10,000 arrows fired in unison was often used to describe the dense barrage of a long-range attack. However, in reality, there were very few instances in history where such a scale was achieved. Archers were difficult to train, and arrows were costly. But this time, Shinji had perfectly recreated the scene of 10,000 arrows fired in unison. He had fully mobilized the Lord of Execution, capable of deploying up to 20,000 stakes. The sheer weight alone was enough to crush everything in its path, not to mention the energy propelling the stakes. What of the 27 dead apostle ancestors? What of the largest and highest-ranking phantasmal species? In the face of such overwhelming numbers, they were all but clouds in the sky. The only fate awaiting them was destruction, destruction, destruction. The core was being destroyed. The stakes were being destroyed. The air was being destroyed, and the earth was being destroyed. With each collision, with each pulse. Amid the continuous destruction, within the dense, ear-splitting sounds of metal clashing and bending, only Shinji remained unmoved. He was waiting for the final result. Would his stakes prove sharper, or would the core's shield prove stronger? If it were the former, he would press the attack, seize the victory, and if he could claim the fruit, all the better. If not, he would utterly destroy it, leaving no chance for its escape or resurrection. If it were the latter, he would further unleash his trump cards, or call Arcuade over to increase their output until they achieved ultimate victory. Who knows how much time passed, but eventually, the overwhelming rain of stakes began to thin out, and the relentless metallic screeching grew sparse. The crimson fruit, hidden behind layers of defense and frost, revealed its mutated true form. This tug-of-war had finally reached its conclusion. The fruit pulsed like a heartbeat, trying to disrupt Shinji's blood flow once again. But this time, Shinji was prepared. As his blood surged, he temporarily shut off his senses, opened his soul, and linked it with Arcuade's. Come on, send over the remaining vampiric impulses. I've figured out the correct use for these vampiric impulses. Shinji, you're amazing. Overjoyed, Arcuade fully released the impulse she had been struggling to suppress since her last rampage and poured it all into him. On the other side, Shinji stood ready. As the tsunami-like pressure hit, the essence determined by the moment his soul was born, accumulated over countless reincarnations, was unleashed. The intangible impulse transformed into something tangible. The uncontrollable part was expelled as a shockwave, while the remaining portion, guided by his mental strength, formed a misty barrier. This barrier not only blocked the blood interference from the crimson fruit, but also absorbed the shockwave's impact, preventing it from harming him. This was the result of his near-death experience, combined with years of accumulated knowledge. The regular sharing of the vampiric impulse had made him intimately familiar with it, greatly enhancing his resistance. The earlier experience had filled in the final missing piece, providing a direction for the excess vampiric impulse to be released. The combination of these factors finally led him to this method. Chapter 852, Chapter 852, Limited Slots, First Come, First Served. 12-14 words shrouded in a blood-red mist, Shinji walked forward. Wherever he passed, stakes, broken branches, and debris were swept aside. Sensing the threat, the crimson fruit extended vein-like tendrils, attempting to escape. However, the previous wave of myriad stakes returned to the source had already sealed off all paths. The fruit, which was essentially a concentrated essence of blood, lacked the power to force its way through. It could only wait for the human, who had once destroyed it, to arrive. Any trembling or struggling was futile. From the moment it chose to devour its offspring, exposing itself to Arcuade and Shinji, its fate was sealed. Whether it was the forest of Inash or child of Inash, both had to be eradicated. Shinji, radiating a crimson aura, continued his advance. His pace could only be described as ordinary, far from the swift movements he had displayed when battling the Shadow Servant. Yet, the power and oppressive force emanating from him were undeniable, especially by Arcuade, the provider of the vampiric impulse. This was the kind of overwhelming destructive force that stood at the pinnacle of the world of mysteries. Combined with the earlier myriad stake, this destruction was enough to silence any doubts and elevate Shinji to the rank of the 27 dead apostle ancestors. Strength, after all, is a more powerful argument than any words. Of course, this was a secondary goal. The primary objective was to consume as much of Arcuade's vampiric impulse as possible. The fewer vampiric impulses remain, the less mental energy is needed to suppress them, and more energy could be allocated to Marble Phantasm. A true ancestor unburdened by the vampiric impulse is a true deity in the modern world, not just the tip of the iceberg being concealed by a sea of blood. When the wave of vampiric impulse had noticeably receded, and when Arcuade's emotions, transmitted through their connection, became lighter, Shinji knew it was time to stop. Continuing would only start to drain Arcuade's mental strength, which would be counterproductive. He deliberately retracted his outwardly projected power, condensing the remaining vampiric impulse into a large hand, which he used to grasp the struggling crimson fruit from a distance, holding it tightly in his palm, leaving no room for external interference. The captured crimson fruit seemed to realize its fate, and struggled even more violently as if declaring, if I can't live, I won't let you have it easy either. Shinji, however, was straightforward. He swiftly returned to Arcuade's side and tossed the fruit into her hands, letting her handle the troublesome object. How do you use this thing? Do I just swallow it? Don't swallow it. Drinking my blood would be less disgusting if you're going to turn into a vampire. I'd say my blood is far superior. Is there no other use for it? If the legendary fruit of immortality only has this one use, then I might as well sell it to Lorelei or Miss Rosie-Ann over there. Scratching his cheek in frustration, Shinji couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, even though Kenneth had already explained this to him once. The two women who were mentioned reacted differently. Lorelei instinctively bit her index finger, weighing the pros and cons, while Rosie-Ann eagerly agreed, sure, I've always been interested in the crimson fruit. Sell it to me, I promise you won't be disappointed. Arcuade brought the fruit up to her eyes, carefully examining it with her golden irises. After some time, she finally spoke. There are indeed other uses. The fruit contains a tremendous amount of life force, which can be used as a mana furnace to construct a temple, or the life force can be extracted to improve a human's physical constitution. Improve physical constitution. Shinji's eyes lit up. Just a few days ago, he had been worrying about strengthening Waver's body to prevent him from overworking himself to an early grave. How do you do it? Is it complicated? It's not complicated, it's quite simple like this. As she spoke, Arcuade extended a finger and made a small cut on the surface of the fruit. A thick, red liquid began to seep out. She then touched the liquid with her finger, and it instantly evaporated, leaving behind a colorless mist that swirled around. With a flick of her finger, the mist touched Shinji's body and vanished in an instant. Shinji looked at the spot where the mist had disappeared, then scanned his body with his mental energy, puzzled. Is that it? That's it. Why don't I feel any change? Indeed, Shinji didn't feel any enhancement in his body. Of course, there's no change. Alt Rouge responded matter-of-factly, every enhancement has its limits. Your body has already been strengthened to its utmost potential. Unless you give up being human, no amount of further enhancement will make a difference. A logical answer. Humans do have limits, otherwise, more people would aspire to transcend humanity. In this land of Europe, many of the most powerful heroes have non-human blood, which allows them to surpass human limits. This is why Hector, born a mortal, could never defeat Achilles. Even though Shinji had inherited Scathaka's legacy and benefited from the golden apple, his essence remained human. He possessed no non-human traits, he had rejected the opportunity to become non-human by refusing Achilles' blood. To have strengthened his body to this extent was already remarkable. Breaking through further would require a fundamental transformation of his life essence, a feat that would be no easier than becoming a magus. It's akin to the way Hector, a human hero, could only run when faced with the demigod Achilles. Throughout history, how many pure humans have truly broken through their limits? In that case, I don't need it then. Use it to strengthen him. Shinji pointed directly at Waver. Wait me. Waver was taken aback, not fully processing what was happening before Arcuade had extracted a large amount of life force and flung it in his face. The crimson fruit, having been bled so much, visibly shriveled, its struggles weakening significantly. Correspondingly, Waver's complexion improved dramatically, thanks to the concentrated essence of countless blood and flesh from the forest of Inash. Shinji observed his now rosy-cheeked friend and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. You finally look presentable. Wearing red clothes and black-framed glasses with such a poor complexion was embarrassing for our entire community of scrying magus. Though I don't fully understand what you're saying, thank you. Feeling the surge of energy within his body, Waver was genuinely moved. A healthy body is the foundation of everything, and everyone present understood the significance of this gift. Shinji smiled slightly, then asked Arcuade, can he be strengthened further? Arcuade shook her head. Enhancement also depends on the person's foundation. His foundation is too weak, this is as far as he can go. Shinji calculated the amount Waver had consumed, and compared it to the remaining volume of the fruit. The smile on his face grew wider. This thing is in high demand. Keeping it on hand isn't safe, so why not use it all at once? Does anyone want a body upgrade? Limited slots, first come, first served. Once it's gone, it's gone. In an instant, nearly everyone's breathing became noticeably heavier. Chapter 853, Chapter 853, Time to Flee. 1328 words. Strengthening others isn't done for free. Shinji wasn't foolish, nor was he a bleeding heart. For old friends with whom he had shared many years, he gave freely, not nitpicking over who gained what from whom. Such behavior isn't characteristic of true friendship. But with strangers who weren't friends, Shinji was naturally less generous. While he did intend to consume the crimson fruit in front of everyone to prevent it from becoming a constant source of envy, he wasn't about to be a sucker if there wasn't a fair price. At worst, he'd have Lorelei act as a guarantor and auction it off publicly at the clock tower. There would be plenty of buyers. With himself, Lorelei, and Arcuade personally escorting it, there wasn't much to fear unless the burial agency went all out, or a group of ancient monsters as old as the Jewel Magus decided to team up. Even then, the likelihood of such a scenario occurring was close to zero. Everyone present was shrewd, and those aboard the Mystic Eyes collecting train weren't short on money. How could they pass up such an opportunity, especially those who hadn't managed to acquire any auction items? Immediately, some people began urging Shinji to hold another auction, with Leandra even volunteering to be the auctioneer once more, as a farewell to the train. However, Shinji declined. Outwardly, he claimed he was too tired from the battles and didn't want to waste time. But in truth, he had already made a list in his mind. Such a valuable item, which significantly enhances a person's abilities, had to be handled carefully. Even if he were to sell it, he would sell it to the right person, not to someone who might use it against him tomorrow. The first recipient, without a doubt, was Lorelei. She was not only a longtime friend, but also someone Shinji had decided to keep close for life. If he didn't think of her first when he had something good, his little queen would certainly be upset. Naturally, he still haggled a bit on the surface to avoid raising suspicion and causing unnecessary complications. Next were calls and Fiori. This was purely emotional. Even though the calls and Fiori of this world weren't the same as those from the parallel world, Shinji still felt compelled to do something for them, to make up for the bond in his heart, much like how he had taught Sakura from the parallel world the women's self-defense technique. It just goes to show that sometimes, people are truly sentimental creatures. Similar to his dealings with Lorelei, Shinji had Waver step in to secure slots for his two students in exchange for a favor, though one of the students was Gray, who, as an inner disciple, had a closer relationship with him than the other students. There was no reason to show favoritism. The reason it was only one favor and not two was because Gray's body had already undergone various adjustments and enhancements, leaving little room for further improvement. Given the bond between Calls and Fiori, Calls would undoubtedly give the slot to his sister. He recognized his limited potential and knew that his sister, who was out there on her own, needed the strength far more than he did. Similarly, Fiore would likely insist on giving the slot to her brother. Just as the touching sibling drama reached its climax, before Waver could even step in, Luvia had already acted, offering to pay for Fiore's slot while also securing one for herself. It seemed that in this world, Luvia and Fiore were exceptionally close. Could it be a case of Yuri? Watching the two girls interact so intimately, Shinji couldn't help but speculate with a hint of mischief. Wait a minute, Fiore's gaze towards me also seems a bit peculiar. Could it be that she's attracted to my handsome face, toned physique, and immense power? Alright, just kidding. Fiore isn't that much of a fangirl. But it was just as well that Luvia stepped in. It saved Waver the trouble, and with her background in wrestling, she was particularly well suited for physical enhancements, arguably the most suitable candidate of all, much like Lorelei. The next slot went to Olga Marie, in exchange for information about a certain mechanism her father had established. Although this world wasn't on the human incineration timeline, Shinji needed to eliminate all hidden dangers. He didn't want to wake up one day to find humanity suddenly wiped out. Who knew if this world had Dr. Roman, or Ritsuka Fujimaru? By this point, the fruit had shriveled completely, leaving only a final trace of life force and an empty husk. Despite being touted as the accumulation of 800 years, it wasn't particularly long-lasting. Alright, that wasn't entirely true. A portion of the essence had been secretly stashed away by Arcuade during the strengthening process. No need to guess, it was on Shinji's orders. How could he leave out his family when it came to something this valuable? Although none of his family members were as physically depleted as Waver, it was still beneficial to strengthen their bodies and extend their lifespans. Finally, what remained of the crimson fruit, squeezed to its very limits, was split in two. The peel went to Rita Rosa Yen as a collectible, while the pulp was given to Melvin. Although the life force had been drained, the essence of the blood remained unchanged, making it the ideal material for creating a blood-replenishing agent, something no one needed more than Melvin. Once Melvin carefully put the fruit away, the Forest of Inash incident officially came to an end, and the Mystic Eyes collecting train incident was nearing its conclusion as well. All that was left was to take the culprits into custody and deliver them to the Department of Policies for a proper trial. But just then, the situation took another turn, and thunder roared once more. The servant, who had been weakened by the Forest of Inash, regained her strength with the Suray's disappearance, and once again summoned her noble phantasm. This time, she charged around the entire area at full speed. By now, everyone had moved from the train to the open space outside, as no one wanted to stay on the train after Arcuade's wild driving. As a result, the Shadow Servant's noble phantasm, Hecatic Wheel, had plenty of room to run. But there was an upside. At least there was no need to worry about damaging the Mystic Eye collection stored on the train. Those were Shinji's assets, and even one loss would be a heavy blow. The cheapest Mystic Eye was worth several $1 million, and they were all irreplaceable. Heartless. Lorelei's expression darkened as she called out sternly. Are you still going to put up a futile resistance? Please don't say it like that, Lord Bartholomew. The chariot halted in front of the red-haired man and the Shadow Servant. The man stepped onto the chariot alongside the servant, offering a slight bow, his expression calm and unperturbed. Regardless of his stance, he was someone difficult to truly despise from the bottom of one's heart. If this were before Inash's appearance, I certainly wouldn't dare resist. But now, with the great source still not fully restored, making it difficult for you to replenish mana, I think I still have a chance. Lorelei snorted coldly and made a gesture that only she and Shinji could understand. Shinji got the message and lifted a finger. In the next instant, a row of stakes shot up from the ground, aiming directly at the chariot's wheels. The Shadow Servant was prepared for this and shattered the stakes with lightning as soon as they appeared. Simultaneously, she cracked the reins, commanding the skeletal dragon pulling the chariot to take to the skies. Heartless sat beside the Shadow Servant, far more composed than Waver had ever been. An aerial race, is it? If you catch me this time, I'll surrender without a fight. Chapter 854, Chapter 854. the backup plan already in place. 1347 words. The chariot noble phantasm, Hecatic wheel, and king of execution, are both B-rank noble phantasms. The latter focuses on quantity and attack range, while the former has the advantages of flight and high speed, which is precisely where Haters' confidence lies. Flight magecraft is considered high-level magecraft, and high-speed flight is even more challenging. Moreover, given the unfavorable environment, where the Great Source restriction hasn't been fully lifted, even Lorelei can't achieve such a feat. However, Lorelei wasn't in a hurry and calmly said, "There are not only magi here but also beings that don't rely on the Great Source. How much longer can you hold out without being able to replenish your mana?" "No need to worry, Lord Bartholomew. Because I lost my heart, my connection to the Great Source is even tighter than you think. The moment the Einash disappears, I can replenish my mana. The time you take to divide the spoils will be enough for me to recover all my mana." Heartless waved his hand, signaling his shadow servant to stop ascending. As for beings who don't rely on the Great Source, like the True Ancestor and the Knight, it seems the True Ancestor has no intention of meddling in human conflicts, and the Knight has just gone through a major battle. If you can still catch us under such circumstances, I'll have nothing to say. Making this choice itself was a gamble, and I'll be more cautious in the future. Knight, it would help if you also learned your lesson, and don't give the enemy time to recover. So with that, wait a minute. You haven't returned the relic you stole. Waver suddenly shouted. This was his main goal for boarding the train. Due to the continuous battles earlier, he hadn't had a chance to ask for it, but now he finally found the opportunity. Oh, I see. Well, since it's useless to me now that the summoning is over. Heartless took out an ancient piece of cloth. As he released it, the cloth floated with the wind toward Waver, landing in his hand. After confirming the relic was back in his possession, Waver pursed his lips, took out a handkerchief, carefully wrapped the cloth, and put it back in his pocket. Heartless, on the other hand, waved towards the ground and raised his voice slightly. This time, I'm going to escape. Goodbye. Before he could finish, he was interrupted again, this time by Shinji. There won't be a next time. At the same time, a snap of fingers echoed. The shadow servant beside Hearless seemed to sense something and lunged towards Heartless' left hand. Unfortunately, due to severe injuries, her movements were far less agile than before, and she couldn't reach in time. She could only watch as Heartless' still-raised left hand emitted a golden lightning bolt that instantly exploded, blowing off his left hand along with a significant portion of his arm. Shinji took a few steps forward, catching the severed hand before it hit the ground, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Because you can't escape at all. Heartless' face turned pale, whether from the massive blood loss or the psychological shock of his plan failing at the last moment. The shadow servant pressing down on him acted decisively, grabbing the reins as quickly as possible, and unleashing the true name of the noble phantasm. Ride, Hecatic wheel. The chariot suddenly erupted with powerful magical energy, its intense brilliance so overwhelming that it seemed ready to tear apart the people below, and the earth itself. At the center of it all was Shinji, the young man who had ruined Haters' escape plan. With the chariot bearing down on him, Shinji remained unafraid, calling out a name in a calm tone. The last true ancestor, the only living god, leaped high and charged head-on toward the descending chariot. The chariot's charge was ferocious, but compared to the princess in her formal dress, who was unarmed and frail, it seemed unstoppable. Yet the result of the collision was the opposite of what one might expect. The brilliance that could tear the earth apart faltered just before it reached the ground. The two bone dragons pulling the chariot had their wings and spines snapped by Arcuade with a single swipe each. Deprived of its propulsion, the chariot's momentum naturally diminished, and it was then yanked by its harness and tossed several dozen meters away onto a barren field. As a price for taking the attack head-on, Arcuade also endured a massive shockwave and over 10 lightning strikes. However, such injuries were negligible to her. Within a few breaths, she had fully recovered, and even the pure white princess gown she wore was restored by Marble Phantasm. Shinji, holding the still bleeding severed hand, walked to the edge of the crater formed by the chariot's crash, smiling as he said, "Sorry to disappoint you, but of course I understand the principle of making sure to defeat the enemy. The reason I gave you time to recover was to make you lower your guard. See, you fell for it. How did you? Having lost his left hand and fallen from a great height, Heartless, now only human, was gravely injured. Despite this, the first thing he did after regaining mobility was to stare at his severed hand, as if he couldn't rest until he figured out what had happened. Shinji didn't rush to answer. He first summoned for stakes to impale Heartless' legs and shoulders before speaking. I'm the kind of person who likes to keep a backup plan. I always leave a backdoor in the tools I create. If I issue the command, they turn into bombs. The explosions aren't powerful, but in a critical moment they can be deadly, right? Could it be? Heartless' eyes widened in realization. Yes, the mystic codes Waver gave you were made by me. In other words, the moment you chose to masquerade as calls, and the moment I appeared before you, your fate was sealed. The backup plan had been in place long before, back when Shinji left London. The many pieces of equipment he prepared for Waver were not only to ensure his friend's safety, but also part of his scheme against Heartless. If you're going to put on a play, you have to commit fully. Since Heartless intended to impersonate calls, he had no choice but to follow his teacher's advice. The teacher said this journey was dangerous and prepared some equipment, so as a student, Heartless naturally had to accept it. In the end, Heartless had unknowingly strapped a bomb to himself. It was that simple. Cough, cough. You even managed to deceive my eyes. Impressive, truly impressive. Heartless coughed up blood but sincerely praised Shinji. That's the mark of a professional bomber, Shinji chuckled. There are 3 levels to being a bomber. Using bombs made by others is amateurish, making your bombs is standard, but turning non-bomb items into bombs is the mark of a professional. Shinji had now stepped into the 3rd level. During the creation of the equipment, he hadn't tampered with anything. Whether it was Call's, Waver or even Gray's equipment, everything functioned as expected, otherwise, it wouldn't have fooled a master magus like Heartless. The issue lay in the concept attached to the mystic code, magic and belief extracted from a noble phantasm. The famous explosive technique Broken Phantasm was used to turn this power into explosives. Normally, it posed no threat, but when needed, it could be turned into a bomb at any time. That's the terror of a professional bomber, and this was just the beginning. When Shinji could break free from his imagination and turn all fantasies into bombs, he would have truly mastered the art of bombing. As for reaching the pinnacle, that wouldn't just be about fantasies, it would be about turning everything into explosives. That would be the true essence of the bomber's path, the ultimate form of artistry. Chapter 855, Chapter 855, Waver and Iskandar are meant to be together 1332 words, because Shinji didn't know where Heartless command seals might appear on his body. He decided to make a set of equipment, a wristband for each arm, ready to explode whichever arm the seals appeared on. He also prepared a belt, just in case the command seals appeared elsewhere, ensuring that he could blow Heartless apart completely. Each piece of the 3-part set was imbued with the concept of Indra's thunder, greatly amplifying lightning-based magecraft. Heartless, without any suspicion, wore them as instructed by Waver. With this setup in place, Shinji could afford to take risks. He even secretly communicated with Lorelei and Waver, asking them not to press their attacks too hard, all to create an opportunity to blow off Heartless' left hand. After all, if Shinji were the only one acting recklessly, how could the others, who were all smart people, possibly go along with it? Just to reiterate, everyone here is intelligent, there are no fools. The goal of this elaborate plan was, of course, to seize the command seals. Drink the contents of the cup, and your sins will be forgiven. This is the blood I shed for all, the blood of the contract. As Shinji chanted in a low voice, the command seals on the severed hand were stripped away, along with the master-servant contract between the Shadow Servant and Heartless. Without the contract, there was no anchor, no source of mana, and the heavily injured Shadow Servant's body quickly began to fade, on the verge of disappearing. This is the end, I have lost. Despite this, the Shadow Servant's face, full of heroic determination, remained calm. She had already accepted this outcome, embracing the fate of a warrior. Defeat is defeat, but this might not be the end. Shinji had gone to great lengths, setting everything up in advance, and even personally taking action. How could he just let her go so easily? Holding the stripped command seals in one hand, he tossed aside Heartless' severed arm, and beckoned to Waver with a smile on his face. You mentioned earlier that you avenged yourself against another Iskandar, but that's not entirely accurate. Since I was the one who acted, it doesn't strictly count as your revenge. However, now's your chance. Make her your servant, let her become dependent on you. The two people most involved in this decision cried out simultaneously. Waver's eyes widened, and the black-framed glasses on his nose nearly fell off, while the shadow servant protested vehemently. No, absolutely not. I'd rather disappear than have him as my master. She began to struggle violently, trying to burn through the remaining mana in her body in this desperate effort. Shinji looked down from above at the shadow warrior, who had fallen into the dust, his gaze full of amusement. Don't waste your energy. If you want to blame someone, blame your master. No, your former master. His excessive mana supply is enough to keep you around for a few more hours. The survival time of a servant without an anchor is proportional to their skills and the mana remaining in their body. Heartless' full mana supply, intended to aid in his escape, had ironically become the biggest obstacle to the shadow servant's disappearance. Besides, you don't have a choice now. You've been through countless battles, so you should know what happens to captives who fall into the enemy's hands. The shadow servant paused her movements. Even so, I will never submit to that man. I will kill him, I swear I will. That's not up to you. The command seals exist precisely to prevent such situations. Shinji waved the red marks he held in his hand. Waver could use one command seal to order you not to commit suicide, and another to forbid you from harming him, or anyone close to him in any way. Just 2 command seals are enough. If your former master had used up one more, it might have been a bit troublesome. Forcing a servant to obey by using command seals is the greatest insult to a servant, especially to a proud and self-respecting warrior. The shadow servant glared at Shinji with eyes that nearly shot flames. Do you think this is bad? There's even worse you haven't seen yet. Do you believe I might lend a couple of command seals to Waver? Or do you think I'll make a contract with you first, then use a command seal to order you to wash up and warm my bed? Keep in mind, this transmigrator is a seasoned otaku, well-versed in all kinds of harem anime, eroge, and gal games. Dealing with an ancient person like you, who's all about war and hasn't even dated, would be a piece of cake. Cough cough. Of course, all of this is just Shinji's imagination, venting his frustration in his mind. In reality, he would never actually do such things. If he were that kind of person, how could he have refrained from making a move on the many girls around him? How could he have consistently tried to push her towards Waver, rather than keeping her as his plaything? Sometimes having too much integrity and a strong moral compass isn't a good thing, though, in the current chaos, it's more of an advantage than a disadvantage. While Shinji's mind was filled with all sorts of inappropriate thoughts, the words that came out of his mouth were much softer. I know I'm being somewhat excessive, but this isn't all bad. The 5th Holy Grail War is about to begin, and Waver is likely going to participate. And who will he summon? It'll be that Conqueror King. Don't you want to vent your anger on him face to face? This time it was the shadow servant's turn to widen her eyes. How could she not want that? In the few days since she was summoned, she had dreamt numerous times of standing at the edge of the illusory, endless sea-king. She called out. She roared. She questioned. She raged. She reprimanded. Why did you pursue such a place? Why didn't you abandon it? Knowing it was just a dream, why couldn't you let it go? As the shadow of the king, she understood him better than anyone, and was more loyal and devoted to that great king than anyone. And because of that, after the downfall, she was so angry, resentful, and confused that she refused to respond to his summons, refused to join that unparalleled army spanning Eurasia and Africa, refused to stand by the king's side where she truly belonged closer than anyone else. Answer me, Iskandar. Until she could understand this, until she could resolve this inner turmoil, she would remain in this state. And only the Conqueror King himself could provide that opportunity. Seeing the conflicted expression on the shadow servant's face, Shinji continued to speak. And don't judge Waver too harshly before you get to know him. He's come a long way from being an ordinary boy, stumbling along to become someone many magi look up to, all because of the Conqueror King's charge and command. 10 years. How many 10 years does one have in life? To remain steadfast even after the king is gone, isn't that for better than those who start fighting among themselves the moment their king dies? The last sentence tipped the scales decisively. She was no longer the same person she had been in life. Knowing about the wars of the Diadochi, knowing about the fall of the empire, made this kind of steadfastness all the more significant. You've convinced me. Though I still don't fully accept him, he is indeed much better than those fools. But let me say this up front, if he disappoints me, I won't be polite. That's between you two. Shinji looked at the shadow servant's face, which bore a striking resemblance to the young Iskandar, and then at Waver, who exuded a mature and intellectual charm. Satisfied, Shinji smiled. Chapter 856, Chapter 856, Faker 12:11 words. After convincing the shadow servant to cooperate, everything else became easier, transferring the command seals, and re-establishing the contract. Shinji had done it before, so he could finish it in seconds. However, in reality, it took several dozen, even 100 times longer. Because another person involved, Waver Velvet, refused. Yes, he refused when Shinji approached him to transfer the command seals. Sorry, give them to someone else. I won't form a contract with her. Shinji was dumbstruck. Hey, are you out of your mind? Are you passing up a chance for revenge? Not wanting revenge is one thing, but you don't even want a combatant. Do you realize your biggest weakness is your lack of fighting power? With a servant, who among those stubborn, high-born fools in the clock tower would dare underestimate you? The shadow servant was also stunned. I agreed to form a contract with you as a favor, and you, a lifeless workaholic, dare refuse. Even Ozymandias didn't have the guts for this. Perhaps feeling uncomfortable under their intense stares, Waver quickly explained, I know you mean well, Shinji. It's not because of past events that I refuse to form a contract. I have other reasons. Shinji, with a cold expression, urged, what reason? Speak quickly, or if she forms a contract with someone else, you might regret it. First of all, she's the king's shadow, and like me, she's one of his subjects. Whether or not she acknowledges me, I don't want to form a contract that implies such a strong subordinate relationship. For the shadow servant, this was respect, but for Shinji, this answer was meaningless. Cut the crap. She's agreed, so why are you being so pretentious? After all the effort, finally reaching the last step, and you're backing out. Do you think I have no temper? Even the onlookers couldn't stand it. Melvin jumped out and said, if he doesn't want her, give her to me. I want her. If my health weren't so poor, I would have participated in the last Holy Grail War. Waver waved him away like a fly and continued to explain, setting aside personal feelings, let's talk practically. Do you want me to participate in the Holy Grail War? Isn't that obvious? Then I definitely can't form a contract with her. If I do, I'll become an official master. Can an official master summon another servant? This question left Shinji speechless. Damn, I was so focused on pairing Waver with a female Iskandar that I forgot about this. Only substitute masters can summon servants, official masters cannot summon another one. Letting someone else summon her isn't impossible, but Waver would never choose that option, and the shadow servant might not agree after all. The king they are loyal to becoming someone else's servant, how would that be acceptable? So what do you suggest? Entrust her to Grey. With this one sentence, all the problems were solved. First, although Grey herself isn't a magus, she is a descendant of Artoria, born with powerful magical energy, enough to sustain a servant. Second, her personality isn't bad, she's not the kind of idiot master who treats servants as tools. Lastly, with her status as Waver's disciple, her fate is closely tied to her master, so there's no hidden danger. Waver could naturally take her to Fuyuki, summon Iskandar, and have him meet the Shadow Servant. Even if Waver chickened out and didn't go to Fuyuki, the Shadow Servant, being one step removed, would still have room to maneuver. Waver's thorough thinking and meticulous planning explain why he caught the eye of Zhuge Liang in Another World line. Without a feathered fan or silk scarf, this man still had the demeanor of a strategist as he looked at his disciple. "Gray, are you willing to accept this contract?" Gray slightly lifted her hood, carefully observing the female servant who had once put immense pressure on her, then looked at her master, who was right in front of her. She remembered that recent moment of spying, remembered her first wish upon arriving in London, and finally nodded. "I'm willing, master. Will you participate in that Holy Grail war?" Waver's eyes flashed, surprised, and asked, "Do you want me to go?" "Yes, I think you should go." Because deep down, you want to go. I've never seen you this excited about something." "Is that so?" Waver's pupils contracted slightly, and he asked no more, turning his gaze to the other side. "And you, are you willing to form a contract with my disciple?" "If it's her, I'm fine with it," the Shadow Servant, now known as Faker, replied much more straightforwardly. "She has the qualities of a priestess, and can see the light of life shining between life and death, much stronger than you. It's no surprise that a disciple surpasses the master, right?" Waver retorted. "Since you agree, then there's no problem. Shinji, please." "No trouble, the hard part is already done." As Shinji spoke, he handed the command seals to Gray. "Stretch out your hand." With a flash of red light, the command seals were transferred to Gray's wrist. With a new anchor, the Shadow Servant's ethereal body gradually became more solid. Thus, a new contract was formed, adding another powerful member to the El Meloy classroom. Due to the contract's effect, a string of new information appeared in Gray's mind, all related to the servant. There were stats and skills, and among them, one line caught her attention. "What is that?" "That's my class as a servant. It seems that I received this non-standard class because of my unusual summoning method, but I'm not too clear on the specifics." The Shadow Servant, now known as Faker, stood up while healing herself with magic. "It's not just the summoning method, it's also the concept Heartless used, the concept of falseness. Using the conflict between the Mystic Eye Collection train and the Child of Inash, connected with the Greater Grail of Fuyuki, an irregular Holy Grail was formed. Unlike in a parallel world, the structure of the Holy Grail war was not leaked. Even though Heartless conducted thorough research, he couldn't replicate it, and had to resort to tricks. As a result, while this irregular Grail possessed some functions of the real Grail, it wasn't enough to modify the Greater Grail itself, nor could it summon the 7 standard classes. Creating a completely new, additional class, Extra, was the only option. The Child of Inash can be considered a remnant of Inash, and the Mystic Eye Collection train can also be considered a remnant left by Rosa-Yen. Both have the concept of falseness. Based on this, Heartless constructed a false Grail, false masters, false command seals, and false classes. Generally speaking, this kind of almost deceptive ritual shouldn't succeed. But magecraft itself is closely tied to wordplay and trickery, such as in the classic tarot system of divination. So falseness itself can be utilized. Since everything is false, use the very fact of being false to perform magecraft, and the servant summoned, as a result, is this female warrior, Iskandar's shadow, which is itself a form of falseness. The so-called Faker is a false heroic spirit. No class could be more fitting for her. Chapter 857, Chapter 857, Heartless, who causes trouble even in death. 1292 words. A shadow servant is a shadow that cannot see the light. Normally, they would never appear in a legitimate Holy Grail war. Only through such underhanded means could she be summoned. Am I right, Dr. Heartless? After completing his analysis, Waver looked towards the architect of the ritual, waiting for a response. From their earlier interactions, it wasn't hard to tell that Heartless was a typical researcher who would talk endlessly about topics like this, and would never stay silent about them. However, the red-haired man in question remained motionless, his face toward the ground, silent and still. Heartless. Heartless. Waver called out a couple more times, but there was still no response. Hey, what's wrong with you? Faker, who was closest, moved forward to investigate. As soon as her hand touched the man's body, it crumbled into fine particles of sand, scattering into the air. Did he run away? Shinji furrowed his brows and quickly moved to where Heartless had disappeared. He extended his spiritual power outward but found nothing. Frustrated, he turned to Arcuade for help. Arcuade did not disappoint. With a quick blink, she concluded, he didn't run. He's dead. Shinji's first reaction was disbelief. With his vitality, such a stabbing shouldn't have killed him. Even if he bled out, there should have been a body left behind. How did he turn to ash? It's a sacrificial ritual, came the response, not from Arcuade but from Faker. It's a technique where one sacrifices their life and soul entirely to activate or enhance certain powerful rituals. It was especially popular during wartime. A sacrifice. Shinji's heart skipped a beat, and he prepared to construct a barrier, connecting his soul power with his origin. Can you tell what kind of ritual it was? Faker pressed her hands against the ground, observing for a moment before responding with some uncertainty. It doesn't seem like an offensive ritual. Just as the words left her mouth, both of them suddenly felt the ground beneath their feet soften. Looking down, they saw that the soil was rapidly drying and turning to sand. The soft sensation was their feet sinking into the sand. It wasn't just where they stood, the surrounding ground was also becoming increasingly desertified. It's just ordinary sand. Lorelei bent down and let her hand sink into the sandy ground. While the range is extensive, what's the point? Simply altering the terrain poses no threat to us. Omega's survival skills far surpass those of ordinary people, and with a helicopter from the Department of Policies nearby, even if the surrounding area turned into a desert for miles, they could still evacuate by air. No, altering the terrain is just a side effect. Waver shook his head, his sharp insight quickly uncovering the truth. The ritual's true purpose is to drain the ley lines beneath us, the entire ley line. Look over there. He pointed to the remains of the Einash. Although Shinji had pinned it down with 1,000 wooden stakes and taken its core, the forest that served as its body hadn't died due to the powerful vitality of the phantasmal species and vampires, remaining lush and verdant. But that was a moment ago. Now, the once thriving forest was withering and decaying at a visible rate, eventually crumbling into dust, just like Heartless' body, a typical sign of the life force being drained. Ley lines, in a sense, can be seen as the Earth's life force. Draining a ley line is equivalent to draining the Earth's life force. The Earth drying up and turning to sand is a symbol of this loss of life. The forest, which grew reliant on the ley line, was also affected, its life force drained. Having lost its core, its massive body was unable to resist and became a sacrifice to the ritual. But this still doesn't explain that man's objective. Luvia spread out several jewels, using her methods to probe the state of the ley line. As her attribute was earth, she was particularly skilled in such rituals. Confirmed. The ritual isn't offensive, it's simply extracting mana and sending it somewhere. Shinji quickly asked, a strange feeling gnawing at him as if something big and unexpected was about to happen. Luvia glanced at him, her expression shifting momentarily before she answered, I don't know the exact location, but I can confirm it's to the east, quite far from here. I can feel a massive distortion underground. Distortion. The east. Shinji and Waver exchanged looks, both displaying horrified expressions as they thought of the worst, yet most likely, possibility. Japan, Fuyuki City. Heartless had already done this once before. By using the Mystic Eyes collection train, and the encounter with the Child of Einash to create a distortion, he connected it to Fuyuki, creating a false subspecies Holy Grail. Doing it again wouldn't be surprising. The reason is also not hard to guess. Heartless had lost his servant, had his limbs pierced by wooden stakes, was severely injured, and was surrounded by powerful enemies like Shinji and Lorelei, who he couldn't possibly fight off. His chances of escape were virtually zero. Even worse, Heartless had committed numerous crimes over the years for his research and interests, including the bizarre serial killings 7 years ago, which was just one of them. If he were handed over to the Department of Policies, the fate awaiting him would likely be 100 times more cruel than death. Rather than a fate worse than death, he might as well face death head-on. A qualified magus doesn't fear death, as long as it's meaningful. Therefore, Heartless chose to use his life as a price to exact revenge on the one who had caused his downfall, Matou Shinji. Generally, a last-ditch effort before death would manifest as direct harm or a curse, but Heartless gave up on that. He couldn't see through Shinji, let alone arcuate who knew if his efforts would be in vain. To ensure he could cause trouble for his enemies, he chose a roundabout approach. From Shinji and Waver's conversation, it wasn't hard to gather that the Holy Grail War was about to begin, and it was extremely important to both of them. Furthermore, Heartless had thoroughly investigated the Greater Holy Grail, and could interfere with it to some extent. His course of action was obvious. Realizing this, Shinji immediately asked Arcuade for a phone and made a call. As soon as the line connected, before he could speak, an anxious female voice came through. "Shinji, you called at just the right time. I was about to contact you." It was Justy's voice. Her usually calm demeanor was nowhere to be found in her tone. Shinji's heart sank. He quickly asked, "Is there a problem with it?" "You know. Does it have something to do with you?" "I'll explain what happened later. Tell me about it first." A massive amount of mana just surged into the ley line, causing significant disruption to it. "We're still assessing the specific impact, but one thing is certain with this mana infusion, it has been activated. In other words, the Holy Grail War has begun. P.S. Some people have asked why Red Archer is faker. The answer is simple, 2 reasons. First, Red Archer's noble phantasms are all projections, which means they're knockoffs. Second, in the Unlimited Blade Works route in the anime, around episode 16, during the scene where Red Archer encounters Gilgamesh after messing with Rin's leg, Gilgamesh directly calls him a faker. This is the earliest appearance of the term faker. Along with this title comes an even more classic line, "There's no rule that says fakes are inferior to the real thing," spoken by Shiro Amiya, but it's clear that Red Archer also believes this. This epitomizes the essence of the faker concept. Chapter 858, Chapter 858, I'll be back soon. 1125 words. The operating mechanism of the Greater Grail, when it is not activated, is very simple. It draws a limited and controlled amount of magical energy from the ley lines, storing energy until it reaches the threshold required to activate the ritual known as the Holy Grail War. To put it simply, the Greater Grail is just charging up, and once fully charged it activates. Originally, the Greater Grail was still a bit short of being fully charged, but Heartless actions filled up the remaining gap, causing the system to activate. If that were all, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the amount of magical energy that surged in exceeded what was needed, inevitably impacting the Greater Grail. This is also why Justice was so eager to contact Shinji. After waiting 10 years and nearing success, having something go wrong at the last moment would shake anyone's composure. Justice was already anxious, so it was no surprise that Shinji's face darkened the moment he stomped heavily on the ground. "Even in death, you cause trouble. You won't let anyone have peace. I should have destroyed your body and soul without hesitation." Shinji wasn't careless, nor was he overconfident. Capturing Heartless alive instead of killing him was part of the original plan to probe Hishiri Adashino. Heartless and Kariya Ririko were both protégés of Norwich, the founder of modern magecraft, and its biggest benefactor. This family is famous in the magecraft world as the Daddy Longlegs family of the Clock Tower, who support talented young people for years without asking for anything in return, nor imposing any restrictions on those they support. Though many families criticize this tolerant, almost indulgent attitude as foolish, it also won the hearts of many young people. Countless talented individuals joined the Norwich family, with some even changing their surnames and becoming adopted members of the family. Heartless and Adashino are such individuals, and they are as close as siblings. Although it's unknown why they later left Norwich and went their separate ways, at least Adashino still harbors some feelings for Heartless. Adashino boarded the train after receiving news in advance, coming to find Heartless. She made several moves in this regard, such as stepping in to resolve the Trisha case while Waver was recuperating, and later assisting Waver in setting up the binding ritual for Heartless. On the surface, it seems like she did this to bring her estranged brother back to the clock tower, but no one knows her true intentions. This is why Shinji planned to use Heartless to test Adashino's true feelings. However, now not only has the plan failed, but Adashino might even hold a grudge because of it. Most importantly, this could affect Shinji's 10-year plan, so, understandably, he would react this way. One stomp wasn't enough to relieve his anger, so he continued stomping several more times. Human strength pushed to its limits and caused booming sounds in the sand, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shinji, are you okay? On the other end of the phone, Justice heard the cursing and the noise, and asked with concern, her clear voice like a cool spring calming Shinji's anger considerably. I'm fine. That's good. This is just an accident, not a real failure, so there's no need to overthink it. Even if this fails, there will be next time, and the time after that. You're right. It's too early to call this a failure. The ritual starting ahead of schedule affects me, and the other participants equally. All right, I'll head back right away. Follow the plan on your end, focusing on securing our base and gathering intelligence. Don't rush into action. I understand. Also, try to get in touch with the old man and see how he reacts. The old man Shinji mentioned is, of course, the second magician, Kister Zelrich Schweinorg. Be careful. The call ended quickly. Shinji turned to Waver and asked, You heard everything? I'm heading back now. What about you? Waver smiled bitterly. Even if I wanted to leave, I can't right away. There's still so much to arrange. And Faker needs time to recover. I don't need your concern, the female warrior snorted, refusing the sentiment. I've said everything I need to say many times, so I won't repeat myself. Do as you see fit. Arcuade, let's go. Arcuade made a couple of oh sounds, then pointed to the nearby, battered Mystic Eyes collection train. What about that? Are we leaving it behind? I almost forgot, Shinji slapped his forehead. Things that come too easily are often taken for granted. Could I ask Miss Rosa Yen and the others to look after it for a while? I promise to visit and thank you properly once this is all over. I don't mind, answered the familiar imbued with Rosa Yen's will, but I can't guarantee its safety. The ley lines around here are already exhausted, so the train has no power and can't move. This is also the heart of the Magus territory. It won't be long before waves of Magus start arriving. In this regard, they are more vampire-like than us vampires. Clock Tower, hearing Rosa Yen's blatant sarcasm, Lorelei raised an eyebrow and was about to speak. Shinji quickly caught onto her thoughts and sent a silent message. Calm down, she's stating facts. Even if you can control the Bartholomewoi, Trambelia won't listen to you. They will listen if you reveal your identity, and I vouch for you. Trambelio's people won't dare act rashly. So this was your real plan? Shinji rolled his eyes. My lady, the fire on my end is already burning hot enough. Can we not add fuel to it? Lorelei's mouth twitched slightly, using the wind to send her voice to Shinji's ear. This isn't adding fuel to the fire, it's the best solution. Do you have a better idea? Shinji ended the telepathic conversation and spoke aloud. Arcuade, stay here and help me move the train to a safe place. You can provide magical energy for me, so you should be able to do the same for the train, right? I can, but I don't want to be separated from you. It took so much effort to suppress my impulse, and there are still many interesting things to do together, Arcuade pouted, like a child throwing a tantrum. Come on, help me out. This train is the foundation of our future travels around the world. If we lose it, we'll have to go back to switching between different modes of transportation like before. Don't you hate that hassle the most? Shinji tapped her smooth forehead. After spending 5 years with her, he had already maxed out his soothing skills. Chapter 859, Chapter 859, Poor Quality 1167 words. Sure enough, Arcuade's mood quickly shifted from being awkward to conflicted. On one hand, there was the present, and on the other, the future. Both were important. After some thought, the future seemed a bit more important. All right, I agree. But you have to promise me something too. What is it? Just say it. Not only do I want to travel the world, but I also want to watch all the latest movies I missed while sleeping. And we have to go to Disneyland, which we couldn't visit last time. Plus, in that online game we played before, I was killed, and I didn't get a chance to take revenge. As Arcuade went on and on, it seemed like she wanted to make up for all the time she spent sleeping. Shinji quickly interrupted her. Stop. Are all of these a single request? This is already several things. I don't care. Just say you'll agree or not. Arcuade shook Shinji's hand back and forth, completely lacking the dignity a princess should have. Shinji rolled his eyes. Where did you even learn this way of acting cute? From TV dramas. The girlfriends in them always act like this with their boyfriends. At that moment, Shinji suddenly heard a faint crack sound, like something breaking. Turning his head, he saw that the noise came from the short whip in Lorelei's hand. At the same time, he noticed her face, which was filled with a low-pressure atmosphere that could turn into a storm at any moment. Suddenly, Shinji felt a chill in his heart. He forced a few awkward laughs, muttering okay, sure, before using the excuse of time being tight to flee as quickly as possible. It wasn't until his figure disappeared into the night, which was gradually turning to a glassy hue, that Lorelei's expression slightly improved. She then looked up at Arcuade and asked. Can we drive now? Sure, everyone follow me. Why is your weapon cracked? The next second, Lorelei's brow darkened again, and the already cracked short whip shattered, completely crushed in her grip. Oh, it broke. And yet, Arcuade continued to add fuel to the fire, further convincing Lorelei that her family's policy was correct. There's no such thing as a good vampire. However, since many notable figures from the clock tower were present, she refrained from losing her temper to maintain her image. She took a deep breath and silently chanted to herself, for his sake, I won't stoop to her level. Then, she coldly replied, yeah, it broke. Must have been poor quality. Hearing this, many people had strange expressions, and Waver almost burst out laughing. The Lord of the Clock Tower's first family, the Lord of the most prestigious household in the magecraft world, who wields more power than anyone else except for a few ancient beings whose whereabouts are unknown, uses a weapon that's poor quality. How could Bartholomeo's reputation survive this? How could the Mages Association live this down? Lying shouldn't be this blatant. Of course, saying this out loud would get him killed by Lorelei. Even Grey's holy lance wouldn't protect him, because he knew why Lorelei was angry, and he also knew how terrifying a jealous woman could be, even if she was the renowned queen of the clock tower. Come to think of it, Waver was like Kenneth, both supported Shinji and Lorelei getting married. That guy was too much of a troublemaker. An ordinary woman wouldn't be able to handle him. But Waver kept this thought to himself because Shinji had too many women around him. Although none of them had the same status as Lorelei, none of them were easy to deal with either. As for himself, he had been enhanced once, so he was now stronger than many magus who didn't focus on physical prowess. Strictly speaking, he wasn't exactly weak. But compared to that group of powerful women, let's just say, comparing oneself to others can only bring despair. Women are indeed troublesome. Looking at the naturally oblivious Arcuade and the sulking Lorelei, Waver once again confirmed that this saying was the ultimate truth. The small undercurrents between the two women didn't affect the train's operation. The familiar, remotely controlled by Rosie, led Arcuade into the driver's cabin, and the train soon restarted. Passengers outside began boarding one after another, signaling that this magical journey full of twists and turns was finally coming to an end. The last two passengers to board were Luvia and Calls. Behind them, Fiore, dressed in black, stood still and didn't step into the train. Calls turned back in confusion. I'm not going to London. I'll get off here. Fiore looked at her brother, a hint of reluctance in her clear eyes. Calls, study hard at the clock tower. Lord no, Professor Velvet is an excellent teacher. Make sure to learn as much as you can from him. The lightning magecraft he teaches is very suitable for you. Then she turned to Livia. Please look after Calls for me. If he encounters any trouble, help him as much as you can. Don't worry, your little brother is my little brother too, Livia responded cheerfully with a nod. Fiore smiled and teased, little brother. You're not even older than Calls. If anything, you're more like his younger sister. Livia chuckled and snapped open her sky blue velvet fan with a sharp clap. Do you want me to call you big brother, Calls? To be fair, Livia's smile was beautiful, and her demeanor was impeccable, but the invisible pressure she exuded made Calls break out in a cold sweat. He quickly shook his head, and no need, just Calls is fine, Miss Livia. Humph, you can't even handle that. With another clap, Livia closed her fan. Fiore, is this your brother? Besides his appearance, he's nothing like you. He's more like me than you think. Calls is usually more easygoing than I am, but when it comes down to it, he's even tougher than me. Fiore reached out and patted her brother's cheek, wiping away his sweat and straightening his slightly disheveled clothes. He was the one who quietly told me that no matter what decision I made, he would support me. When I ran away from home, he even covered for me. I wouldn't have guessed. Livia's eyes sparkled with interest. Maybe he's more suited to inheriting the Forvege family than you are. Not maybe, definitely. Fiore's calm demeanor radiated confidence. Calls, on the other hand, looked troubled. Sister, you're overestimating me. If you never leave the family, you'll never know how big the world out there is, or how much greater your potential is than you think. Believe in yourself, you can do it. Sister. Calls hesitated for a moment before softly saying, you seem different from before. People change. Compared to this world, this universe, the Forvege family is really, really small. Fiore's eyelids fluttered as she spoke in a low, solemn tone that somehow exuded a sense of sacredness. Chapter 860, Fiore Anomaly. 1167 words at this moment, Arcuade's voice came through the loudspeakers outside the train car. This train is about to depart. Passengers, please board as soon as possible. Please depart. I won't be getting on, Fiore called out. Then I'm closing the doors. Mystic Eyes Collection train, onward. With the princess's energetic voice and the loud sound of the train whistle, the train slowly started moving. Goodbye, Calls. Goodbye, Livia. I'll visit you if I get the chance. Fiore waved repeatedly from outside the train, and Livia and Calls inside did the same. Goodbye, Fiore. Goodbye, sister. The surrounding area had turned into a desert, with nothing to obstruct the train's path. The train moved much faster than before, and soon, the siblings who had been waving goodbye could no longer see each other. Calls lowered his arm and said worriedly, will sister be okay all alone in a place like this? She'll be fine, Livia replied, her attitude far more optimistic than Calls's. Fiore is strong. I know my sister is strong, but that was in the past, Calls sighed. Now she doesn't have her magic circuits. The fact that she can walk freely means she had her leg circuits removed. With that, she probably doesn't even have a tenth of her previous strength. I'm really worried. Removed her magic circuits. Livia's expression changed. Calls was stunned, and then his face also changed as he asked in a trembling voice, you didn't know? I didn't know, Livia shook her head. In the next moment, both of their expressions became strange. Calls had assumed that given Fiore's close relationship with Livia, she would have known about the removal of Fiore magic circuits. Perhaps she had even helped arrange the surgery. Removing magic circuits is a highly difficult procedure that most magus simply can't perform. Considering the Forvege family's expectations for Fiori, it was unlikely they would have willingly crippled their strongest prodigy. But it turned out that Livia was completely unaware of this. As someone who had supported and taken care of his sister since they were children, Calls was certain that Fiori and Livia hadn't known each other before. The Forvege and Edelfelt families had no significant interactions, only a basic awareness of each other's existence, such as the fact that each had produced a genius heir, and that Fiori had run away from home. From a rational magus perspective, the most likely reason why the future head of the Edelfelt family, who wielded significant influence in Finland, would be so close to a runaway like Fiori was that she recognized Fiori potential. After all, before Fiori left home, she was somewhat famous in the clock tower, a genius who outshone her peers. However, the Edelfelt family didn't know that Fiori had already lost her talents. It was highly likely that Fiori had used some method to deceive the Edelfelt family. Calls's accidental revelation of this secret might lead to Edelfelt seeking revenge, which was why his face had paled and his voice had started to tremble. The second reason for his fear came from Livia's earlier response. If she didn't know that Fiori's leg circuits had been removed but still said she was strong, that meant Fiori still possessed formidable strength despite being able to walk freely. Whether she had found a way for her magic circuits and leg functions to coexist, or whether she had encountered some other extraordinary event after removing the circuits, these were things Calls couldn't imagine, especially since the Forvege family had exhausted every possible method to heal Fiori's legs, only to conclude that removing the circuits was the only solution. For Livia, it was simpler. At first, she was surprised by the information Calls had revealed. The Fiori she knew didn't seem like someone who had lost at least half of her magic circuits. Then came the mention of a tenth. If Fiori now only had a tenth of her previous strength, just how terrifying had she been at her peak? The students of Lord Elmeloy's classroom were all intelligent. After their initial emotions subsided, they quickly grasped each other's thoughts. Livia proposed, Calls, how about we exchange information? We each know things about your sister that the other wants to know. I have no reason to refuse, nor do I want to, Calls nodded, his curiosity growing stronger. Sister, what exactly happened during the time you were gone? Who'll start? Livia crossed her arms. Calls raised his hand slightly. Ladies first. Then I won't hold back. Why did she have her magic circuits removed? Because my sister's magic circuits had mutated. As long as the circuits were active, her leg function would be impaired, essentially paralyzing her lower body. Livia propped up one hand, resting her chin on it. Mutations can be either good or bad. If she could still be considered the heir of your family, it must have been a positive mutation. The reason my sister was called a genius was because of those mutated circuits. If those circuits were removed, her magical aptitude might be worse than mine, which is why I said what I did earlier. She gave up her crest and ran away from home to remove the mutated circuits. Yes, Calls didn't hide anything. My sister was very determined to walk on her legs. Even though there are many magical ways to compensate for the loss of leg function, she still wanted to stand on her own 2 feet. For a magus, that's an irrational obsession. But those of us with fully functioning limbs will never understand how she feels, so I don't know how to judge it. That's the answer my sister would most want to hear. Now I understand why you two get along so well. At this point, Calls finally showed a slight sense of relief. Meeting you was my sister's good fortune. It was my good fortune too. I've always been lucky. It was easy to see from Livia's smile that her relationship with Fiori was genuinely strong. One last question. You mentioned earlier that if your sister removed the circuits in her legs, she wouldn't be as strong as you in magecraft. But the Fiori I saw was much stronger than you. Can I assume she found a way to balance her magic circuits with her leg function? That's what I'd like to know as well, Miss Livia. When did you meet my sister? About a year ago. When I met her, she was already the way she is now. Livia not only answered but also provided the information Calls wanted to know. So, you didn't help her with the circuit removal. It seems the secret lies somewhere between her leaving home and meeting Luvia. Fiore, what exactly happened to you? As the two fell into silence, Fiore stopped in front of a forest drained of all life. She closed her eyes as if sensing something. This is the place, but it seems like there's a battle going on inside. Should I go in? Chapter 861. Chapter 861. The underlying currents behind the incident. 1309 words. Whether it's Britain or Ireland, both are island nations, isolated overseas. Interestingly, though, these countries are more closely connected to their forests than to the sea. The Druids, who would later become famous worldwide, are one of the most important legacies of Celtic culture, and their origins lie within the forests. Even today, both countries maintain vast forested areas. In the case of Britain, for example, out of its 244,100 square kilometers of land, including inland waters, there are 15 national forest parks, and lush vegetation can be found everywhere. The extensive greenery not only makes Britain's climate pleasant and its scenery beautiful, but it also provides natural hiding places for many things that thrive out of sight. There is such a forest located on the line connecting the Forest of Inash as the starting point and the Child of Inash as the end point, a forest that is dense and flourishing. Even in the late autumn to early winter season, it was still vibrant with greenery. No, it was vibrant with greenery until a few minutes ago. Now, all that green, along with the life of the earth, had vanished, leaving behind only dry and desolate shells. In the center of this forest, which had suddenly withered from its peak, stood two men, both dressed in black robes, with tall and imposing figures. Surprisingly, despite their Western stature, both men had Eastern features. The older one had shoulder-length hair and a twisted, hideous scar above his left eye. His face was solemn, his hands naturally hanging at his sides, exuding an overwhelming pressure that could suffocate anyone who merely glanced at him. The younger man had short, sharp hair and a rugged build. One hand was behind his back, and the other rested on a large tree beside him. Unlike the older man, he didn't emit a single trace of his presence, and his expression was far less stern. However, the constantly flickering magical waves around him, and the complex patterns that entwined him conveyed an aura no less imposing than his companions. After an unknown amount of time passed, the younger man exhaled, tightening his grip on the tree before giving it a hard slap. In the next instant, his hand sank into the tree trunk, completely embedding itself. It's done. The magic has been sent to Fuyuki. Now, we'll see if the Greater Grail changes as Dr. Heartless predicted. And what about Dr. Heartless? The older man asked. His voice was so similar to the younger man's that if one weren't watching, one might think only one person was speaking. He's probably dead, the younger man replied, causing a trace of regret to appear on the older man's face. What a shame. Another one who had the potential to glimpse the abyss of the devil is gone, and the heart stolen by the Fae couldn't save his life. He brought it on himself, the younger man said indifferently. I warned him when the princess appeared, and told him to leave as quickly as possible. But what did he do? He thought himself safe because he had a servant and the unique nature of a changeling, and he ignored my warning. Before you say something like that, you should reflect on your actions. The older man's solemn face showed a hint of bitterness. If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't trust your words completely either, at least not entirely. Well, that's truly unfortunate. The one time I was telling the truth, and no one believed me. The younger man smiled while curling his lips into a sinister smile. The older man clearly understood his companion's terrible personality, and didn't pursue the matter further, instead switching topics. Is the princess of the true ancestors really that terrifying? Even the servant and the changeling didn't have a chance to escape. She's indeed that terrifying. No, she's even more terrifying than you realize. You've transcended the limits of lifespan and seen a lot, but you've never lived through an era dominated by vampires. You don't know how powerful the one who ended their reign truly is. Compared to her, servants and changelings are as fragile as infants. So that's why you want to obtain her power. Absolutely right. That's why I want her power to become an eternal, immortal existence. Immortality, eternity, those concepts are meaningless. The younger man wasn't offended. That's just your perspective. Different people pursue different things. What you seek the root holds no meaning for me. But precisely because our pursuits differ, we can work together. Otherwise, one of us would have to fall into slumber. That's true. Let's go. There's no need to stay here any longer. Heartless is dead, and we didn't get the servant. Half of the plan failed. But the crucial half succeeded. The Greater Grail has absorbed an excess of magic, and the rules of the Holy Grail War will inevitably change. This way, you might even qualify to summon a servant. Hearing this speculation, the younger man's smile grew even more cheerful. We really should thank Heartless. If not for his final sacrifice, the effects wouldn't have been this good. This was your deliberate manipulation, wasn't it? From the moment Heartless chose not to leave, you foresaw this outcome. That's why you had me use a bounded field to conceal the true Crimson Fruit's presence, and then you released it at the critical moment to draw everyone's attention, giving you enough time to activate the technique that siphoned the ley line's magic. No, you're wrong this time. No matter what, I couldn't have pulled that off. If I could, Heartless wouldn't have died. Whether as a magical assistant or considering his servant's combat prowess, I didn't want him to die. But his death was inevitable, so we could only choose to make use of it. Don't forget, both of us have reasons we can't back down from you for the root, and I for the princess. For this, the power of the Greater Grail is essential. The younger man spoke with resolute determination, his tone so firm that the older man's expression returned to its solemn state. Let me confirm one last time. Are you sure that the Greater Grail can lead to the root? And I'll answer you one last time. The father of this body was the overseer of this ritual and supervised it twice. The teacher of this body is a direct descendant of one of the ritual's creators. Compared to Heartless investigation, I trust their words more. Even if it can't, having a servant will make dealing with that woman much easier. You'd better not deceive me, Michael Roa Valdemjong. Otherwise, even if your soul is immortal, I'll find a way to make you sleep forever. I believe you have that ability. The only reason the princess hasn't discovered me since I awakened is because your bounded field has blocked the world's records. Before he could finish speaking, the short-haired man known as Roa suddenly dodged to the side. Almost simultaneously, several sharp objects glinting with cold light brushed past him, embedding themselves in a nearby withered tree. Immediately afterward, the tree exploded as if it had been filled with explosives, shattering along with the cold light, leaving only the intact hilt as a foothold. Through this hilt, Roa successfully identified the type of thrown weapon. Black keys. Someone from the church. The next second, a light ignited in the darkness, flames roaring to life. The fire illuminated a figure hiding in the shadows, a girl in a black nun's habit, with short sky-blue hair and eyes. The hatred and loathing on her face burned hotter than the flames in her hand. The girl bit down so hard that she drew blood, which seeped through clenched teeth, as she spoke with a voice dripping with murderous intent. I've finally found you, Roa. Chapter 862, Chapter 862, The Battle of Vengeance. 1150 words. Finally found you, Roa. In the darkness, the nun lifted her head. She used a cremation rite to set her black keys ablaze, and then projected them with the iron armor effect. Suddenly, 6 fireballs appeared in the decaying forest, each one possessing destructive power comparable to an infantry grenade. However, this kind of attack was easily dodged by Roa. For the first time, his face showed an expression other than joy-surprise as he looked at the nun's face. Are you? At the mention of that name, the nun's already terrifying expression twisted even more. Elijah is dead. The one standing here is Seal of the Burial Agency. Even as she spoke, Seal didn't stop her attacks. Black keys continuously flew from her hands, each imbued with various attributes based on the iron armor effect, including the previously used cremation rite, the petrifying burial rite, and the desiccating wind burial rite. It was through such methods that Seal had annihilated nearly 100 dead apostles, earning her the fearful moniker, Bao, in the world of dead apostles. But Roa was not an ordinary dead apostle. He either dodged or precisely deflected each round of black keys with his hands, and he even had the leisure to talk. A baptismal name from when you joined the Holy Church. A way to sever ties with your past self. How stubbornly pointless. Do you think this will let you start over? It's not to start over, it's to exact revenge on you, Roa. With a short chant, a shockwave like a lightning strike surged around Roa's body. The black keys that had missed or been deflected earlier seemed to be drawn by the lightning, and came flying back. You added a tracking spell to the black keys. Clever, but as he spoke, Roa stopped moving and swept his leg towards a nearby withered tree. With just one kick, the massive tree, which would have required two people to encircle, was severed near its base. The thick trunk toppled down, perfectly blocking the returning black keys. Such little tricks won't take me down. You should know that very well by now. Or has the burial agency fallen so low that it only resorts to petty tricks? If I had known, I would have set the standards even stricter back then. Oh, by the way, here's something interesting for you. Did you know that the burial agency you joined was founded by me 800 years ago? In other words, neither Elysia nor Seal can escape my influence. Isn't that ironic? Hard to accept, isn't it? The attacks ceased, and the various magical attributes entwining Seal also quieted down. Darkness once again shrouded the forest. Seeing Seal in this state, Roa waved his hand dismissively, clearly disappointed. Can't take it any more. You talk of revenge, yet this is all the resolve you have. You'd be better off dead. What do you want to say? Say it if you must. I'll give you that much time, for the sake of you being my descendant. I've known about this for a long time. Her suppressed voice suddenly rose, and along with it, Seal's immense stored magical power. Of course, she knew. Having inherited all of Roa's memories, how could she not know? Even if she didn't want to revisit them, those vast memories from 17 reincarnations would sometimes reveal fragments, especially during moments of emotional instability. She had long since passed the phase of being unable to accept it, of hating herself, of wanting to die. Now her heart harbored only one thought: kill Roa. I must kill him, using all the power at my disposal. 7. Release 7th Holy Scripture, Original Sin Indictment. Magic surged, and holy light shone. The 7th Holy Scripture, based on the horn of a unicorn and inscribed with countless sacred words, was fully unleashed. The book's cover disintegrated and reformed into an outer shell, while the manifested sacred words scattered and swirled, coalescing into silver ammunition. As the impact cone formed, Seal pulled the trigger, firing her ultimate weapon, which she had prepared for years, a soul-piercing spike aimed at Roa. The spike was faster than the black keys, more powerful, and most importantly, its reincarnation negation property was Roa's nemesis. A troublesome thing. The dead apostle who had reincarnated 18 times finally lost his smile and maximized the distance between himself and the spike, no longer dodging by the barest margin as before. Seeing this, Seal's spirits lifted. She advanced with the impact cone in hand, continuously pulling the trigger to launch more spikes. In terms of movement speed, there was no significant difference between Roa and Seal, but the available space for movement inevitably became restricted. The arrogance in Roa's eyes was replaced by a more sinister gleam. He reached into his sleeves with both hands, seemingly ready to retrieve something for a counterattack. However, before he could draw his hands out, a shadow loomed over the advancing Seal. It was the long-haired man. If he hadn't revealed Roa's full name, Seal wouldn't have emerged from her hiding place to launch her fierce assault on Roa. Yet, due to the earlier conversation, Seal had remained wary of this unknown figure. Someone who knew Roa's full name dared to threaten him openly, and could create a bounded field that even eluded Arcuade. This man was certainly not simple. However, being wary was one thing, whether she could defend against him was another matter entirely. Seal saw the man's movement trajectory, and was prepared to dodge or even counterattack in time. But just as she was about to act, with more than 3 meters still separating them, the long-haired man suddenly spoke, uttering a verse that did not belong to any European language. The moment she recognized the verse as originating from her mother's homeland, Japan, Seal realized her body was immobilized. Her fingers, arms, neck, legs, feet, her entire body was it wasn't just her, even the surrounding air had frozen in place. It's a bounded field. In the instant she understood, Seal infused magic into the impact cone in her hand. Magic flowed through the metal gun barrel and into the spike at the front. The spike quickly reverted to book pages, and with a flash of holy light, scattered. At the same time, Seal regained her ability to move. Mysteries become nullified in the face of greater mysteries. The seventh Holy Scripture, a millennium-old mystery, was powerful enough to shatter any bounded field less than 1,000 years old upon contact. Unfortunately, in that brief period, the long-haired man had already closed the 3-meter gap like a ghost. His black coat billowed as he extended his fist, striking her in the abdomen. It was a blow strong enough to break a tree. Seal's body was sent flying, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll. Chapter 863. Chapter 863. The senpai must lose her head. 1258 words. Blood spurted from Seal's mouth, staining the white collar of her nun's habit, mixed with fragments of her internal organs. Seal's body was resilient, but that didn't mean her internal organs were equally sturdy. The punch from the long-haired man wasn't just a regular strike. He concentrated his strength into one point, penetrating her body, and then unleashing it internally, causing severe damage. Cough, cough. The gravely wounded girl coughed as she tried to support herself with the impact hammer and stand up. However, the man shadowing her caught up and struck her again, shattering bones this time. She couldn't even stand, only managing to lift her head with great effort to ask, "Who are you?" Araya Sauren, a magus. You could say I'm Roa's companion. His voice, like a divine decree, echoed heavily in the dark forest. Though she had never heard the name before, from this moment on, Seal remembered him, remembered this dangerous bounded field user. Roa, with his hands still tucked in his sleeves, approached. His face showed no gratitude, instead, he frowned and muttered, "Meddlesome." "It's not meddling, it's a necessary judgment," Araya Sauren declared without even moving an eyebrow. "I'm aware of your strength, but don't forget your current state. If the power you use exceeds the bounded field's limit, your actions will be recorded by the world, and that princess will become aware of your presence." Finishing her off doesn't require that much power. All I need is this. As Roa spoke, he drew his hand out from his sleeve, a dark gleam flashing in his grasp. "And it's enough." As he finished speaking, Seal's head separated from her neck, and the blood, no longer held back, shot skyward under the pressure. Only then did the dark gleam in Roa's hand reveal itself a dagger. It looked like an ordinary tactical knife, difficult to imagine how such a dagger could decapitate someone with a single stroke. Blood rained down from the sky, with a few drops landing on Roa's face. He extended his crimson tongue, licked them, and clicked his tongue in appreciation. Blood imbued with magic always tastes the best. I forgot to ask her how she survived. But it didn't matter, it wasn't anything important. You barely managed to survive, and then rushed to your death. How pitiful, Elysia. What about the body? Araya Sauren asked. Just leave it here, the Holy Church will come to collect her remains. And what about that conceptual weapon? Don't touch it either. Unless your bounded field can seal a millennium-grade Holy Scripture, no matter where you go, the Holy Church will be able to find you. As a former high-ranking member of the Holy Church and the founder of the burial agency, Roa was all too familiar with the Church's methods. A conceptual weapon of this level was equivalent to the highest precision tracking device. Aren't you afraid the Holy Church will use it against you again? There's nothing to fear. For a magus, the greatest threat comes from the unknown. Once something is understood, there's always a way to deal with it. Your last failure was largely due to the unknown. Araya thought for a moment, then nodded. I didn't know that woman had so many troublesome people around her. I should have waited until I was better prepared. At least half of the failures in the world stem from insufficient preparation. An ace like the seventh Holy Scripture should be used only when you're certain it can eliminate me. Still not mature enough, my daughter. Daughter, this term wasn't incorrect. Seal was the most similar to Roa among his descendants, and since she had been possessed by Roa, she had inherited all his knowledge. In a sense, their relationship was closer than that of a true bloodline parent and child. What a shame! At that moment, the head that had fallen to the side suddenly flew up, reattaching itself to the severed neck. Simultaneously, the scattered blood began to flow back into the wound, even the blood that had already seeped into the ground. This is. Seeing such an unbelievable spectacle, even Roa and Araya, who had lived far longer than ordinary humans, were stunned. At the same time, Seal's lifeless eyes regained their light, and she immediately raised the impact hammer in her hands and pulled the trigger at the two men in front of her. In the nick of time, the instincts accumulated over their long lives saved the two. Their bodies moved faster than their thoughts, dodging the spikes by the narrowest of margins. As he recovered, Roa fixed his gaze on Seal, his eyes filled with both shock and confusion. He had decapitated her, so how had she recovered? But he also knew this wasn't the time to think. The priority was to deal with Seal, and afterward, there would be plenty of time to ponder and research. With this thought, Roa swung his dagger and charged at Seal. Araya moved as well, having made the same decision, his actions even faster than Roa's. Having witnessed Araya's formidable skills, Seal didn't dare to be careless. She switched to wielding the impact hammer with one hand and drew a black key with the other, rapidly launching it. At such close range, with the iron armor effect enhancing it, the scattered black keys were an attack that couldn't be dodged. The enemy didn't dodge, nor did he block. He simply uttered a heavy verse, Tai 10, and let the black keys pierce his body. With 3 black keys embedded in him, Araya's movements weren't hindered in the slightest. Instead, he became even swifter, closing the distance and extending his left hand. The palm, brimming with overwhelming force, seemed poised to crush Seal's head. The moment his fingertips touched her face, Seal reflexively arched her body backward, her legs launching a series of kicks. In the burial agency, she had undergone comprehensive training. Close combat was fundamental. Even faced with such fierce kicks, Araya remained unfazed. As the sound of her legs hitting his abdomen echoed, he unleashed his poised right hand. It was only then that she noticed there wasn't a single drop of blood where the black keys had struck. What kind of monster is this? What is his body made of? Seal cursed inwardly, using the recoil to retreat. He wasn't afraid of stabs or kicks, close combat was futile. However, Roa, who had been blocked by Araya's body, had already circled to cut off her retreat. As the dark gleam flashed once again, Seal lost her head a second time. Having learned from the earlier experience, Roa didn't stop. He continued swinging his dagger, severing Seal's limbs and tossing the 7th holy scripture, the weapon most threatening to him, far away. Only after doing all this did he put down the dagger and crouch beside the corpse to observe it closely. Let's see how you recover this time. P.S. Regarding Araya's immortality isn't due to his ideology, but because of his origin's stillness embodiment. The event in 1998 that supposedly killed him led to his slow revival through conceptual means, though it took a long time. There's a line in the novel Kara no Kyukai, which wasn't adapted in the anime, where Aozaki Tuko tells Araya, "We'll meet again in the next century, right?" Well, it's the next century now. With Roa, the ultimate survivor, assisting him, it's not surprising he's revived. By the way, many of the other characters voiced by Kodamine's VA are also quite tenacious. Chapter 864, Chapter 864, A Common Enemy. 1109 words. Essentially, Magus are researchers at heart. They become obsessed with things they find interesting, and will research them tirelessly, day and night. Roa was no different. As one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors designated by the Church, his greatest obsession was eternity. The extraordinary regenerative abilities of Seal fascinated him the most. Before long, the scene he had been waiting for unfolded, limbs reattached, blood flowed back. Roa reached out to stop the regeneration, but found that no matter how he continued to sever the limbs or tried to absorb the blood like a vampire, it had no effect. The shattered limbs would regenerate in the next instant, and the blood he tried to consume would seep out from his body, ultimately returning to Seal, awakening her once again. The first words she heard upon waking were Roa's words of admiration. "This is truly remarkable regenerative power." "No, this isn't just regenerative power. You were indeed dead just now. No matter how powerful one's regenerative abilities are, they cannot activate after death. Let me thoroughly unravel the principle behind your resurrection." Seal was just about to gather strength when the dagger came down again. This time, Roa was prepared and left no room for resistance. What followed was an extremely cruel and bloody scene. In just a little over 10 minutes, Roa repeatedly destroyed Seal's body, only to watch her recover again and again. Slashing, striking, stabbing, magecraft. Dismemberment, trepanning, disembowelment, even direct dissection. No matter what method he used, no matter how her body was destroyed or even if she stopped breathing, the girl's body would return to its original state after a fixed period. At first, Seal struggled and resisted, but eventually, she gave up resistance and silently endured the pain over and over again until Roa concluded. Though it's hard to believe, once you've eliminated all the wrong answers, what's left must be the truth. The reason you can regenerate repeatedly isn't due to some mystical treasure, the power of another, or even your abilities. It's a phenomenon akin to time reversal, produced by the world itself to correct contradictions. This is a miracle that even true ancestors cannot achieve. Even if your body were utterly destroyed, leaving not a single piece of flesh or cell, you would still recover completely unscathed. Roa chuckled, his laughter grating as he gleefully drew his conclusion. What an absurd life you have. Compared to you, my infinite reincarnation and Araya's stillness origin seem insignificant. You are the real immortal, you are the true monster. The girl who had been trapped in a cycle of death and rebirth over and over again moved her lips. Louder, I can't hear you. I didn't damage your vocal cords or lungs this time. Your speech should be functional, Roa urged impatiently. Monsters shouldn't exist in this world. They must die. Seal's lips suddenly curled into a smile, and her hands, like sharp swords, thrust toward Roa's heart and head. Roa was prepared, dodging backward and skillfully severing her arms. How boring. I thought there'd be something new, but it's just the same old, watch out. Halfway through his sentence, Araya suddenly shouted. A powerful force struck Roa, sending him flying. Immediately after, a silver light tore through the night, shrieking as it pierced through the spot where Roa had been standing, blasting a large hole in Seal's chest. A chill ran down Roa's spine. He turned to see that the seventh holy scripture, which had been thrown far away earlier, had been picked up by someone, its barrel aimed directly at his heart. The silver light from earlier had been the tip fired from the scripture. It turned out that Seal had never given up. Her earlier surrender was to lull Roa into a false sense of security, and her sudden attack was meant to divert his attention. If Araya hadn't noticed something was off and pushed him, Roa would have been severely injured. So there's another one. The vampire's face twisted in fury. The more one pursued eternity, the more one feared death. The brush with death and the feeling of being inches from it left Roa intensely displeased. However, the expression of the person opposite him was even more terrifying. The hatred and madness that radiated from them were almost inhuman, and even their voice took on a sinister tone. Kotami ne kire. The nun, clutching a pile bunker, screamed as though she was using every ounce of her strength to vent her anger. I finally found you. You are. The mention of the name, combined with the intense hatred that rivaled Seal's, caused Roa to pause slightly. He is Kodomine Kirii. Seal's pupils contracted. As Karen drew Roa and Araya's attention, the world once again restored her body. Knowing that she stood northwest chance in close combat, Seal quickly retreated to regroup with her ally. Yes, no matter what he becomes, I can recognize him. At this moment, Roa, or rather Kodomine Kirii, noticed the nun's long silver hair and golden eyes, and the confusion on his face was replaced by joy. So it's Karen. Yes, the man named Kodomine Kirii is indeed my current reincarnation. Heh, what a day this is, for both daughters to show up together. Today is the day you die. Karen handed the pile bunker back to Seal, and from her seemingly slender frame emanated a vast aura of darkness. So that's why the so-called Saint Kodomine Kyrie suddenly went mad. Seal tore off her shredded habit, revealing a body clad only in a tight-fitting suit, with blue crosses marked on her exposed shoulders. Roa, your crimes have increased by one more. I've long since stopped caring about the number of my sins, Roa shrugged indifferently. But I must correct one thing, Kodomine Kyrie was never the saint you say he was. He was, like me, an incurable sadist. That's nonsense. Seal didn't believe him at all. When assessing Karen, she conducted a detailed investigation on Kodomine Kyrie. If that man wasn't a saint, then no one in this world could be called a saint. Don't be so quick to deny it, Elijah. When did I leave your body? And when was Kodomine Kyrie born? You have all my memories from before, so you should know my reincarnation pattern. If there wasn't a special reason, why would I choose him as my reincarnation? And he didn't disappoint me. After realizing his true nature, he actively merged with my soul. In 18 reincarnations, this was the first time something like that happened. Roa spread his arms, half closing his eyes as if savoring the memory. Chapter 865, Chapter 865, Fierce Battle. 1264 words. Roa was always selective when choosing his reincarnation hosts, and no one understood this better than Seal. Before the unforeseen incident with Seal, Roa would typically choose children from noble and wealthy families as his reincarnation hosts. If they had special abilities or non-human bloodlines, all the better. The reason for choosing children was simple: their minds were not fully developed and were easier to take over than those of adults. The other criteria ensured that the host had the strength required. True power comes from both body and soul, and lacking in either would severely diminish one's capabilities. Even though Roa, with the power he gained from Arcuade, had elevated his soul to a higher dimension, if he reincarnated into an ordinary human, he wouldn't be able to exert more than 10% of his potential power. Although there was a lot of coincidence in my reincarnation into Kodomine Kyrie, I still have to thank you, my daughter Elijah. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have deviated from my usual principles to try something new, and I wouldn't have encountered such an understanding and supportive person who helped to elevate my soul to an even higher dimension. Hearing Roa's words, Seal was visibly shaken. She knew he was an enemy, and his words couldn't be trusted, but the ironclad truth still weighed on her heart. Could it be my fault? Is this truly my sin? Seeing Seal in such turmoil, Roa's smile grew even more delighted. At that moment, Karen spoke up. Don't pay attention to his words, Lady Seal. No matter what he says, our task remains unchanged: destroy his body and soul. Her voice was cold and hollow, yet it dispelled the darkness clouding Seal's heart. That's right. No matter what led to all of this, it doesn't change the crimes committed by Roa and Kodomine Kyrie. The rest can be dealt with after they're defeated. Let's go, Karen. Seal's body surged with magical energy, lighting up the magical circuits that ran throughout her body. Yes, Lady Seal. Karen let the demonic aura engulf her, allowing herself to be completely tainted by the darkness. Despite being firmly locked onto by the two, Roa remained calm. He hooked his thumb around his dagger and curled the remaining 4 fingers. Good, good, now you're finally showing some spirit. Come on, my daughters. As soon as he finished speaking, Roa's body disappeared from where it stood, instantly crossing a distance of 5 meters. Seeing this, Karen quickly clenched her right hand in midair. The dark aura that covered her entire body coalesced into a whip over 10 meters long, which she lashed out with forcefully. At the same time, she warned Seal. Be careful. Seal nodded slightly, unfazed. The memories in her mind that didn't belong to her had long told her that this immortal vampire would absorb all the knowledge the reincarnated body had learned, adding it to his own. Another martial art was one of Kodomine Kyrie's specialties was no big deal. And she had already learned how to deal with martial arts experts like him during her hellish training under Narbarek. She was caught off guard by Araya Sauron earlier, and didn't have time to use her techniques, but now she finally had the chance. The blue crosses on her shoulders lit up, and new pages appeared around Seal. Each page was a black key, and a rough count revealed more than 50 of them. Seal waved both hands in quick succession, and the black keys shot out like a barrage of crossbow bolts. This was the burial agency's secret technique: black key, condemnation. The condemnation technique has 3 stages: the first sigil, the second sigil, and the third sigil, each faster and more numerous than the last. Roa had just evaded Karen's demonic aura when he found himself surrounded by a dense barrage of black keys. Due to their sheer number, wide coverage, and high density, Kodo Mine Kiriai's technique was greatly suppressed, making it difficult to execute. However, Kodo Mine Kiriai was an outstanding executor. After Roa awakened, his body gradually transformed into that of a vampire due to Roa's influence, becoming even more formidable. Although Seal's condemnation was powerful, it could only slow him down. It couldn't inflict significant damage. He either blocked and shattered the black keys with his dagger or made precise, muscle-controlling movements that seemed impossible to ordinary people, narrowly dodging the piercing barrage. In the brief intervals between waves, he even had the energy to catch 1 or 2 black keys and throw them back. After all, Kodo Mine Kiriai was also a master of using black keys. Despite the limited success of her condemnation, Seal didn't panic. Having a profound understanding of Roa's terrifying nature, she never expected to take him down so easily. As soon as the third sigil was released, Seal suddenly clenched her empty left hand. The black keys that Roa had dodged or knocked aside all sparked with flashes of lightning and exploded. The blades of the black keys were originally formed by condensed magical energy, and from the moment they were thrown, Seal had secretly set a technique that would cause the magical energy to explode all at once. The effect of a single black keys explosion was weak and negligible, but the combined explosion of over 50 black keys was formidable. This was another secret technique Seal had learned from the burial agency, and one of its signature moves: black key, burial. But it wasn't over yet. After the burial, Seal pressed her hand against the ground, unleashing an unprecedented surge of magical energy from her body, akin to a volcanic eruption. No, it wasn't just like a volcanic eruption. It was a real volcanic eruption. As soon as the magical energy left her body, it transformed into flames, melting the ground and creating a lava-like effect. This was one of Seal's hidden trump cards, the ultimate output of the funeral pyre ritual, a true grand magecraft. While Seal was going all out, Karen didn't stay idle either. She continuously unleashed her demonic power to complement her companion's attacks. Shortly after Seal left the land Winup, Miriam Solomon awakened the dormant Karen, sending her to support Seal, and replenishing her demonic power. Therefore, Karen did not need to worry about overexerting herself. She could release her power without restraint to annihilate their common enemy, Roa, the current reincarnation, Kodo Mine Kiriai. Crimson flames, flowing lava, explosive magical light, and an overwhelming aura of darkness all converged upon Roa and the ground surrounding him. The power contained within was not only comparable to modern large-scale military weaponry in terms of destructive capability, but also imbued with intense mystic energy. Even a dead apostle of the 27 Ancestors caliber would be gravely injured by such an attack. However, neither of the two who unleashed this powerful assault showed any signs of joy, because inflicting serious damage on the enemy had one crucial prerequisite: it had to hit him. An attack that misses causes no harm. At the center of the scene, where red, white, and black colors blended into a chaotic canvas, a strand of golden light suddenly burst forth. This gold was deeper than the gold favored by the church, yet it bore the same majesty. This golden light first dispelled the dark demonic power, then deflected the white light of the black key, burial, and finally carved out a clean area amidst the surrounding lava. The man who commanded this sanctuary was none other than the bounded field master, who had saved Roa from danger multiple times: Araya Sauron. Chapter 866, Chapter 866, Pleasure 1211 words. A middle-aged man in a black coat, whose voice was similar to Roa's but deeper, stood with a golden light glowing from his palm. From beneath his feet, circular patterns extended outward. There were 6 rings in total, their design reminiscent of the orbits of planets. These rings overlapped and nested within each other, creating a sacred, three-dimensional impression, despite being flat images. The patterns seemed to symbolize the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. Although 5 of the rings had already lost their luster, with the last one continuously rippling, these 6 rings were still able to block the combined attacks of Seal and Karen. Once the final ring stabilized, the master of the bounded field spoke. Fugu Kongu Dakatsu Tai Ten, Chugyu, Uken, with each word he uttered, one of the rings would light up. Seeing this, Seal gritted her teeth, and raised the 7th holy scripture, firing a spike imbued with ancient mysteries. Previously, she had destroyed Araya's bounded field using this exact technique. This time, however, this time, it didn't work. Just as the spike roared out, Araya lifted his other hand, intercepting it mid-flight, and gripping the spike directly with his hand. Seal's eyes widened in shock. She had never imagined that her ultimate trump card, the 7th holy scripture, could be neutralized in such a way. Indeed, the ancient, nearly supersonic spike had been stopped by a mere hand. With only a superficial injury, the spike had merely punctured the man's palm, penetrating less than a centimeter into his flesh. What was even more shocking was that the blood flowing from the wound was not the usual red of human blood but gold, the same color as the rings. As the golden blood dripped onto the ground, the barrier master recited the final verse. Vajra of Buddhism. Araya Sauren. At that moment, Karen finally discerned the origin of Araya Sauren. The concept of the Rokudu Kyokai, an incredibly powerful bounded field, and the golden blood that differed from that of ordinary people, all of these were hallmarks of Buddhism. The bounded field is a Buddhist concept, and the term barrier also originates from Buddhism. The most powerful bounded field techniques recognized in the mystical world are Buddhist secrets. Furthermore, the golden blood is tied to an ancient Buddhist tradition, the relic body. It is said that when a Buddhist monk achieves a certain level of enlightenment, their body enters a miraculous state, indestructible and immortal, remaining in the world even after the soul departs. In this state, the monk's skin, muscles, and blood transform into gold, a process also referred to as attaining Buddhahood in the flesh or the Vajra body. Although Araya hadn't fully achieved the Vajra body, the golden blood indicated that he was on this path, being on par with the saints of the church. Why would a Vajra of Buddhism protect a vampire? Karen demanded. Araya's already somber face grew even more pained. I am not a Vajra of Buddhism, I simply gained some insight between life and death. I'm not protecting Roa either, just taking what I need. He's not in a state fit for battle right now, and I don't enjoy fighting. I would ask you both to leave. Not a chance. That's impossible. Karen and Seal responded with surprising unanimity. That's a shame. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to die here. As he spoke, Araya lowered his hands, dispelling the bounded field. Despite this action, which signaled a cessation of defense, the oppressive force emanating from him only intensified. It was enough to make their throats quiver, almost causing them to vomit. Roa, I'll handle the girl named Seal. The other one is yours. Roa agreed immediately. This was the ideal division of labor. Seal, with her 7th holy scripture designed to counter him, and her immortality that surpassed his own, would indeed be difficult for him to handle right now. Karen, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. Sharing a similar body type and a comparable method of acquiring power, their battle would come down to experience a domain in which Roa excelled. Indeed, despite Karen's hard effort and desperation, even resorting to mutual destruction or perish together tactics to kill Roa, she was still too inexperienced in the face of Roa's accumulated experience from 18 reincarnations. Before long, Roa, at the cost of one hand, dispersed her demonic power and pinned her to the ground. Gaining such power in just a few years is commendable, my daughter. But your use of it is still unrefined, and your mentality lacks maturity. You need to work on that. Just kill me. Pinned by Roa, Karen did not resist. She merely looked calmly at the man who was once her father. Otherwise, next time, I will kill you. It's unfortunate, but that's beyond your ability. Even if Miram Solomon, who gave you this power, came himself, he might stand a chance. Roa's tone was just as calm as Karen's, echoing Kodo Mine Kiriai's usual demeanor. Having just fought her, he had gauged Karen's abilities. While Miram was indeed formidable, no amount of demonic power infusion could overwhelm Roa, who was on the same level as the ancestors. Karen's expression remained unchanged as she spoke softly, "I will ask Lord Miram. If Lord Miram isn't enough, I'll seek the help of the true ancestor princess. I'll do whatever it takes to kill you." "You've given me a difficult problem," Kodo Mine Kiriai said, continuing to speak in a calm tone, as if they were having a contest of endurance. "While I'd like to say, go ahead and try, if they don't come for me, I'll go for them. But that has to wait until I finish my plan. I'm still not ready yet, so tell me, should I kill you or not? Any potential threat should be eliminated before the plan is completed." Araya Sauron approached, dragging Seal's corpse behind him. Almost simultaneously with Karen's defeat, he had also killed Seal. Most of Seal's abilities were designed to counter vampires, making them ineffective against Araya, who was human. Coupled with the super high defense of the 6 realms of existence and the Vajra body, as well as Araya's strength, which rivaled that of a servant, the outcome was inevitable. Sometimes, the concept of natural enemies can be terrifyingly absolute. "If you can't do it, I'll do it." "Can't do it?" Roa burst into laughter as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke. "You dull fellow, you don't understand me at all. It's not that I can't do it, I'm just considering how to do it. How could I not savor the joy of familial slaughter? I missed out on the deaths of Claudia and Rhys. I can't afford to miss this one. Honestly, I'd love to let her go, let her come after me again and again, fail each time, lose all hope, and then kill her myself. That would be the ultimate pleasure." "You're a hopeless lunatic." Seal, who had just resurrected, awoke to these words and immediately cursed. "Thank you for the compliment." Roa's lips curled up on both sides, forming a smile that resembled a double-sided grin. At that moment, Roa's will and Kodo Mine Kiriai's aligned perfectly. This emotion was called pleasure. Chapter 867, Chapter 867, The Passerby. 1133 words. Both Roa and Kiriai Kodo Mine had long known they were not normal people, and neither had ever considered living a normal life. Incurable lunatics. They didn't care. As long as it could make their boring lives more enjoyable, what did it matter if they were insane? So when Seal's curses reached their ears, they didn't take it as an insult but rather as praise. However, after their joyful laughter subsided, Roa seemed disappointed. "On another note, Elijah, you look pathetic right now. Daddy feels very sad. Why aren't you using my knowledge? Araya is indeed powerful as a human, but he's not someone you can't defeat. The magecraft buried within you is 10, even 100 times more powerful than mine or Araya's. If you put your mind to it, turning this generation into scorched earth would be a piece of cake." "Ugh, shut up." Seal struggled to gather her magic, attempting to use some kind of spell, but Araya mercilessly shattered her effort with a single punch, breaking both her concentration and the gathering point of her magic. "Such a crude application doesn't even count as a remnant of knowledge," Roa questioned, looking down at her. "Don't you want revenge? Don't you want to kill me? Do you think you can oppose me with just a flesh body, relying on the world's order to restore you? Or do you find using my power filthy?" Seal remained silent, struggling, not saying a word, but from the pain on her face, Roa already knew the answer. "Boring, truly boring. Wanting revenge but harboring such naive fantasies. There's no such easy thing in this world. If you truly desire revenge, you must be prepared to sacrifice everything and grasp any power you can to have a sliver of hope. On this point, Karen is far stronger than you. If only she had your power, how much more delightful it would be for me. Unfortunately, you won't have such a chance anymore. Araya, what do you intend to do?" Araya answered firmly, "Kill those who can be killed. For those who can't, I'll seal them within my bounded field. Her immortality comes from the world's order, so I'll isolate that order." "You indeed have that ability." But before that, let me conduct one last experiment with this power obtained after 18 cycles of reincarnation, 18 cycles of life and death. With these eyes that can kill anything living, even gods. The vampire known as the Serpent of Akasha licked his lips, his eyes reflecting a mysterious, dreamlike glow. Ha! Mystic eyes auction, mystic train, what are mystic eyes of mirage compared to my power? They're nothing. The Magi of the clock tower call them the highest-ranked rainbow-class mystic eyes of death perception. You can now sink into despair and slumber for eternity. In the widened pupils of Seal and Karen, Roa reversed his grip on the dagger, slashing toward a seemingly insignificant yet deadly spot. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them clean, clear, and completely out of place on the battlefield. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Roa and Araya's expressions changed slightly, and almost simultaneously, they turned, launching attacks toward the source of the voice. Roa unleashed a lightning spell, the fastest of his offensive spells, while Araya compressed the air with his power. Since they had decided to leave no loose ends, they wouldn't spare any witnesses. It didn't matter who it was, whether they were passing by, or had some ulterior motive they had to die. However, what happened next shocked them. Both were seasoned superhuman fighters, and even in such a rush, they had precise control over their attacks. They knew exactly what kind of injury should result if they hit, how the attack would dissipate if they missed, and what would happen if it encountered an obstacle. They had calculated it all, and were prepared for any outcome. But they had never expected their attacks to be completely disintegrated mid-flight. Yes, utterly disintegrated, reduced to their most basic magical components, and dissipating into the air. In the 18 cycles of Roa's reincarnation and Araya's 2 centuries of life, they had never encountered anything like this. That was close. Why did you suddenly attack? I don't even know you. The clear voice rang out again, with a slight hint of lingering fear. Roa and Araya ignored the 2 girls on the ground, their expressions grave as they turned to face the unexpected guest who had neutralized their attacks in a way beyond their comprehension. It was a woman, cloaked in black like them, with a wide-brimmed hat obscuring her face. Who are you? Roa asked. A passing magus. I heard strange noises here, so I came to take a look. The woman spoke as she walked forward with a light step, her demeanor more suited to a stroll along the Champs-Élysées in Paris than a battlefield. If you're just passing by, then leave quickly. This has nothing to do with you, Roa said in a deep, ominous voice. It didn't before, but now it does. The woman continued walking without stopping. You intended to kill me with that attack just now, and now your magecraft is secretly aimed at my vital points. The moment I turn around, you'll strike from behind, won't you? A misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. We just went through a fierce battle, so we're a bit overly tense. Roa, ever the sly one, had been caught red-handed, but his face betrayed no change. No need to explain. We both know what's true. For some reason, the woman was certain her judgment was correct. You are my enemies. Sensing the coldness and killing intent in her voice, Roa and Araya exchanged glances, knowing that negotiations had failed. They didn't regret it, as they were confident in their abilities, and had no intention of letting this mysterious female magus walk away. In the next instant, their black robes fluttered. Araya charged at the woman, clearly intending to overwhelm her in close combat, his specialty. Roa, meanwhile, turned his blade toward the fallen Seal and Karen, intending to eliminate the threat from behind before dealing with the unknown enemy, in line with the unspoken understanding between him and Araya. Unfortunately, neither of their attacks succeeded. Araya's fists, capable of easily breaking large trees, were effortlessly blocked by the woman's slender hand, while Roa's blade was deflected by a flash of silver light, a mechanical arm that emerged from the sandy ground, with sharp, defined lines and a tension-filled design that was more a product of technology than mysticism. I won't let you harm those who can't defend themselves. Your opponent is me. The female magus raised her head, a powerful aura emanating from her not-so-tall frame. She was prepared to take on both of them at once. Chapter 868, The real 1250 for words. It seemed that the female Magus's attitude had enraged Araya. With just a body's length between them, he let out a roar and launched a series of punches, his eyes wide open, resembling the wrathful guardian deities from Buddhist legends. With wrathful eyes, he slayed demons and monsters. Unfortunately, the female Magus wasn't a demon, she was far more terrifying than one. No matter how much force Araya used or how many punches he threw, she blocked them all with ease. Each punch was precisely intercepted, with the most damaging parts of his fists always landing on the softest parts of her palms, as if she had foreseen his every move. While blocking Araya's punches, the female Magus didn't forget about Roa on the other side. Iron arm of war, fire at will. With this command, the steel claw at the end of the mechanical arm blocking Roa's knife opened up, revealing a dark barrel that began firing energy blasts at a speed that rivaled a submachine gun. Roa didn't dare be careless. He pushed off with his feet, moving laterally faster than the mechanical arm, while simultaneously aiming a lightning spell at Karen. However, the female Magus had anticipated this as well. Tin arm of protection, intercept. Another metallic arm emerged from the ground amidst a cloud of dust, intercepting the lightning before wrapping around Karen's body. Lead arm of roaring, capture. At the same time, a third metallic arm extended and grabbed Seal. All arms, return to base. Finally, all three mechanical arms began moving toward the female Magus. Roa, of course, was not willing to let his prey escape. He unleashed magic with both hands and pursued them using the living step technique, rapidly advancing. But by this time, Seal had fully recovered, her body restored to peak condition. She unleashed a relentless barrage of earth, water, fire, and wind burial rites, using the overwhelming quantity and power of her magic to suppress Roa's spells. As for Kyrie Kotomine's prized living step, it was interrupted almost as soon as it began by a fourth mechanical arm. No matter how sophisticated the footwork, it required a stable footing to be executed. With the ground unstable, even the most intricate steps couldn't be performed. The first spot where Roa chose to land had the fourth mechanical arm hidden beneath it. How could he continue the chase? He could only watch helplessly as Seal and Karen moved further and further away, eventually escaping his grasp. Realizing that his fists alone wouldn't be enough to defeat the female Magus, Araya reverted to his old tactics. He chanted incantations, and circles began to extend outward from beneath his feet. Within the bounded field's range, everything would be affected by the concept of stillness, making this one of the most troublesome techniques in close combat. The simulated circles touched the female Magus's body and then they disintegrated. Araya's face twitched, and the hand controlling the bounded field trembled slightly. Just like before, Araya's normally unstoppable bounded field crumbled the moment it was supposed to take effect, without any warning whatsoever. Naturally, his strategy of using the bounded field to immobilize and kill the female Magus fell apart as well. Even worse, during the time he was setting up the bounded field, those four strange mechanical arms had already circled back to Fiore's side, attaching themselves to her from behind. Only now did he and Roa get a clear look at the true nature of the mechanical arms hidden underground. They were part of a spider-like device, its body a backpack about half a person's height, while the spider's legs were the four mechanical arms that had given Roa so much trouble. Now there are no more distractions. Standing on the ground with her feet planted firmly, two pairs of mechanical arms extending from her shoulders and waist, the female Magus looked like a real-life Dr. Octopus. Although her face was obscured by a black veil, the determination in her eyes was still palpable. You two protect yourselves. I'm going in. The moment she made this declaration, the mechanical arms on her shoulders began firing energy blasts, while the two on her waist dug into the ground, helping her move forward. The woman's steps weren't fast, and her movements lacked any discernible technique, clearly indicating a lack of formal training in footwork. Compared to martial arts experts like Araya and Kyrie Kotomine, who had honed their skills in martial arts, she was no match. But with the added assistance of the mechanical arms, the effect was completely different. No matter how stable one's lower body was, it couldn't be more stable than mechanical arms that could dig directly into the earth. No matter how fast one could run, they couldn't outrun the mechanical arms' thrusts. Even more terrifying was the female Magus's predictive ability, which was incredibly accurate. Almost every step was within her expectations, and combined with the mechanical arms, which were far more agile than her body, she made Araya and Roa extremely uncomfortable. If it weren't for a few minor, harmless mistakes she made, the two would have thought she possessed eyes on the same level as the mystic eyes of death perception, said to be capable of seeing the ultimate future and fate. It was precisely because of these minor mistakes that the two didn't choose to flee. They were confident in their ability to outlast her in a prolonged battle, where small mistakes would gradually accumulate into larger ones, eventually deciding the outcome. Just like now. Araya's body began to glow with golden light, using his incredibly tough physique so strong that even the seventh holy scripture struggled to damage it to overpower the four mechanical arms. Seizing this opportunity, Roa used his superhuman speed as a dead apostle to instantly appear behind the female Magus, stabbing a knife toward her back. The female Magus quickly turned, one hand reaching for Roa's arm, and the other striking toward his abdomen. This was exactly what Roa had been waiting for. The female Magus's response was correct, textbook. Even this had been her consistent battle style. And precisely because of this, she had left herself vulnerable. After all, textbooks emphasize rigor and generality, seldom considering exceptional cases, and Roa possessed a special power that broke the rules: his eyes. He could see lines invisible to others, and by slicing along these lines, no matter how sturdy the part, it would be easily cut. His target wasn't her back at all but her arm. As long as his knife grazed the line, her arm would suffer irreversible damage, beyond the repair of ordinary healing magecraft. As for the hand striking toward his abdomen, Roa paid it no mind. With the regenerative abilities of a dead apostle, he would recover soon enough. He was willing to take a punch to sever her arm. "Your arm, I'll take it. Next, it'll be your life." The vampire grinned maliciously as he rotated the knife, slashing it swiftly toward her arm, leaving no room for her to dodge. However, just as the knife was about to touch the line on her arm, Roa's expression suddenly twisted in agony, as if he were in immense pain. He staggered, his grip on the knife faltering, and even his voice trembled with pain. "Ugh, you, could it be that you are P.S. Regarding Roa's mystic eyes, the official setting is that they were obtained through multiple cycles of life and death, but it's never said they can't be inherited." Chapter 869, Chapter 869, The Saint. 12:08 words. Time rewinds to the moment when the fist struck Roa's abdomen. Since it was a hastily thrown punch, the force wasn't strong, and Roa didn't feel anything unusual at first. However, the moment the force dissipated, a new pain emerged at the point where the hand contacted his abdomen. This pain didn't come from the impact but from something on another level. In an instant, Roa felt a burning sensation in his stomach, as if a fire was melting away his skin, muscles, and internal organs. His brain was screaming, warning him of impending death. Instinctively, he looked down to confirm that the pain wasn't an illusion. His abdomen was indeed melting. Skin, muscles, and internal organs were disintegrating layer by layer from the outside in. This was something he couldn't understand. It wasn't magecraft. As a first-generation Great Magus, he didn't detect any signs of magical flow or spell construction. It wasn't like the ancient mysteries such as the seventh holy scripture either, as he didn't sense the aura of old artifacts or phantasmal beings. What could it be, then? Despite not being able to sense anything on the surface, it was causing severe damage to his dead apostle body. Could it be a long-buried memory resurfaced? Before his 18 reincarnations, 800 years ago, when he was still human, before he became a dead apostle and began his cycles of reincarnation. Back then, he was a member of the Holy Church, traveling far and wide to combat the increasingly rampant vampires. Eventually, they succeeded in establishing the Burial Agency, a force so fearsome that it became legendary. At the agency's inception, the Church provided all possible support, including the personal weapons of saints. Dead apostles touched by these holy relics suffered great damage. After all, if even the shroud of the saints, which had wrapped their corpses, could harm vampires, what damage could their weapons do? The wound back then was identical to what he was experiencing now. Dead apostles, deemed unclean, were purified by the power of the saints, melting and evaporating. Ugh, hi, are you a saint of the church? As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone froze, including Araya, Seal, and Karen, who were all born within the church. Before they could speak, Roa continued to scream in agony, "No, it can't be. How could there still be a saint in the modern era? The existence of saints is not bound by time, but by the human heart. Though I am not a saint, I choose to believe that saints exist even in this era." The female magus raised her hand toward the severely wounded Roa, seemingly intent on purifying him directly. In a flash, Araya's bear-like body shielded his suffering companion. "Even now, you still protect him. He holds the key to my goal. He cannot die here," Araya replied, his expression as hard as stone. "Very well, then let us continue our battle." As the female magus spoke, the 4 mechanical arms on her back adjusted their positions, simultaneously aiming at Araya. Araya raised his hands expressionlessly, activating both his bounded field and Vajra body. A battle between a saint of the church and a Vajra of Buddhism was about to erupt. At that moment, further away, Seal, who was both observing the fight and protecting Karen, suddenly shouted, "Watch out." Before she could finish, Roa, who had been shielded by Araya, pressed his hand to the ground. A thick white smoke rapidly spread from his hand, quickly enveloping an area of several dozen meters. The density of the smoke severely hampered visibility, and since dawn had not yet broken, even with magically enhanced vision, visibility was reduced to less than a meter. The female magus, momentarily caught off guard by this trick, snorted lightly and fired her mechanical arms in all directions. But Araya was no longer in his original position, clearly having planned his escape. The female magus maintained her firing stance, vigilantly scanning her surroundings, seemingly trying to detect her enemy's movements. Soon, she seemed to notice something. The 4 mechanical arms switched from firing mode to movement mode, carrying her swiftly toward a certain direction. The smoke parted as the rotating mechanical arms cut through it, revealing 3 figures, 1 tall and 2 short. The tall one was Araya, and the short ones were Seal and Karen. Seeing the female magus approach, Araya didn't linger and immediately retreated into the thick smoke. The female magus was about to give chase, but hesitated, glancing back at the weakened Karen and Seal. One was still recovering from old injuries, and the other had taken Araya's attacks to protect the former. In the end, she sighed and gave up the pursuit. She knew the enemy's goal was to escape, and she knew they wanted to use Seal and Karen to distract her, but she couldn't bring herself to leave the 2 girls in danger. By the time the smoke cleared and visibility returned, Roa and Araya had vanished without a trace. After confirming that there was no one else around, the female magus disarmed her gear, and asked the 2 girls, "Are you both all right?" "I'm fine, but Karen?" Seal replied, touching her recently healed wound as she stood up from Karen's side, where she had been positioned to protect her. Karen had saved her earlier, and now it was her turn to protect Karen. Seal possessed the highest level of immortality in the world and wasn't afraid of injury, but Karen didn't have that same advantage. After being defeated by Roa, she had been in poor condition. Despite this, Karen gritted her teeth and stood up. "I'm fine as well. Thank you for saving us. Don't push yourself. Get on this and I'll take you to a safe place," the female magus said as she lightly tapped the gear she had taken off. The connecting backpack extended outward, forming a small platform. "Thank you so much." Seal quickly placed Karen on the platform and bowed deeply to the female magus, who waved it off. "It's nothing, just a small effort. However, my current condition is a bit special, so I can't treat Miss Karen." "No problem, I can handle it myself." Even if the female magus had offered to treat Karen, Seal wouldn't have dared to accept. Karen's power came from the dead apostles, and if the female magus could purify Roa, she could undoubtedly purify Karen as well. Seal's treatment methods were very skilled. She had been Karen's first instructor after she joined the burial agency, and after numerous training sessions that left Karen injured, Seal had become adept at healing her. She could even treat Karen while conversing with the female magus. After a while, Seal finally asked the question she had been most eager to ask. "Are you not a saint from our church?" The female magus shook her head again. "I'm not a saint, just a wandering magus. My name is Seal. Could you tell me your name?" "It's okay if you'd rather not. It's no trouble at all." Seeing Seal's nervous demeanor, the female magus smiled, removed her hat and veil, and revealed a face as clear and pure as her voice. "My name is Fiore." Chapter 870, Chapter 870, The Darkness Before Dawn. 1191 words. While Fiore, mysterious as ever, escorted Seal with the spider-shaped mobile platform carrying them smoothly along the way, Roa and Araya were not so fortunate. Araya, with his formidable physique, seemed to be on the path of something akin to indestructibility, making minor injuries negligible to him. Roa, however, was in a much worse state. Although he retreated in time, preserving most of his body, the purification of his abdomen, a soft area without skeletal protection, and housing many vital organs left him in severe pain. Roa was uncertain whether the woman, who seemed to be a saint, would pursue them. So he ran at full speed, enduring the pain all the while. Only the most resilient dead apostles could sustain such a feat. A weaker being would have died on the run, even if they had escaped Fiore purification. After sprinting nearly 10 kilometers, Roa found a secluded spot to stop. He collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily as he concentrated all his magic and life force on repairing his damaged body and organs. Being a powerful dead apostle ancestor, Roa's wounds quickly healed without any interference, and his missing organs slowly regenerated. "I survived," he muttered, finally allowing himself to reflect on the battle. "That cursed woman kept her powers hidden. If I had known, I would have let you handle her alone." "My involvement only got in the way," Roa said, acknowledging the overwhelming advantage the saint-like qualities of the woman had over him. The mere touch of her power caused his body to start disintegrating. In contrast, Araya, a human, was unaffected despite having exchanged countless blows with Fiore. This was the best evidence of the difference. Araya, who had gained the power of the Vajra body from understanding his origin of stillness in the face of life and death, now possessed the strength to rival Fiore. Fiore combat prowess mainly stemmed from her terrifyingly strong predictive abilities. Her magecraft and martial skills were not particularly outstanding, and even with the strange mystic code assisting her, Araya, focusing on close combat, might not lose. Araya nodded in agreement with Roa's assessment but added, "That's true, but it's not the main reason." Roa responded with a hint of confusion, "What is the main reason, then? Haven't you realized it yet?" Araya sighed heavily. "That woman can nullify bounded field." Nullify bounded field. Could it be? Roa's face, which had been recovering, turned pale once again as he realized the worst possibility. "It's exactly what you think. The bounded field I placed on you, meant to sever your connection to the world, was also destroyed. Although the automatic repair spell quickly drew on your magic to reconstruct the bounded field, your presence was already recorded by the world during that brief moment. It's highly likely that the princess has already sensed your revival." "Not just likely, she certainly has," Roa corrected Araya. "You don't understand how obsessed she is with me. Part of her mind is always focused on locating me. The moment my information was recorded by the world, even for an instant, she would have sensed it. We can't stay here, we need to leave immediately." "Where to?" "Fuyuki City. That was the original plan, but now that my presence has been exposed, we've lost our stealth advantage. We are too isolated and our chances of success are low." "So what's your plan?" "To find an old friend." "An old friend?" Araya's eyes flashed with curiosity. Roa was an extreme outcast in both the human and dead apostle worlds, rejected by both sides. Coupled with his twisted personality, Araya found it hard to believe that someone like Roa would have any friends. "Don't be fooled by my appearance. I do have like-minded companions," Roa explained with a smile, reading Araya's thoughts. He grew into what he is today, partly thanks to me. He's now a member of the dead apostle ancestors, one of the 27 ancestors. Who are you talking about? The 10th ancestor, NRVNQSR Chaos, a monster who, in some ways, has even greater immortality than the princess. He is indeed a powerful ally. We should leave immediately. Wait, your left hand. Roa said, noticing something. Araya lifted his left hand and pulled back his sleeve. 3 faint red marks, resembling but more intricate than the seals used by the Tendai sect, had appeared on his wrist. He could vaguely sense the magic flowing within them. This is a command spell. No, to be precise, it's a holy stigmata, the precursor to the command spell, and it's not the fake command spell created by Heartless but a genuine one, Roa explained, a look of extreme delight spreading across his face. This was the first thing all night that had genuinely pleased him. It worked. My design was correct. Combining the characteristics of imaginary numbers, the distortion of the ley lines, heartless privileges, and the knowledge I accumulated in my reincarnations, I finally broke the limits of the Holy Grail War. This time, the war will summon not just 7 servants but at least 10, maybe even more. It was expected that someone like you, who harbors a strong wish and is close to the ritual node, would be chosen, but I didn't expect the marks to appear so quickly. It seems that the Crimson Fruit's presence has enhanced the ritual's effects. Ha, that brainless idiot isn't completely useless after all. I wonder how many other magi on the train have been chosen. They're also close to the nodes, making them easy targets for the Greater Grail's summoning. You have a strong wish too. Were you not chosen? Araya asked. Roa pulled back his sleeves, revealing nothing but the same patterns carved into them as seals. It seems I wasn't chosen. I knew it wouldn't work. Dead apostles are beings that deny humanity, while heroic spirits are protectors of humanity. Their natures fundamentally clash. To alleviate this conflict and grant a dead apostle the ability to summon a heroic spirit, the current ritual is still too flimsy. I'll have to research it further in the future. So you're not planning to participate in the Holy Grail War? I never said that. Not having a command spell or the ability to summon a heroic spirit doesn't mean I can't participate. The rules of the Holy Grail War don't prohibit stealing other people's command spells or servants. With more than 10 master-servant pairs, I'm sure there will be opportunities. Including me? Araya asked as he lowered his gaze and rolled down his sleeve. No, saying that would be too hurtful. Roa got up from the ground and walked over to Araya. Aren't we allies? You've saved me multiple times. No matter what, I wouldn't lay a hand on you. Araya said nothing and started walking away. Don't walk so fast. Wait for me. I have a rather good suggestion regarding your summoned servant. The sky began to lighten with the first rays of dawn, but the fragile light failed to illuminate the 2 dark figures, who seemed to melt into the darkness before dawn. Like specters. Chapter 871, Chapter 871, What will they choose? 1061 words. Roa's assessment of Arcuade was uncannily accurate, though how could it not be, after being hunted by her over a dozen times? These insights were hard-earned lessons, paid for in blood. Just as Roa predicted, Arcuade constantly keeps part of her mind connected to the world, allowing her to immediately sense when Roa awakens. So, the moment Fiore destroyed the bounded field Araya had placed on Roa, Arcuade, aboard the Mystic Eyes collection train, sensed his presence. At that moment, Arcuade erupted. Her crimson eyes turned gold, and a terrifying surge of power erupted from her. Since her vampiric urges had been fully drained by Shinji, her power was at an all-time high, and the energy she released in her emotional outburst was even more terrifying. All of that energy surged through the connection between her and the train, flooding its propulsion system in an instant. Anyone with basic knowledge of vehicles knows that to accelerate a car, you press the gas pedal, feeding more fuel to the engine. The Mystic Eyes collection train works similarly, except the fuel is Arcuade's power. As a result, the train, which had been cruising steadily, suddenly accelerated, jumping from a normal speed of 150 km per hour to nearly 300 km/h, almost as fast as a high-speed train. Keep in mind that the train doesn't have seatbelts, and passengers can move freely within the carriages, playing cards, drinking tea, sleeping, gaming, chatting, or eating instant noodles. Well, maybe not the noodles, as that could get you in trouble, but the point is, there's a lot of freedom on the train. Because of this, the train's acceleration and deceleration are usually done with strict precision, making such a sudden speed boost a major taboo. Rodan, the conductor, and Leandra, who were in the cockpit, were relatively okay, just feeling a strong sense of acceleration. But the passengers in the back weren't so lucky. The sudden speed increase caused people to fall, slam into walls, spill tea all over themselves, and, well, those in the bathroom. Let's just say it was too horrific to describe, and you can imagine the rest. In short, the passenger carriages were in chaos. Before anyone could recover, the train suddenly decelerated, and the falling, slamming, spilling, and bathroom horrors repeated all over again. Even the most patient passengers couldn't take it anymore and rushed to the front of the train, led by none other than Lorelei Bartholomew, the queen of the clock tower. Already agitated by Shinji's departure and Arcuade's natural aloofness, her residual anger flared anew as she prepared to unleash her fury. But when she reached the cockpit, she saw the deputy manager, Rodan, and Leandra surrounding Arcuade, each taking turns to dissuade her. "Princess, you can't leave now. If you leave, no one will be able to power this train. We're still in the area of depleted ley lines." However, Arcuade was not listening, coldly commanding, "Step aside. Don't block my way." Sensing the unrestrained killing intent emanating from Arcuade, Lorelei knew something was wrong and asked, "What happened?" Perhaps recognizing her connection to Shinji, Arcuade slightly restrained her killing intent. "I sensed Roa's presence, not far from here. I'm going to kill him." The Serpent of Akasha. Lorelei frowned. As the leader of Bartholomew, a family dedicated to exterminating dead apostles, she was well aware of Roa's existence and his connection to Arcuade. If she said it was true, it certainly was. "I'll go with you." Even Bartholomew. Waver, who was lagging slightly behind, rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Olga Marie cautioned, "Lord Bartholomew, isn't this a bit rash?" Lorelei glanced at her coolly, exuding the natural authority of the clock tower's queen. "This is Britain, the heart of the clock tower. As a member of the clock tower and the head of the Department of Policies, I must protect this place and eliminate any threats." "I was just trying to give you a friendly reminder," Olga Marie muttered quietly, her spirits slightly dampened. "You should come along too. And anyone else. Every member of the clock tower present here will join this operation to hunt down the Serpent of Akasha. The Department of Policies has the authority to mobilize the clock tower's mages in times of invasion. Isn't that right, Adashino?" "As you say, Lord." Adashino respectfully bowed to Lorelei. However. This is a decision from Bartholomew. If there are any objections, let the other lords take it up with me. For now, follow orders." Lorelei's overwhelming authority left the Magus with mixed reactions. Some, trusting Lorelei's judgment, immediately agreed, like Waver and Adashino. Others were less enthusiastic, feeling resentful, like the equally high-status and strong-willed Livia and Olga Marie. Especially Olga Marie, who, coming from a lineage of lords and being the heir to the Department of Astromancy, was used to giving orders, not receiving them. Despite Lorelei being a lord herself, she was still just a few years older. However, Olga Marie knew she wasn't in a position to oppose Lorelei, at least not until she officially inherited her lordship. So she begrudgingly agreed, planning to get even later. Having asserted her authority and silenced the room, Lorelei turned to Arcuade. "You don't mind having a few extra hands, do you?" "I don't," but Arcuade shook her head, a hint of confusion crossing her face. "I can't sense him anymore. It's happened a few times now. What could he be doing?" This wasn't the first time Arcuade had sensed Roa's presence, only for it to vanish shortly after as if swallowed by the void. Initially, she thought Roa had been unlucky and killed right after awakening, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Regardless of the reason, one fact remained: Lorelai's authoritative mobilization had been rendered moot before it even began. While this didn't have any significant impact, it did slightly undermine her queenly authority. It also reaffirmed one thing in her mind: she and this woman just didn't get along. That womanizer Shinji, that big womanizer. I'll make sure he pays for this. As she vented her frustration internally, she didn't notice the 3 faint red marks quietly appearing under her sleeve. Not just her, but among the mages standing behind her, several others with strong desires and knowledge of the Holy Grail were also found similar red marks appearing on them. What will they choose? Chapter 872. Chapter 872. An unexpected incident from the start. 1243 words. A woman stood there. Her long hair, reaching the ground, was a deep purple but had an ominous aura, as if soaked in blood, shining with a strange, eerie glow. Her black bodysuit was quite revealing, covering only from her chest down to the tops of her thighs, while the rest was completed with long stockings and arm guards made of the same material. Her tall and voluptuous figure made it hard for anyone to avoid blushing and getting their heart racing. However, this isn't to say that the woman's outfit was inappropriate, quite the contrary, it perfectly complemented her figure. Although somewhat sensual, it exuded an eerie sanctity. She looked like a priestess from one of the dark legends of this country, soaked in blood. Evil and holy, a being full of contradictions. Now, this woman stood at the entrance of the Matou household, facing Shinji Matou, the eldest son. Just a minute ago, he had opened the door with his key, and this woman emerged from the darkness, like the very embodiment of it. With a thud, Shinji's suitcase dropped to the ground. He stared blankly at the woman for more than 50 seconds, unable to even utter the words he had said countless times before, "I'm home." The woman, too, stood there motionless, letting him stare at her for over 50 seconds without saying a word or showing any expression. Her eyes were obscured by a black blindfold, making it impossible to read her gaze, but judging by her reaction, it was likely just as emotionless. She was like a statue, cold, devoid of warmth, colder than a dead apostle, who had lost human warmth, and even less alive, making her seem less human. Shinji, still in the doorway, and the woman standing in the entryway remained in this silent, awkward standoff until another head of purple hair peeked out from the living room. "Ryder, is there a guest? Ah, welcome back, brother." The one who called Shinji brother was, of course, his sister, Sakura Matou. Normally, upon seeing Shinji, she would rush over with eager steps, either grabbing his hand or hugging him. But today, she didn't do that. To be precise, she intended to, but after taking just one step, she stopped, her body shrinking back, and she lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong. Seeing her like this, and then looking at the cold woman before him, Shinji immediately understood the situation. With a sigh, he picked up his suitcase, walked over to his sister, patted her head, and then entered the living room, sitting down on the sofa. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" "I wanted to help you, so I summoned a servant before you got back." Sakura, pouting and fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, nervously explained the whole situation. Everything started when Heartless triggered a surge of mana that disrupted the ley lines in Fuyuki, causing the Holy Grail to prematurely activate. The Matou family had been preparing for this Holy Grail war for a long time, so it wasn't long before everyone in the household knew something was wrong with the Holy Grail. There was no need for Justice to give any special instructions, the family members naturally began their preparations. The ordinary people in the family, led by the head Matou Byakuya and his wife Elsa, went on vacation, organized tours, and made inspections, all to keep them away from the inevitable trouble in Fuyuki. The core members, meanwhile, started following the plan. Justice and Aozaki Tuko moved into Mount Enzu, where the Greater Grail was buried, to monitor it up close. Sakura, Fujino, Kiri, and others stayed home, adjusting their workshops and setting up the summoning rituals, preparing for the crucial heroic spirit summoning, and the subsequent stages. As for Kiriya, well, he was excluded from these tasks. His only job was to take care of Aoi Tosaka and Rin Tosaka with all his heart since Rin started high school, he rarely stayed at the Matou household, spending most of his time at the Tosaka residence. It was said that the former playboy, Byakuya, had once secretly taken Korea out for a drink, asking if he had made it to home base. Korea didn't answer, but his emotional reaction suggested that even if he hadn't, he was close after all. The long march that began in his youth was finally seeing some light. But let's set Korea's story aside and return to Sakura. Ever since Scat Hack left behind her legacy 10 years ago, Sakura had known the truth about the Holy Grail War, and was determined to participate as a master. Initially, both Shinji and Justice were against it, but Sakura was unexpectedly determined. Considering they had no way to stop Sakura from participating, they proposed a rigorous standard of strength. If Sakura could meet it, she could join the war. If not, she would have to hide far away from their parents once the war began. Sakura achieved this, and at 13, 3 years ago, she became the third most powerful member of the family, after Shinji, the true powerhouse, and the enigmatic Tuko. Not even Justice, with her thousands of threads, or Kiri, who commanded puppets with double existence, or even Fujino, with her fully activated mystic eyes, could match her. With such formidable power, neither Shinji nor Justice could continue to object. Moreover, they needed allies, so they agreed. When they learned the Greater Grail was activating, and the Holy Grail War was about to start, the girls held a secret meeting, and unanimously decided to summon a servant before anyone else. Sakura chose to summon her mentor, Scat Hack, the heroic spirit Shinji had summoned in the last Holy Grail War. There were many reasons for choosing Scat Hack over Karna. For example, Sakura didn't know Karna well, and wasn't sure how to interact with him, and she didn't want to summon a male servant. There was also a touch of girlish caution. Her Shursho was so beautiful and powerful, and her brother admired her so much that it felt dangerous to put them together. To this end, Sakura reopened the room where Scat Hack had stayed, which had been specially sealed for 10 years. She carved the summoning ritual into the room and surrounded the ritual with items Scat Hack had used most often: dishes, clothes, towels, and so on, strengthening the bond between them to the maximum. After completing all these preparations, Sakura began the summoning at the time when the darkness was fullest and mana most abundant. The ritual proceeded smoothly. Through the ritual connected to the ley lines, the mana linked to the Greater Grail successfully activated the heroic spirit summoning mechanism. Under the effect of the third magic, Heaven's Feel, the vessel for the class was created, the heroic spirit descended, and finally became a servant, appearing before Sakura. At this moment, Sakura was wearing her most elegant smile, adopting the posture most in line with Scat Hack's teachings, ready to welcome the mentor she hadn't seen in 10 years. However, when the brilliance and thunder that bridged fantasy and reality faded, and the woman who seemed to embody the night took form, she opened her mouth with an expressionless face and said, "Servant Rider, summoned as per your call. How meddlesome you are. If you wish to become a sacrifice, do as you please." Sakura's smile froze, her expression more exaggerated than Shinji's 50-second stare in the doorway. Chapter 873, Chapter 873, What attitude should I take toward you? 1245 words. Matou Sakura, the future head of the Matou family, one of the 3 great families, with magical aptitude ranking among the top 100 in the current era, and a shining star even within the Mages Association, was utterly devastated at this moment. She had been full of confidence, determined to be the first to complete the summoning of a servant and surprise her beloved brother. But she failed. There was no surprise, only shock. The servant summoning ritual had been a success, without a doubt, but the servant that appeared was not the one she had expected. It's not that a servant other than Scat Hack is bad. In fact, with Sakura's current abilities, she could immediately recognize the strength of this woman who appeared as a rider-class servant. But no matter how powerful, it couldn't fill the gap left by broken expectations, nor could it ease the awful feeling of disappointing her brother by messing up the plan. The more she thought about it, the lower Sakura's head sank, until she nearly buried her face in her ample chest. Yes, even in a different world line, Sakura's figure was still as impressive as ever, summed up in 4 words: childlike face, voluptuous body. By the way, Shinji always found it strange that, despite not undergoing the inhumane modifications of the original world line, Sakura still had such a great figure. Her elder sister, Rin Tosaka, wasn't flat-chested, but she was petite, and their mother, Aoi Tosaka, had a typical slender Eastern figure, far from voluptuous. So why did Sakura end up with such a great figure? Shinji would swear on the names of Scathack and Justies that Sakura's modifications were limited to hair and eye color. Not a single strand of her body hair had been touched. Could it be that Sakura was just that lucky, inheriting her grandmother's genes from the Edelfelt line? Or was it the effect of a golden apple? Whatever the reason, it was a good thing, not a bad one. Shinji wasn't stupid enough to say anything about it, though. It was just something he pondered occasionally, for his amusement. Anyway, back to the matter at hand. Sakura, still in her embarrassed posture with her face buried in her chest, repeated the same words in a voice that was about to break into tears. I am sorry, brother. Forget it. What's done is done. Apologies won't change anything. Do you know what went wrong with the summoning? There was no problem with the ritual, right? Given that his little princess, whom he had spoiled since childhood, had already apologized, what else could Shinji say? Sakura slightly raised her head and shook it gently. No, the ritual was fine. Teacher Justies has already checked it. Then it's not your fault. Yes, if there was no problem with the ritual, then Sakura wasn't to blame. The plan had been devised by Shinji and Justies. Sakura was just following it, though she might have been a bit impulsive by not waiting until all variables were clear before summoning. But if anyone was to blame, it would be Shinji. If he had killed Heartless immediately, none of this would have happened. Wait, variables. Could it be a problem with the Greater Grail's summoning system? The summoning system isn't the issue either. Sister Justies said so. The voice that responded wasn't Sakura's, but that of a transparent white humanoid figure that emerged from the wall, passed through Shinji's body, and spoke sweetly with its upper half in front of him, and its lower half behind him. You're back, Shinji. Yeah, I'm back, Kiri. Shinji extended his hand, infused with spiritual particles, and playfully poked the forehead of the ghostly figure. This was a dual existence of Kiri, currently serving as a liaison between Ryudu Temple and the Matou family, conveying information that couldn't be sent through normal communication channels. If the summoning system isn't the issue, then there's no need to blame yourself, Sakura-chan. Excluding ritual errors and system problems, there's only one possibility left. The idea of using something from Servant as a catalyst was flawed from the start. Maybe the servant can't represent the original person, or perhaps the fate wasn't strong enough. When I suggested this plan, even Justies mentioned that no one had tried this before, and there was no precedent for summoning a living being like Shirsho as a servant. The uncertainty was too high. Of course, Shinji still went ahead with it, without hesitation. Because he wanted to see her again. He wanted her to see his growth. He wanted to tell her that he had been working hard, striving to become strong, so that one day he could fulfill her wish. No, it wasn't just her wish, it was his wish as well. The admiration from his past life and the reverence of this life intertwined, and from the moment she chose to end her journey in this world with Artoria's sword, he had made up his mind. Hearing Shinji say this, Sakura's face finally brightened a little, and Kiri gleefully flew around Shinji. Hee, I knew Shinji wouldn't blame you. He spoils you so much, I'm jealous. I knew you were behind this, stirring the pot. With a casual flick, Shinji sent the ghostly girl flying into the wall while dousing her inexplicable excitement with a light hum. If he didn't do this, letting her get too excited would make it impossible to get anything done. She was the only girl in the house who could rival Arcuade in clinginess, and her energy was off the charts. Kiri stuck out her tongue and zipped into the wall, disappearing. Shinji and Sakura were used to this, while Ryder, standing behind Sakura, remained as motionless as a statue. Shinji left the sofa and walked up to Sakura, gently patting her head as he did when they were children, and softly said, "You've worked hard while I was away." "It wasn't hard at all. You're the one who's been working hard, brother." Sakura squinted her eyes, just like before, slightly tilting her head up to see her brother's face more clearly, and to let him see her more clearly. No, I haven't been working hard. You're the one working hard. No way, you've been working hard, brother. You've been working hard. You've been working hard. For a while, the two of them, like children who hadn't grown up, repeated the same words until they couldn't help but burst into laughter. It might have seemed silly, but this was their childhood, a symbol of the bond between siblings. Perhaps years, decades from now, they would repeat this scene, and then smile at each other knowingly. This is what family is all about. At the end of this playful exchange, Shinji changed his head pat to a tap and carefully advised, "Next time, don't be so hasty. Especially when facing unexpected situations, you should be more cautious." Got it. Sakura nodded vigorously. "Oh right, I haven't introduced you to my servant yet. This is Ryder, and her true name is..." Shinji raised his hand, interrupting his sister. "Brother, you already knew?" Sakura exclaimed in surprise, and the previously statue-like female servant finally showed a hint of emotion. "Yes, I knew, I've known for a long time." Shinji sighed deeply, his gaze at Medusa becoming more complex. "To be honest, I don't know what kind of attitude I should take toward you." Chapter 874, Chapter 874, An Apology. 1263 words. Shinji's strange attitude caused Sakura to be a little suspicious. Could her brother, a flirtatious guy, have been involved with another female servant? "Brother, did something happen between you and Ryder?" "If my memory serves me right, I've never met Master's brother before, nor do I have any memory of him." Medusa, who had been silent since her appearance, finally spoke. Her voice was as cold and elegant as her appearance. "Of course, you wouldn't have any memory of me. Nothing ever happened between us. But don't you think I look a little familiar?" Hearing Shinji's question, Medusa aimed her blindfold at the young man in front of her. Her blindfold, a noble phantasm similar to Mystic Eye's killer, sealed her infamous petrifying mystic eyes, but did not impair her normal vision. "It does seem a little familiar. How about now?" As Shinji spoke, he pushed back his bangs with one hand, casting a runic spell that turned his hair from blue to dark red. "It's even more familiar now." There was a slight tremor in her voice. "And what about with these?" As he spoke, Shinji manifested the harp in his left hand, and the shield of Athena in his right. This is, Medusa's cold and elegant demeanor finally shattered, as if an iceberg had turned into flames. Her body trembled uncontrollably. "Brother, could there possibly be?" Sakura covered her mouth in disbelief. She knew her brother had many noble phantasms, and was aware of Medusa's legend, but she had never asked about the names of those noble phantasms, and never thought to connect the two. "Yes, it's exactly what you think." Shinji nodded with a bitter smile. "The harp, the weapon that killed Medusa. The shield of Athena, the noble phantasm that blocks the petrifying mystic eyes. Later, the goddess Athena even embedded Medusa's head into the shield, so you see why I don't know how to face you." To be honest, he had never intended to summon Medusa as an ally. It wasn't a matter of her strength. Although her performance in Fate/Stay Night was subpar, Medusa was quite powerful. Her attributes, enhanced by her monstrous nature, were impressive, but the true terror was her highest-level petrifying mystic eyes, Cybele, which was a deadly surprise attack, capable of instantly killing someone with insufficient knowledge. It wasn't a matter of her personality either. On the contrary, Medusa could be considered one of the easiest servants to get along with. She had many endearing qualities. In Shinji's previous life, Medusa not only had a large fan base, but many fan creators made doujin works about her. At her peak, she even held the title of Doujin Queen in the Type Moon fandom, a fact that was quite revealing. In short, Medusa was ideal as a servant, powerful, reliable, and very obedient. However, no matter how ideal a servant she might be, it was difficult for anyone to stay calm when confronted with the weapons that killed them, especially when those weapons were the bane of their existence. That was what worried Shinji. He knew that Medusa had long accepted her fate, but accepting her fate was one thing. Having someone waving the tools of her demise in front of her was another matter entirely. "Are you Perseus?" "No, you're not him." Seeing the red hair she had seen in her final moments, the sickle that severed her head, and the shield adorned with her head, Medusa's voice became dry, her body unconsciously leaning forward. She quickly began shaking her head, completely losing the composure she had as the Gorgon who slaughtered countless warriors. Indeed, I am not him. But you could think of me as his successor. The Matou family's bloodline can be traced back to Perseus. Shinji was Shinji, he was not anyone else, nor did he want to become someone else. No matter what legacy or gifts he received from Perseus, that fact remained indisputable. When I was very young, I had an encounter with Perseus. He entrusted these noble phantasms to me, and I was able to glimpse a part of his life. He asked me to pass on an apology to two people if I ever had the chance. One of them was Acrisius, and the other was you. Here, Shinji lied. Perseus had left such a request, but the sentiment was genuine. If Perseus had the chance to meet these people again, he would undoubtedly apologize, and Shinji, who had connected with Perseus on a soul level, could confirm this. Acrisius, the king of Argos, was Perseus' grandfather, who died when Perseus accidentally hit him with a discus during a sporting event. Although a prophecy had foretold that Perseus would kill his grandfather even before he was born, leading Acrisius to exile his daughter and infant grandson, Perseus still felt sorrow over the incident. As for Medusa, when Perseus killed her, he didn't have many personal feelings, he just saw her as a monster that had devoured countless lives, a formidable enemy, a target he needed to defeat to save his mother. However, after learning about Medusa's past, his mindset changed. He didn't regret killing her, but he couldn't help feeling a sense of guilt. That's just the kind of person Perseus was. You could say he was honorable, or you could say he had a bleeding heart. Medusa clearly understood this, as her reaction showed. I see, that man did say such a thing. He was always a hero who acted out of goodwill. Though it's awkward, I bear no grudge or hatred towards him. I might even pity him, though that's not something I could say to his face. You pity him, but he likely felt the same way about you. Anyone with half a brain knows it wasn't your fault, it was Athena's unreasonable curse. That was Shinji's belief, and Sakura shared it as well. Exactly. When I read that legend, I thought it was unfair. Why should a goddess be allowed to curse someone like that? Thank you, Master, and you too, Master's brother. Medusa smiled a faint but beautiful smile. Perhaps this was her true nature, not as a Gorgon monster, but as Medusa, the perfect idol. Matou Shinji. Just Shinji is fine, Shinji said, introducing himself. Midusano, Rider and Sakura. Whatever my plans were in the past, or who I intended to summon, that's all in the past. Now you two are master and servant, your comrades. I hope you can respect each other, understand each other, trust each other, and support each other. Don't let the shadows of the past affect how you treat each other now. All the prior explanations were just for this one request. Whether it was the inertia of the timeline, or the fact that Sakura and Medusa were a perfect match, none of that mattered anymore. What mattered was their current master-servant relationship and the upcoming war. Understood, brother. Sakura agreed immediately, and Medusa nodded silently. Their similarly long purple hair swayed slightly, making them look almost like sisters. Rider, tell me about yourself. Is it true you have two sisters? And what about Perseus, was he as great as the legends say? I do have two sisters, and they were both very kind to me. As for Perseus, I'm not sure if he was that great, but in my eyes, he was a coward. A coward? Yes, he was trembling all over when he approached me. As her voice grew softer, Shinji's mood lightened considerably. Despite the unexpected events, this wasn't a bad start. Now it was time to think about his issues. Chapter 875, Chapter 875, Going to School 1299 words, brother, aren't you ready yet? It's almost 6:40. On a chilly winter morning, Sakura's voice echoed through the large Matou household. I'm coming. I'll be in front of you in 3 seconds. As he spoke, there was a series of quick thuds from slippers hitting the floor, followed by a sliding sound as Shinji glided down the stairs. Just before he touched the decorative piece at the turn, he pushed off, hovering briefly in midair before landing steadily next to the shoe rack. He took his school bag from his sister. "Sakura-chan, do we have to go to school?" "We absolutely must go," Sakura insisted with a firm nod. "Your attendance this semester is already risky. If you keep skipping, you might get held back." "If I get held back, I get held back. Then I could be in the same class as my dear sister, and enjoy another year of the protagonist's school life buff in a Japanese high school," Shinji said nonchalantly. "Brother, I'm being serious." "I'm not joking," Sakura said, trying to look stern. "All right, let's be serious then. At school, I'm considered a genius and have certain privileges. As long as I rank in the top 3 in all subjects at the end of the term, I won't be held back even if I skip the whole year." This wasn't a lie. Shinji had negotiated this with the school since junior high, and it had never been an issue. "But you didn't meet the requirement last time." "That was a fluke. I forgot to prepare for the English exam. Just thinking about it makes me angry. I mean, I spend at least 3 months a year in England, can chat with Western journalists, and can even play the ukulele on a guitar. I'm fluent in both British and American English, yet I can't do well on a Japanese English test. Where's the justice in that?" Indeed, Japanese English exams are notoriously difficult. If something goes wrong again, I'll just steal the exam answers beforehand. "Yeah, that's what I'll do." So far, Shinji had never cheated on an exam, not even once. His scores were entirely based on his ability. Of course, it wasn't that he was a genius, but because he had an advantage. 10 years ago, the crystal left by Scat Hack contained all kinds of knowledge, providing Shinji with a solid foundation. After stepping into the realm of the third magic, his mental abilities, memory, and learning capacity greatly improved. Combined with memories from his past life, and what he learned in the El Meloy classroom, dealing with Japanese high school exams was a piece of cake except for Japanese English, which was second only to India's in difficulty. It was only because of this that Shinji even considered cheating. Sakura said unhappily, "Did you forget what you used to tell me when I was little? You said that a student's main job is to study. If you're not at home, I don't mind, but since you're back, you have to go to school unless you were lying to me before." "Absolutely not," Shinji quickly shook his head. He genuinely wanted his sister to go to school for her growth. "I just think that with the Holy Grail War approaching, there's a lot to take care of." "Can you tell me what exactly needs to be taken care of?" "Well, the Greater Grail, we have Justice-sensei and Tuko-san for that. Monitoring the stations, airports, and other major transport routes. Fujinone-san and Kirine-san are on top of that. Handling emergency response plans, you've already prepared for that, haven't you? Then there's what else?" Sakura's delicate face broke into a smile, a satisfied yet slightly pressing expression. Shinji honestly couldn't think of anything else. When he first realized the ritual was about to begin, he had been very anxious. But after returning home, he found that over the past few years, he had already completed all the necessary preparations. There wasn't anything left that required his attention. Even that baffling move by Heartless was a surprise to Shinji, but it was equally unexpected for everyone else. Even the Einsburns, who had been monitoring the Greater Grail, would probably need about a week to make their way from their headquarters to Fuyuki. And as for the others, they were likely in the same situation. In other words, Shinji was currently in a state of having nothing to do. No wonder Sakura was pulling him to go to school, though he couldn't quite see the connection. Why do I have to go to school just because there's nothing to do? Could it be that the famous saying from anime was true? In Japan, no matter what major event occurs, as long as the world hasn't ended, the school is still open, and the students aren't dead, they have to go to school. Thinking about this, Shinji felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, leaving him feeling disheartened. "Because I want to go to school with you, is that not okay?" Sakura looked up, her eyes sparkling like amethyst, full of expectation. Shinji couldn't resist that look at all. He slung the school bag over his shoulder, poked Sakura lightly on the forehead, and whispered. You should have just said that from the start. Let's head out. Sakura touched the spot where she had been poked, giggling with joy. Watching from the second floor, Kiri couldn't help but be speechless. Does she need to be that happy? She does. If it were me, I'd be just as happy, Fujino replied earnestly. Ah, it's because you're all like this that he keeps stringing you along. We should team up, and give him the cold shoulder. Who was it who was so excited yesterday, fluttering around him, and then sneaking up at 3A, trying to sneak into his room? Fujino glanced at Kiri with a half-smile, causing her momentum to falter immediately. Yes, it was me. I'm not as young as you, barely in your 20s, and even younger than Sakura. I'm already in my late 20s. If I don't take action soon, I'll be old. Who knew I'd get caught by Ryder? So close yet so far. Honestly, do servants even need to sleep? Servants exist through magical energy. As long as the supply is sufficient, they don't need to eat or sleep. Medusa's voice came from the shadows in the hallway. It seemed she preferred staying in the dark rather than the light. Sorry, Kiri-san, I didn't know it was you last night. It's fine. I'm used to it by now. I always get caught in the end anyway. Since Kiri began her night raids, the times she successfully snuck into Shinji's bed could be counted on one hand, and those were only in the early days when no one was on guard. After she tried a few times, both Sakura and Fujino began setting up defenses to prevent her from sneaking in. I've come to realize that you're also smart, and I'm just a fool. With that, Kiri slumped over the railing, looking dejected. Is Kiri-san all right? Medusa asked quietly. She had only been summoned recently, and wasn't used to the Matou household's daily routine yet. She's fine, Fujino replied calmly. She's always like this, she'll be okay in a bit. Shouldn't we follow after them? Although Shinji is clumsy, awful at handling relationships, and both greedy and cowardly, there's one thing no one doubts: he genuinely cares about us. He wouldn't risk our safety. If he says it's okay, then it's okay. It was this care that had tightly bound the girls' hearts, keeping them hopeful even in the face of uncertainty. Let's just let them have some time alone today. Chapter 876, Chapter 876, The Archery Club, and Ayako Mitsuzuri. 1223 words. In Japan, from elementary school onward, there are diverse and vibrant club activities. Joining a club isn't seen as a distraction, but rather as an integral part of school life. To ensure the quality of these clubs, schools allocate a budget each year to support their development. For students, participating in club activities is the norm. Those who don't are considered outliers. Take Shikitano as an example. If it weren't for the anemia symptoms caused by his life force deficiency, he wouldn't be rushing home right after class. Club activities typically take place after school, but sports clubs with a competitive aspect often add a morning practice before school. Japanese schools start late and finish early, so extra time is set aside for these activities. Sakura and Shinji leave home early because of these club activities. As a ghost student at school, Shinji not only dislikes attending classes, but is also unlikely to join any clubs. However, while Shinji doesn't participate, Sakura does. She's a member of one of the most famous clubs in Fuyuki and its surrounding areas, the Hamurahara Academy Archery Club. Archery is a popular sport in Japan, with many competitions, and the Hamurahara Academy Archery Club has an excellent track record, receiving significant attention from the school. Each year, many students apply to join the club, but only those with exceptional talent or a solid foundation in archery from a young age pass the tests and are admitted. For Sakura, who has been trained in martial arts since childhood and possesses far superior physical abilities, passing the entrance test was child's play. Even without a background in archery, she quickly rose to the position of vice captain, and is hailed as the club's rising star, earning the admiration and expectations of her fellow members. The morning practice for the archery club starts at 7, giving an hour before classes officially begin at 8. At this time, most students haven't arrived at school yet, so the campus is quite empty. The siblings don't mind this quietness. Sakura is used to such a campus, and Shinji, who seldom comes to school, doesn't care much either. Whether it's crowded or empty makes no difference to him. Moreover, having decided to accompany his sister, he has no intention of going anywhere else. While Sakura practices with the archery club, he simply follows her to the archery range to observe. As one of the school's flagship facilities, the archery range is professionally built with all the necessary archery equipment. From a middle school perspective, it might even seem excessive. It's said that the school principal is extremely fond of archery, which is why a significant amount of money was invested to build this professional venue. The club's excellent performance is also closely tied to its well-equipped training facilities. As soon as she enters the archery range, Sakura seems to change, transforming from the little sister who relies on her brother into the star of the club. She greets her seniors and peers, then starts arranging the equipment, organizing the venue, and assigning roles with the authority of a manager. Under her leadership, it takes less than 10 minutes for the archery club's morning practice to begin. Dressed in a traditional archery uniform, Sakura holds her bow in one hand, and a white feathered arrow in the other, aiming at the target before shooting her first arrow of the day. There's no need to see the result. Just from Sakura's taut posture and focused gaze, Shinji knows that this arrow is bound to hit the bullseye. And as expected, it did without any suspense. This shot set a positive tone for today's practice, with the members taking turns at the shooting positions, arrow after arrow. Whenever someone achieved a good score, their companions would applaud. Naturally, Sakura, the vice captain and second in command, received the most applause and had the best performance. Seeing his sister surrounded by peers, smiling so purely, Shinji casually sipped his tea, feeling content. Keeping her out of the clock tower, and letting her attend a regular school in Fuyuki was the right decision. It might slightly delay her magical training, but that loss is insignificant compared to her healthy development. This is for the best. Such a cute sister. If she had grown up twisted, turning into one of those detestable mainstream magi, Shinji would never forgive himself. As the next round of practice began, Sakura hit the bullseye again, her fifth bullseye of the day, setting a new personal record. After putting down her bow, the girl flipped her purple hair, which she had tied into a ponytail to avoid interfering with her aim, and waved at Shinji, making a strange hand gesture by connecting her thumb and forefinger. This gesture was something only the siblings understood, a memory unique to their childhood. Back then, when Shinji had just started learning runes and chose to use a slingshot to maximize the power of rune stones, Sakura, who always followed her brother, also wanted to learn. So Shinji made her a slingshot as well, not a professional-grade composite slingshot, but a simple toy. Even so, Sakura enjoyed it immensely, practicing with her brother every day. Whenever she hit the target, she would wave at Shinji in this way. This girl. Shinji chuckled softly, his gaze filled with warmth. Well, isn't this the rumored genius student? A female voice came from behind him. Shinji turned to face the girl who had spoken, someone both unfamiliar and familiar. Unfamiliar because they had little interaction, only speaking a few times and knowing each other's names. Familiar because she reminded him of an old friend. Her short, ear-length hair, a face that combined both softness and strength, and that carefree, unrestrained personality all made her seem like a version of Shiki Ryugi, except for her physique. While Shiki didn't have a figure much better than Rin Tosaka's, the girl before him could easily compete with Sakura in that regard. Oh, I don't deserve such praise. Speaking of rumors and fame, it seems like you have much more of both than I do, Ayako Mitsuzuri. Ayako Mitsuzuri was the girl's name. Before Shinji's reincarnation, she was famous as a little version of Shiki, and was even given the nickname one of Fuyuki's for guardians, with the title Nuclear Arrow. Though this nickname was more of a joke or meme, one thing was undeniable: excluding any magical qualities, Ayako Mitsuzuri was not inferior to Shiki Ryugi at all. Her appearance and figure needed no further comment, and like Shiki, Ayako was born into a warrior family, training in martial arts from a young age. She was skilled in all 18 forms of martial arts, and had a saying, a beauty who doesn't learn martial arts is useless. Her skills were exceptional for an ordinary person. She could break 10 bricks with a single punch, and was a modern-day heroine. Due to her outstanding appearance and straightforward personality, she was very popular at school. Her formidable strength also led many students to privately regard her as one of the most intimidating people at school. Just call me Mitsuzuri. The girl casually sat down next to Shinji. I'm here every day, but you're rarely here. If you were, you'd be more famous than me. So, what kind of wind blew you, who rarely comes to school, into our archery club today? Chapter 877, Chapter 877, The Gathering of the Four Guardians. 1065 words. What wind blew Shinji here? Of course, it was the gentle breeze called Little Sister. I came to keep Sakura company. I went to England for a few months recently, and she wasn't happy about it. To prevent any rift between us, I need to make up for it. Oh my, such a close sibling relationship, how enviable. Ayako Mitsuzuri laughed heartily and turned her gaze toward the archery range. Sakura is doing well, it might not be long before I have to step down as captain. You never know. I heard you joined the archery club because it was the one sport you weren't good at, so you came to learn. Yet soon after joining, you began to excel, quickly rising through the ranks to become one of the club's top archers. Everything Sakura is doing now, you've done before. Are you praising me or your sister? Both, I suppose, Shinji admitted frankly. The best way to talk to someone like Ayako was straightforward. But if you keep missing practice like today, that might not be the case. Ayako flipped her hair confidently. Sorry to disappoint you, but unlike you, I've never been late, left early, or missed a practice. Today was an exception because I had to negotiate something about club funds. Club funds? With the student council. In Japan, the student council holds significant authority, even able to influence school decisions to some extent, with managing club funds being just one of their responsibilities. That despicable student council president is trying to cut our archery club's budget, it's outrageous. Ayako complained, clearly dissatisfied. I've decided to use every means at my disposal to completely bombard the president and stop his schemes. And the result? Shinji asked with a knowing smile, as if he already guessed the outcome. Not good. Ayako's answer was unsurprising. Words like everything, complete, and schemes only revealed her lack of confidence. That guy is surprisingly stubborn, not even listening to Fujimura-sensei. They're probably still arguing about it. Speak of the devil. Just as she finished speaking, a powerful roar echoed from the archery hall entrance, like a tiger's roar. Well, a tigress's. Issei Ryudu, are you not even listening to your teacher? Immediately followed by a steady male voice, answering calmly and respectfully. Whether I listen depends on whether it makes sense, Fujimura-sensei. If you only make demands without giving reasons, I'm in a difficult position. The number of school clubs has been increasing in recent years, and most have achieved certain accomplishments. As student council president, I must consider all of them, not just the archery club. You guide more than just the archery club, so you should also think about the others. That's reasonable, but cutting the archery club's budget is absolutely out of the question. Anyone could hear the helplessness in the male voice. It was impossible to have a conversation. Well then, Mitsuzuri-san, why don't you say something? This is a top priority for the archery club. The door to the dojo was pulled open, and the two people speaking came into Shinji and Ayako's view. The woman was an old acquaintance of Shinji, someone he had known for 10 years. From her appearance to her style, she perfectly fits the image of a tigress. But this wasn't a metaphorical shrew, but rather the literal meaning: a woman, bold and imposing, with a predominantly yellow hair color and attire, easily reminiscent of a tiger. The key point was that the pronunciation of her name was very similar to tiger in English, hence the nickname Tiger of Fuyuki. Yes, this was none other than Taiga Fujimura, who had been pestering Kiritsugu for the past 10 years, and was now almost a part of the Amiya household. She was currently an English teacher at Hamurahara Academy, and an advisor to the archery club. The Mun was about Shinji's age and also a familiar face, though he hadn't known him as long as Taiga. His upright face paired with glasses on his nose gave an impression of meticulousness. Though his frame was thin, his clothes hinted at a well-toned physique, with solid footing and steady breathing. Like Ayako and Taiga, he was a martial artist. His name was Issei Ryudu, the son of the head priest at Ryudu Temple. Since the Greater Grail's altar was not far from the temple, Shinji had visited frequently over the past few years, occasionally donating offerings, and had become acquainted with the temple monks. Issei was now the student council president at Hamurahara Academy, more popular among the students than even Ayako. Seeing Shinji sitting in the dojo, both of them were momentarily taken aback. "Shinji, what are you doing here?" "Matou, you came to school." "Yo, good morning." "It's been a while, Taijno, Fujimura-sensei, and Issei." As Shinji greeted them. "What wind blew through today?" "The 4 guardians of Fuyuki have gathered." Yes, the 4 people gathered at the dojo entrance were the 4 guardians of Fuyuki: Ayako Mitsuzuri, Taiga Fujimura, Issei Ryudu, and Shinji Matou. Although the title couldn't be taken seriously, they still sparked Shinji's wild imagination, wild, not romantic. Perhaps this was a sign the upcoming Holy Grail War would be unusual, and he might not have victory in the bag. Even if he did win, it might not guarantee Fuyuki's peace and stability. As he delved deeper into the path of mystery, he could faintly sense changes in fortune. This Holy Grail War had felt strange from the beginning, giving him much to ponder. After living in this city for over a decade, he had grown attached. Shinji didn't want the Holy Grail War to cause irreparable damage. He needed to summon Arcuade as soon as possible so that even if the conflict escalated, she could use Marble Phantasm to control it. In Nasu's writing, Taiga, Ayako, and Issei each contributed to Fuyuki in their own ways, while Shinji Matou was merely a destructive force, unworthy of being grouped with the other 3. But now, things were different. He was no longer the twisted scum he once was. He would protect the city in his way, and make this title truly fitting. By the time he snapped back to reality, the battle between the Guardians had resumed. This time, it wasn't a one-on-one between Taiga and Issei, but a joint attack by Ayako and Taiga. Chapter 878, Chapter 878. The Battle of the Guardians 1373 words. This was a peak confrontation between the Supreme Beings, a showdown between the Guardians. Each of the Nuclear Arrow, Planetary Watcher, and Antimatter Emperor Fist were the most powerful individuals in Fuyuki City, possessing powers beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. The Nuclear Arrow could cause proton-level disintegration with her arrows, leading to the death and disintegration of everything in its path, embodying the ultimate mastery of the microscopic. The Planetary Watcher harnessed the power of planets and stood among the stars. Each of her strikes carried the force of the stars, embodying the grandeur of the macroscopic universe in her life. Their opponent, the Antimatter Emperor Fist, seemed unremarkable on the surface, but in reality, he wielded the mysterious force of antimatter, a power opposite to the universe in which people live. As vast as the universe is, so too is the strength of his antimatter power. The 3 guardians clashed, shattering galaxies and stretching to the edges of the universe. Their every movement seemed to echo the creation of chaos, with boundless power surging, trampling the myriad paths of heaven underfoot. Alright, this was just a fantasy in Shinji's mind. Reality didn't turn out that way. Though all 3 possessed considerable martial skills, whether it was Taiga Fujimura's first sword, Ayako Mitsuzuri's 18 Naginata techniques, or Issei Ryudu's rigorously practiced karate, they were all capable of easily competing at national tournaments. However, these national tournaments were still within the bounds of normal human competition, limited by common sense. No matter how exaggerated, they could not produce the effects of primordial chaos or the shattering of galaxies. Such terrifying realms were beyond the reach of even ultimate ones or magicians. Besides, they hadn't yet reached the stage of physical combat. If they did, Issei would stand no chance against the other 2. They were merely engaged in a war of words. As Shinji's imagination suggested, antimatter is equivalent to the positive universe, so Taiga and Ayako, limited by the universe, couldn't stand against him, and were steadily losing ground. To put it simply, Ayako and Taiga were not skilled in debating, and were completely outmatched by Issei. Before long, they were left speechless. Taiga was scratching her head, Ayako was gritting her teeth, and suddenly their eyes lit up as they turned toward the last member of the Four Guardians, Magical Perseus Fist. Shinji, you should help us out. Yeah, Matou, even Sakura, the future captain and leader, would be troubled by the budget cuts. Issei was quick to counter, adjusting his glasses as he retorted, don't lump Matou in with you too. Someone who frequently goes abroad for advanced studies like him surely understands the importance of the bigger picture, and can sympathize with my position. Shinji, who had been leisurely sipping tea, watching his sister practice archery while enjoying the show, nearly spat out his tea. Are you kidding me? You guys argue all you want, but why drag me into this? Do you consider me part of your group? Even if I am, what do I know? I hardly come to school more than a few times a year. Besides, even if the budget is cut and Sakura runs out of funds, I have plenty of money. I just made a fortune from auctioning the crimson fruit. It might be an exaggeration to say I could buy all of Fuyuki. I could easily donate a couple of years' worth of budget, and let Sakura enjoy her high school life. But since the fire has been brought to my doorstep, I can't just say nothing. Just as he was considering how to phrase his response, the dojo door was pulled open once more, accompanied by yet another familiar voice. Arguing so early in the morning, what's going on? Classic twin tails fluttered in the wind, and her sapphire eyes shone brightly in the winter sun. Her striking appearance, combined with those beautiful eyes, gave off an impression as if she were a flower blooming on a high plateau. You're here, especially early today, Ayako greeted her straightforwardly. Tosaka was her surname, and her name was Rin, Sakura's biological sister, Shinji's childhood friend, and Ayako's close friend. Is that what's happening? Rin sighed softly, a weary look on her face that didn't match the morning. Good morning, Mitsuzuri, Fujimura-sensei, and President. Just a quick question, what time is it now? Isn't it 7:20? Tosaka, did you oversleep? Ayako waved her hand in front of Rin's face, as if testing whether she was all right. Ayako was one of the few people who knew about Rin's difficulty in waking up in the morning, a habit that made it hard for her to get up. Of course, Shinji and Sakura were aware of it as well. The clocks in my house seem to be running an hour fast, and not just the alarm clock, even the wall clocks are ahead. Rin wore a troubled expression as she spoke words that would be hard for an ordinary person to understand. Only Shinji knew it had to do with a certain magecraft in the Tosaka household, one of the most precious relics left behind by Rin's father, Tokiomi. Perhaps realizing her slip of the tongue, Rin quickly waved it off and changed the topic. Don't worry about it, it's nothing important. By the way, isn't it time for your morning practice, Mitsuzuri? In Japanese archery, there is a specific uniform, and since Ayako was still in her school uniform, she naturally hadn't started her morning practice yet. As soon as this was brought up, Ayako began to complain immediately. No practice today, there's something more important, something that affects the future of our archery club. Listen to this, the student council president is planning to cut our club's budget for next year. Isn't that outrageous? Fujimura-sensei and I have been negotiating with him, but we can't get through. Is that the situation, President? Rin tilted her head and looked at Issei, her head tilting instantly into the perfect posture of a refined lady, accompanied by a polite smile. Those who knew her understood that this was her ultimate mode when dealing with others. Issei's expression changed slightly as if facing a formidable opponent. This has nothing to do with you, Tosaka. Mitsuzuri is my friend. Isn't it only natural to help out a friend? Ayako was deeply moved by Rin's response. You're right, Tosaka. We entrust you to negotiate with Ryudo. Taiga's attitude was even more decisive, perhaps due to her wild instincts sensing the caution in Issei's wariness he never showed when dealing with her or Ayako. Now everything should be fine. Rin's smile grew even brighter, while Issei's face grew increasingly grim, muttering something under his breath that somewhat damaged his image as student council president Red Evil. He had called Rin that ever since middle school. Fuyuki City wasn't very large, so it was easy for its residents to cross paths. Rin and Issei attended the same middle school. Issei was the president and Rin was the vice president. Both were very capable and admired by the students. But Issei had never liked Rin, because he saw through her true nature. It wasn't just her sly personality, part of it had to do with her being a magus. Although the monks of Ryudo Temple weren't connected to the mysteries of magecraft, living in such a spiritually rich land had made Issei sensitive to unusual factors. From the first time he saw Rin, he sensed something extraordinary about her, as if she exuded the aura of the demonic creatures from myth. From that moment, Rin became Issei's enemy, and because of his background, he dubbed her the foe of Buddha. Incidentally, Issei had two other foes of Buddha, both of whom were also in the dojo Ayako Mitsuzuri and Shinji Matou. With two foes of Buddha against him, it was easy to imagine the pressure Issei felt. Seeing him unconsciously raise his hand in a gesture of chanting sutras and exorcism, Shinji couldn't help but burst into laughter. And it was this laughter that made Rin notice his presence. The elegant expression on her face vanished instantly, replaced by the same hostile look that mirrored Issei's. Chapter 879. Chapter 879. Rin Tosaka's Declaration 1113 words. Just as Issei Ryudo has his Buddha foe, Rin Tosaka also has a lifelong archnemesis. He took away her dearest sister, Sakura, and competed with her in everything, and she could never seem to beat him. Whether it's height, weight, arguments, academic exams, sports scores, or even physical fights, she hasn't won against him in any of these. Well, to be fair, she has won a few times, but she quickly realized that he was going easy on her. Such victories weren't what she wanted. As the head of the Tosaka family and the daughter of Tokiomi Tosaka, she carries her elegance and pride. She wants to defeat this strongest enemy with her strength. And now, this enemy stands before her, smiling and waving in greeting. Yo, Rin, good morning. Don't call me Rin. Please address me as Tosaka or Tosaka-san. For 11 years, ever since Sakura was adopted by the Matou family, every time Shinji called Rin by her first name, she would painstakingly correct him. Even though she knew he wouldn't listen and could predict what he'd say next, she persisted. You're so cold, Rin. Aren't we childhood friends? As expected, it was the same old response: either they've known each other for a long time, they share a sister, or they're childhood friends. She had already given her retort countless times. We've just known each other for a long time. Don't make it sound so intimate. Tosaka, you've known Matou for a long time. Why haven't you mentioned it before? Ayako Mitsuzuri asked curiously. It's just a fateful bond, Rin said, flipping her ponytail and avoiding looking at Shinji. The most important criterion for childhood friends is the length of time they've known each other. If Matou has known you longer than I have, then you're childhood friends. Whether you admit it or not, that's an unchangeable fact, Issei interjected. As Rin's long-standing, self-proclaimed enemy and someone who reigns supreme among students, he immediately sensed the one-sided hostility between Rin and Shinji. Adhering to the ancient rule that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, he extended an olive branch to Shinji. Yeah, I think so too, Shinji said with feigned innocence. We've known each other since we were 6. If that doesn't make us childhood friends, what does? Issei and Shinji delivered a flawless combo, making Rin's expression grow more severe, even bordering on comical. Seeing her like this, Shinji knew she was on the verge of losing her temper. He quickly sent a mental message to her mind. Careful, careful, there are others here besides you and me. You wouldn't want to ruin the image you've worked so hard to maintain, would you? Rin's beautiful sapphire eyes suddenly cleared. Her tsundere, mischievous, lazy, and temperamental side only showed around those she was close to. In front of others, she always adhered to the Tosaka family's motto, always remain composed, always remain elegant, and her mother's traditional teachings. At school, Rin was always seen as the perfect lady living in a large Western-style mansion on the hill, the honor student of honor students. Beautiful, with excellent grades and extraordinary athletic abilities, she had no flaws. Her personality was rational and polite, never arrogant despite her beauty, an ideal woman, idolized by male students, who would get excited just to exchange a few words with her. Issei and Shinji were exceptions. It's not hard to see that Rin greatly valued her outward image. So, with Shinji's reminder, she quickly regained her composure. However, she wasn't going to thank him for it. After all, it was Shinji's constant provocations that caused this in the first place. His tone, dripping with sarcasm, made it clear he wasn't kindly reminding her but mocking her for being two-faced. Rin cleared her throat and ignored Shinji to avoid losing her temper again. I'm not feeling my best today, so I apologize if I've been rude. Discussing this matter here might disrupt the archery club's morning practice. Let's move to the student council room, it's more suitable for negotiations. Ayako and Taiga looked toward the archery range nearby and saw a few members peeking around, so they didn't object. Let's do that. You're okay with that, right, student council president? Issei frowned, clearly not wanting to let this troublesome group into his territory. But the reason they gave left him no choice but to agree. Hearing his response, Rin immediately turned to leave. She didn't want to stay a second longer because of Shinji's presence. But Shinji didn't let her go so easily, calling out in an irritatingly playful tone, leaving already. Don't you want to chat a bit more? I wanted to tell you about my experiences in England. The handle of Rin's bag crumpled in her grip as she tried to calm herself and stay composed. No, Mitsuzuri's issue is more important. I'm in no rush, Ayako mischievously nudged her friend's waist with her elbow. Anyway, the budget cuts won't take effect until next semester at the earliest, right, student council president? That's right, Issei nodded, clearly not eager to negotiate with Rin, especially without proper preparation. Rin was fuming. She turned around, firmly gripping Ayako's shoulder, and emphasized. Your issue is more important, right? Perhaps feeling the weight of Rin's intense gaze, or the pressure on her shoulder that even a modern martial arts master like her couldn't withstand, Ayako quickly changed her tune. Yes, the archery club's matter is most important. Let's go, Fujimura-sensei, student council president. At this point, Shinji spoke again. Aren't you going to say goodbye to Sakura before you go? She'd be happy to see you. Unlike you, the genius who barely attends school, I can see her anytime. Rin turned her head and glared fiercely at Shinji, her eyes full of dissatisfaction on Sakura's behalf, and a hint of playful retaliation. Shinji was unfazed. I'll be around for a while. Unless something unexpected happens, I'll be coming to school every day. Is that so? That's just wonderful, Rin replied, biting off each word at the end. After speaking, she lightly tugged at her left sleeve, revealing a fan-shaped, dark red mark made of two interlocking arcs. It wasn't a muscle like the famous punch that could kill a cow, but her command seal a declaration as one of the participants in the Holy Grail War, a legacy of the Tosaka family as one of the three founding families. It was her challenge to Matou Shinji. Let's settle this in the Holy Grail War. Shinji responded by tapping his left hand as if to say, all right, let's do this, Rin Tosaka. Chapter 880, Summoning Dilemma 1193 words Rin Tosaka has joined the battle. This was expected. Since the Holy Grail War system took shape and stabilized, the three founding families of Ainsburn, Tosaka, and Matou have never missed a single war. Unlike the homunculus-based Ainsburn family and the Matou family under the control of Zoken, the head of the Tosaka family always participates personally, without exception. This has become a duty and responsibility that the head of the Tosaka family must fulfill, and Rin naturally won't shy away from it. Although Rin's mother, Aoi, and Korea Matou, who have experienced one Holy Grail War, both hope Rin stays away from danger and grows up healthy, Rin refuses their wishes. Rin is inherently strong-willed and competitive, and has always had her own opinions. Back then, she sneaks out in the middle of the night during the Holy Grail War to save her friend Khotone. Now, she is even less likely to be afraid. While this may sound a bit disrespectful to her uncle Korea, who has always treated her well, and Aoi, neither of them can influence Rin's decision. Even if she agrees on the surface, she would still carry out her will in secret. No one knows this better than Shinji, who has been at odds with her for 10 years. So when Rin revealed her command seals in front of him, he wasn't surprised at all. Similarly, Shinji's response of showing his left hand wouldn't surprise Rin either. Friends aren't the only ones who understand you well, enemies do too. Rin understands Shinji just as well as he understands her, and she is 100% certain that Shinji will participate in the war. This mutual display of command seals was their way of declaring war, reassuring each other that despite being enemies, they would face each other in a fair, straightforward battle rather than resort to underhanded tactics. From the moment the archery hall's door closed, Rin began considering how to defeat Shinji, and at the same time, Shinji started assessing Rin. First, Rin is much stronger than in the original timeline, and much stronger at that. In the original timeline, she lost her father at 7, and apart from the occasional guidance from the tax-evading priest Kirai Kotomine, she was mostly self-taught. Now, Tosaka Tokiomi didn't die in the Holy Grail War, he managed to survive for 5 more years. In those last 5 years, Tokiomi passed on everything he had learned to his daughter, and for anything she couldn't grasp immediately, he left a detailed study plan, paving a clear path for Rin to become a top-tier magus. Even more fortunate, after Tokiomi's death, the originator of the Tosaka family's lineage, the Grand Magus Zelrich, came to Fuyuki City. Impressed by Rin's talent, he occasionally guided her, showing her a broader and higher horizon in the world of magecraft. And because Justice kept a close watch, Zelrich couldn't treat Rin like his other disciples, ensuring this budding talent wouldn't wither prematurely. Rin has now inherited 5 generations of the Tosaka family's knowledge, and learned a great deal from Zelrich about magecraft beyond what her family taught. To be frank, even if her 5 ancestors resurrected and attacked her together, they might not be able to defeat her now. Even Sakura, who has always worked hard, wouldn't dare claim she's stronger than her sister. However, Rin is still far from matching Shinji. No matter how strong Rin is, she remains within the limits of human potential, whereas Shinji's sights are set far beyond humanity. His opponents are servants and dead apostles. The problem is that the servant Rin is likely to summon next should be Gilgamesh, using the fossilized skin of the ancient serpent that Tokiomi left behind as a catalyst. Gilgamesh is a servant who stands at the pinnacle of human history, whose noble phantasm Gate of Babylon itself is a symbol of humanity's evolution and limitless possibilities. Once serious, under the rules of the Holy Grail War, no other servant would dare claim victory against him lightly. With Sakura having summoned Medusa, there are only 2 summoning slots left. Any more might trigger the Greater Grail's emergency mechanism, turning the situation into a chaotic war among parallel worlds, which would be counterproductive. There are 2 catalysts secured: Artoria's scabbard and a fragment of Karna's chariot, both capable of contending with Gilgamesh. Artoria's catalyst is waiting for Kiritsugu to return from Africa, which might take a few more days due to travel difficulties. Shinji could summon Karna at any time, but something holds him back. It's not that Karna is a poor choice, on the contrary, he might be the best servant, loyal, incredibly powerful, and with a great personality. However, no matter how excellent the servant, Shinji can't help but feel that none could compare to Scat Hack. Is there no other way? No, it's not time to give up yet. 10 years ago he managed to summon her, and now, he is sure he can find a way again. Although the ancient manuscript of the cattle raid of Kuli was destroyed in a surge of mana, it wasn't the only artifact connected to her. There's still time, and with Justice monitoring the Greater Grail, there's no risk of someone else taking the slot because of his hesitation. Sorry, Karna, you'll have to be the backup for now. Until then, I'll keep trying my best. But how exactly should he try? And in what direction? Besides, it's not just his decision, he has to seek Justice's opinion, whether as the owner of the Greater Grail, the initiator of the Grail purification plan, or his lover. Speaking of which, he is an unqualified boyfriend. It's bad enough that he's been running around everywhere, but even when he's back, he doesn't see her right away. Fortunately, Justice has a good temperament and doesn't mind. Anyone else would have thrown a fit by now. Thinking of all the girls entangled with him, Shinji sighed. Unknowingly, he's taken the path of a scumbag, and has no idea how to return to the right track. Ugh, being handsome and strong does allow you to get away with anything. How could his charm be so irresistible? Ahem, okay, let's temporarily ignore this narcissist. There's no need to ignore him. Shinji's narcissism is just a passing phase, he'll soon return to normal. This time, it happens faster because the class is about to start, and he needs to leave. Not just the archery hall, but the school as well. He agreed to go to school with Sakura, but that doesn't mean he'll attend classes seriously. With mentors like Scat-Hack and Chiron, not to mention Waver, the star professor of the clock tower, even the instructors in the Elmeloy classroom could out-teach any teacher at Hamurahara Academy. Attending classes here would only waste his time. Besides, Shinji doesn't even know the names of half his classmates, and going to class would only make things awkward, so it's better to skip. He plans to stop by the principal's office and chat with the teachers, then sneak off, pretending to study on his own and return at noon to have lunch with Sakura. Chapter 881, Chapter 881, If you can't even protect the one you love, what kind of man are you? 1156 words. As a so-called genius student, and a privileged individual at school, it wasn't surprising that he didn't attend classes. It was expected of a genius. After spending some time in the principal's office and chatting casually with the principal, Shinji left the school, and headed to the altar located on Mount Enzu. Spending the first day at home with his family was acceptable, but not visiting his girlfriend on the second day was simply inexcusable. Shinji was already very familiar with the road to the altar. He casually hailed a taxi to the foot of the mountain. Walking along the path, about a third of the way up, he veered off the trail and entered the forest on the hillside. After passing through two bounded fields, he came to a naturally formed cave. This was the altar where the Greater Grail had been slumbering for over 200 years, and where Justice and Tuko were. As soon as he entered the cave, Matou, cloaked in the Hades cloak, appeared and bowed to Shinji. Shinji smiled and waved, signaling her to continue her vigilance. With her around, there was no need to worry about the safety of Tuko and Justice. Matou did not immediately return to her stealth state, but instead hesitated and called out, "Master Shinji." Shinji stopped in his tracks. Miss Justice and Master. What about them? You'll understand when you go inside. Hearing this, Shinji quickened his pace and entered the cave. The entrance to the cave was extremely narrow, only wide enough for one person to pass through. A slight misstep would cause one to brush against the rocky walls. However, after walking a short distance along the dark and narrow passage, the scenery suddenly changed. The narrow, cramped path opened up into a wide, spacious passage. The darkness that had swallowed up vision gradually receded in the eerie green glow. The light came from some kind of glowing moss, dotting the ground and walls, emitting an abnormal vitality. Yes, abnormal. The vitality was so intense that it overflowed, as if the air was celebrating the birth of life. This overwhelming vitality, transforming into visible streams of magical energy, was almost nauseating. Sensing this surge of life energy, Shinji knew that the Greater Grail had indeed been activated. The last time he was here, while the life energy was dense, it didn't have this near-divine level of fullness. Following the flow of magical energy upstream, Shinji walked along the path of green life. As his field of vision broadened, he saw it. This was no longer a cavern, but a desolate land and underground space with a diameter exceeding 2 kilometers. This was the other world constructed by Nagato Tosaka, Zoken Matou, and the previous head of the Einsburn family. At the far end, there was a rock resembling a wall. This was both the beginning and the end of this warray system that had been operating for 200 years. The light illuminating the wasteland was the magical energy leaking from there, from the massive rock housing the Greater Grail, nurturing the third magic. At its center, something was stirring. Despite the overwhelming life force it emitted, it gave off an ominous feeling. Though still dormant beneath the altar, it wouldn't be long before it materialized and appeared in the real world. Engra Mainu. Sensing this rare stir, Shinji let out a cold snort. Without hesitation, he absorbed the dense magical energy in the air, using it to increase his speed. In less than a minute, he crossed the vast underground space and ascended the altar. At the heart of the altar, where the stirrings were strongest, orange and white figures stood facing each other. Aozaki Toko spread her arms, blocking Justy's, "No, you can't go. This thing is too dangerous." "It's okay. I came from here. This was once my body." Justy's gently shook her head, grasping Toko's arm. Toko, a typical mystic, rarely shared her secrets and seldom probed into others. Despite knowing Justy's for so long, this was the first time she heard about Justy's origins. But after all, Toko was Grand Magus, standing at the pinnacle of Magus, well-informed and resilient. Her surprise lasted only a brief moment before she regained her determination. "It's still a no. The force within that is filled with death and hatred. Maybe it was your body once, but it no longer belongs to you. If you go in now, you'll be polluted, maybe even consumed." "No buts." Shinji appeared beside the two. "Did you forget how close you came to having your spirit origin collapse 10 years ago?" "Shinji." Justy's trembled. "You're just in time," Toko said with a smile. "What happened? What made you think of doing something like this?" Shinji asked. Toko replied, "This morning, the Greater Grail exhibited another abnormal fluctuation. We spent half the day analyzing it but couldn't figure out what was wrong. Justy's got a little anxious and wanted to check it out herself." Shinji's expression darkened. "Did you forget what you told me before? You told me not to worry, that it was okay if we failed this time, there would be a next time, and the time after that. But what about you? I was afraid something irreversible might happen to the Greater Grail, so. Also, I didn't want to fail." The more she spoke, the weaker Justy's voice became. Eventually, she released Toko's arm and lowered her head. Seeing her like this, Shinji softened his tone. "I don't want to fail either, but I don't want to lose you even more. You're far more important to me than the Greater Grail. If the Greater Grail poses a threat to you, I'd rather destroy it, even if it means facing down the Old Man of Jewels." "Shinji." Justy's murmured. Toko chuckled, "Why go to such lengths? I never want to feel the pain of losing someone I love again. That feeling is unbearable." Shinji spoke without thinking, only realizing his slip after the words were out. "Humph, you've said it now. I've suspected something was going on between you two for a while," Toko teased. "Toko, please stop," Justy's pleaded softly. But Toko ignored her, continuing her mischievous grin. "Lovers, huh? So what if we're lovers? Can't I have someone I love? Is it wrong to want to protect the one I love?" Since Toko had exposed them, Shinji decided to throw caution to the wind and pulled Justy's into his arms. Having grown up, the action no longer felt out of place. "If I can't even protect the one I love, what kind of man am I?" "You can, of course you can," Toko said, crossing her arms and pushing up her glasses with one hand. "I just think you should share this sentiment with the girls around you. I wonder how they would feel." Shinji fell silent. Chapter 882, Chapter 882, Are you obsessed with older women? 1066 words. What would the girls think? Sadness, disappointment, or even crying on the spot would be likely. Some might even turn Yandere. However, those dramatic scenarios from his previous life, like sudden betrayals or becoming a tragic figure, were unlikely to happen. Shinji knew them well and understood they were good girls. Despite their tragic pasts, because of Shinji's timely intervention, neither Sakura, Fujino, nor Kiri went down a path of despair or distortion. While they may still have some minor issues, overall, they are sensible, emotionally stable girls. These girls might cry, slap Shinji in the face, or kick him, but they wouldn't truly hate him to the point of wanting to kill him. Shinji had never truly wronged them, he had only ever cared for them. Still, Shinji didn't want to see them hurt, nor did he want them to leave him. This included the woman in front of him, Aozaki Tuko. Heartless. Hypocritical. Possessive. Disgusting. Call it what you will, but this is how Shinji feels, and it's why he's remained silent until now. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Before he could continue, Tuko had already guessed what he wanted to say. You know you can't keep this a secret forever, and keeping it hidden with Justice is irresponsible. I don't mind. I was the one who told Shinji not to say anything in the first place. I didn't want to upset Sakura and the others. Justice spoke. For her, an artificial being who had developed emotions during her time with the Matou family, Sakura, Fujino, and the others were just as important. So, are you planning to keep it a secret forever? Yes, I don't see anything wrong with that. Justice's response made Tuko cover her face and sigh. You're hopeless, both of you. You're both willing to sacrifice yourselves for each other. Yuri, a pair of hopeless fools. Seeing that Tuko's attitude had softened, Shinji grew more confident and asked, and what about you, Tuko? What does this have to do with me? Tuko turned her head away, avoiding Shinji's gaze. Nothing at all. The more she dodged, the bolder Shinji became. It has nothing to do with me. I have nothing to do with you. You have nothing to do with me, but I have everything to do with you. Shinji reached out his other hand and wrapped it around Tuko's waist. I told you, once I caught you this time, I wouldn't let you go. No matter what it takes, I'll keep you by my side. Greedy little punk. Justice, aren't you going to say something? Tuko struggled a bit but realized Shinji wasn't letting go, so she stopped. She wasn't exactly physically strong, and there was no way she could overpower Shinji. I don't mind. Justice remained as gentle as before. As a homunculus from the Einsborn family, the more emotionally detached she seemed, the more she devoted herself once she fell in love. After experiencing that life and death event in a parallel world, all she wanted was for Shinji to be okay, nothing else mattered. Are you too crazy, or am I? Faced with this couple, Tuko felt her common sense crumbling. Maybe we're all crazy. Justice lifted her head, her red eyes quietly staring into Tuko's, making the latter uncharacteristically embarrassed. I've been called a lunatic more than once or twice. Going crazy with you two doesn't seem so bad. But hey, Harem King, you're bold today. I have to be bold. Now that you know our secret, I can only rest easy if you become our accomplice. Shinji, with both women in his arms, felt especially content. When do you plan to make the other girls your accomplices too? Let's hold off on that for now. Shinji thought about it and chickened out. While it was easy to talk big, actually doing it was another matter entirely. His previous experiences in love were complicated by other factors, so when faced with pure, wholehearted affection, he found himself at a loss. Hold off, huh? You're always holding off. Tuko poked Shinji's forehead hard, and he defended himself. It's not all just holding off. I have you too, don't I? Tuko grumbled, pretending to suddenly realize something. Oh, I get it, you just like older women, and the older the better. So what if I do? Is liking older women some crime? Shinji shot back, deciding to go all in. Not only do I like the two of you, but I also plan to summon another older servant. That's actually why I came here to discuss it with you. The two older women under Shinji's embrace exchanged glances, feeling both exasperated and amused. This guy was something else. What happened next didn't require much elaboration. The so-called discussion was more of an announcement. Considering the status of the servant being summoned alongside Justice and Tuko, it was clear how important they were. But Shinji wasn't ignoring the bigger picture, he was determined to give it his all. If he couldn't find a solution, he would summon Karna, the pinnacle of regular servants, as originally planned. Justice and Tuko's job was to support him in their own way, backing up the men who had been supporting and protecting them in his way. After clarifying their positions, revising the battle plan, and reaffirming the principle of not allowing them to put themselves in danger, Shinji left the underground altar before noon to return to school and have lunch with Sakura. This time, he wouldn't leave until the end of the school day. Not because he had suddenly decided to enjoy his long-lost school life, but because he needed the afternoon to thoroughly investigate something, whether Soichiro Kazuki and Shiro Amiya were actually at Hamurahara Academy. According to the plot of Fate/Stay Night, there were 10 masters in the Fifth Holy Grail War: Matou Shinji, Matou Sakura, Matou Zoken, Tosaka Rin, Koto Mine Kirai, Iliasville von Einsburn, Bazet Fragamacrimitz, Atram Galeasta, Soichiro Kazuki, and the protagonist, Shiro Amiya. Among them, Zoken was dead, Kirai was missing after going mad, Ilia was confirmed not to participate, Shinji, Sakura, Rin, and Atram were confirmed to participate, and Bazet's participation was still undecided, but Shinji had already placed spies in the clock tower to immediately get word if Bazet's involvement was confirmed. The only two uncertainties left were Soichiro Kazuki and Shiro Amiya. Chapter 883. Chapter 883. You're my mommy. 1239 words. It's truly amazing how Hamurahara Academy is a place full of hidden talents. 5 out of the 10 masters all come from this school. Yes, 5. In addition to Shinji, Sakura, and Rin, the last 2 masters Soichiro Kazuki and Amiya Shiro are also from Hamurahara Academy. The former is a teacher, while the latter is a student, and theoretically, both should be in Shinji's class, the second-year C class in the high school division. The reason I say theoretically is because, in reality, neither of these two is in Shinji's class, nor are they even listed in the school's records. To ensure that Justy's wishes were fulfilled, Shinji made meticulous preparations, and gathering information on potential masters was part of that. Enrolling at Hamurahara Academy, beyond the silly reason of proximity to the 3 main protagonists, was primarily to closely monitor these prospective masters. However, since Shinji's enrollment until now, he hasn't seen anyone who matches these 2 names. At the time, he was completely baffled. Amiya Shiro is understandable and not particularly surprising. That was the name Kiritsuga gave to a child he rescued and adopted from the fire at the final battleground of the Fourth Holy Grail War. Because of Shinji's interference, the location of the final battle changed, and the Great Fire in the new city never happened, so naturally, Kiritsuga never adopted an orphan and named him. That child, who should have been named Amiya Shiro, is likely still living an ordinary life with his biological parents, far removed from the world of the mystery. So it's not surprising that Amiya Shiro isn't attending this school, since Hamurahara Academy isn't the only high school in Fuyuki City. The problem lies with Soichiro Kazuki. He was an assassin trained from childhood by a certain secret organization, who later escaped and came to Fuyuki City to live a quiet life as a teacher. Shinji's activities in Japan have been limited, both in time and place, so he shouldn't have interfered with Kazuki's fate. But why didn't he come here? There are many possible reasons. Perhaps he was killed during a mission, failed to leave the organization, or was delayed by something. But whatever the reason, there is still a possibility that he might come to Fuyuki. The same goes for Amiya Shiro, who could transfer here. So Shinji can't relax until the last moment. That's why he plans to do another sweep of the entire school to see if there's anyone who matches his memories. As he walked openly around the school, passing by each classroom, he garnered many admiring glances from the girls and envious, jealous looks from the boys, all while confirming that there were no young, stern-looking teachers or red-haired boys present. He also went to the faculty office, hypnotized the principal with a suggestion spell, and checked the list of all students and staff to ensure he hadn't missed anything. Only then did Shinji feel relieved. Although he doesn't know the exact reason, it seems unlikely that Amiya Shiro and Soichiro Kazuki will participate in the war. The focus of the next stage should shift to monitoring and investigating the foreign masters. When Shinji came to this conclusion, it was already past 4 p.m. This was the most lively time at the school, as cultural classes had ended, and most students were beginning their club activities. Just like in the morning, Shinji visited the archery club, brewed a pot of tea, prepared some snacks, and leisurely watched the club members practice their archery. There's something to be said about how people who are focused have a particular charm, and archery, being one of the activities requiring the most focus, is no exception. The archery uniform, a traditional Japanese outfit, combined with the focused high school students in uniform plus the added element of sweating makes one's mind wander. I suddenly understand why so many people like watching archery. Why is that? These snacks are delicious, where did you buy them? Someone sat down next to Shinji, naturally took a cup from the tea tray, poured herself some tea, and grabbed a snack to eat. They aren't bought, I made them when I had nothing better to do. Even though Shinji had already sensed that it was Ayako Mitsuzuri, he still felt a momentary sense of awe when he saw her in person. Unlike the morning, Ayako was now wearing an archery uniform. The white and black style, combined with her unique warrior-like aura, made a far stronger impression than when she was wearing her school uniform. Hey, who would have thought, you're not only good at studying but also in other areas. Ayako, in her straightforward manner, didn't mind Shinji's gaze, quickly finishing the snack in a few bites. My family's elders are all busy. I can't always let Sakura do all the cooking. Oh yeah, Sakura's cooking is great too. Both of you make others envious. Can't help it, born talented. Hearing Ayako's praise, Shinji smugly brushed his hair. It was at moments like these that he somewhat resembled his former self from the original timeline. You're late for your club activities again this afternoon. Was it because of the budget issue? Yeah, the student council president is unexpectedly stubborn. And then? Did you give up? Ayako snorted, but debating isn't my strong suit, so I handed it over to Rin. She's the only one in the school who can face off with the president head-on. I trust she won't lose. Best of luck to you then, Shinji said, raising his teacup. We'll succeed, Ayako replied, clinking her cup against his, and then downing it like it was alcohol. I've got to get on the field now. I didn't practice in the morning, and I was late this afternoon. I can't let the underclassmen surpass me so easily. But fate seemed to have other plans for Ayako. Just as she stood up, the door to the archery hall was pulled open. A pair of small hands wearing wool gloves, and a little head wearing a leather hat peeked around the door. A little kid. Ayako was surprised. How could there be a child of about 4 or 5 years old in the archery hall? However, the next second, she pushed the question aside. No matter the reason, she couldn't just ignore the child now that she'd seen her. Little sister, how did you get here? Ayako asked as gently as she could, while carefully approaching the child. Perhaps Ayako's smile was full of warmth because the little girl was no longer as shy as before and stepped out from behind the door. Where's your mommy? Ayako asked again. The little girl tilted her head. Yes, your mommy. Would you like me to take you to her? No need, the little girl thought for a moment, then shook her head. Mommy is right here. But there's no one here who could be your mommy. Ayako looked around the archery hall and the sports field outside, but there were only students, no one who could be the little girl's mother. No, mommy is right here. Then can you tell me who your mommy is? The little girl seemed so certain that Ayako couldn't help but wonder if she had missed something. But what happened next was something Ayako couldn't have imagined. The little girl suddenly hugged Ayako's leg tightly and loudly declared. You my mommy. Chapter 884, Chapter 884, The Precocious Mana 1252 words. Ayako was completely stunned, her entire body stiffened in shock. She was only 17 years old. Although Japan was quite liberal in terms of gender dynamics, and it was rare for women of her age to be inexperienced, Ayako was one of those rare exceptions. Despite being a striking beauty with a bold and straightforward personality and impressive combat skills, she had never dated anyone, let alone had any further experiences. Now she was suddenly thrust into the role of a mother, skipping all the steps in between. Even someone as carefree as her couldn't accept this. Awkwardly and with a forced laugh, she stammered, Little sister, I am not your mom. No, you are my mom, the little girl insisted stubbornly. I'm not, Ayako was on the verge of tears. Unexpectedly, the little girl's reaction was even more exaggerated than her. While Ayako was about to cry, the little girl started shedding tears immediately. "Mommy, do you not want me anymore?" Ayako was genuinely at a loss for what to do. She couldn't bear to continue denying it when the girl was crying so heartbrokenly. But there was no way she could admit it either. She truly didn't know this little girl, and had no idea why she was clinging to her leg and calling her Mom. For the first time in her life, she was utterly at a loss. Seeing how upset the little girl was, Shinji felt a bit guilty and whispered, "Why not just go along with it?" Ayako turned and glared at him fiercely. "How can I? I was only a few years old when she was born. Could I have had a child?" 12 or 13, it's just barely possible," Shinji teased. "Matou Shinji." Ayako's gaze became even more hostile. Not only was he not helping, but he was also making things worse. The little girl seemed to be scared by her intense reaction, and her crying grew louder and louder. "Mommy, Mommy, please don't abandon me." Her voice was so piercing that it immediately cut through the archery club's dojo, passed through the walls, and reached the ears of all the archery club members who were diligently practicing. Everyone stopped what they were doing and followed the sound to investigate. And so, everyone saw the little girl clinging to their club president's leg, calling her Mom. In that instant, no one could remain calm. Not everyone had the presence of mind to think about the girl's age, and the biological age of a mother. One of the simpler-minded members blurted out, "President, you have a daughter." Immediately after, Shinji heard the sound of many hearts breaking. As mentioned earlier, Ayako was a remarkable beauty. Naturally, she wasn't without admirers. At least half of the archery club members had feelings for her or admired her regardless of gender. Suddenly learning that their goddess had a child was enough to leave them all unable to think straight. Equally heartbroken and stunned was Ayako herself. "You idiots, use your brains. This child isn't mine. No, I don't even have a child." Fortunately, this state of shock didn't last long. A voice as soothing as a heavenly melody saved the hearts and minds of the stunned students. Although it was just 2 syllables, a single word, the little girl instantly stopped crying. The sorrow on her face and the tears in her eyes vanished without a trace, replaced by a bright, beaming smile in the next moment. She also let go of Mitsuzuri's leg and ran toward the person who had spoken. Auntie Sakura. Normally, a 16-year-old girl being called Auntie would get angry, but Sakura wasn't angry at all. Instead, she smiled warmly and reached out to pick up the little girl. "It's you, Mana. It looks like you've grown a lot taller." "Auntie Sakura has grown taller too," Mana said, laughing happily as she wrapped her arms around Sakura's neck. This time, it was Shinji who was thrown off balance. He stared at Sakura, and the little girl hugging her, dumbfounded. "Wait, you're Mana? Ryugi Mana?" "Yes," Mana huffed, giving Shinji a contemptuous look. "You didn't recognize me at all, and you call yourself my future master. Well, you've changed a lot. The last time I saw you, you were only 2 years old, and your hair wasn't this long. I just didn't recognize you right away. Considering all the gifts I've brought you over the years, forgive me, okay?" As Shinji explained, he carefully studied Mana. Since he was often away, he hadn't seen Mana as much as Sakura, Fujino, or Kiri, and even less than the reclusive Justies. Compared to the last time he saw her, Mana's features had become more distinct, and she had begun to show traces of both her father, Mikiya, and her mother, Shiki. Mana was the typical child who had inherited the best traits of both parents. She wasn't as cold as Shiki or as overly gentle as Mikiya, instead, she struck a perfect balance between the two. Her appearance was also a blend of Shiki's sharpness and Mikiya's restraint, leaving behind only an innocent and adorable face. Of course, she wasn't without her quirks. Both Mikiya and Shiki were overly mature in certain ways, and Mana, having inherited this trait, had also become very precocious, as evidenced by the way she had just played Ayako, and how she instantly shifted gears upon meeting Sakura, something no ordinary 4-year-old could pull off. But despite her precociousness, she was still a child at heart and easier to deal with for someone like Shinji, who had the benefit of his memories from another world. With the promise of gifts, Mana's haughty attitude quickly softened. "All right, I forgive you, future master. Forgiveness is a virtue, my future disciple." Shinji deliberately put on a serious expression, and master and disciple exchanged a smile, as if they had reached some sort of understanding. Then, Shinji turned to Ayako, whose eye was twitching with a not-so-pleasant expression. "This is a friend's child. She's a bit of a handful, so don't take it to heart. Mana, apologize." In this aspect, Mana resembled her mother in that she was straightforward and didn't beat around the bush. When it came time to apologize, she immediately got down from Sakura's arms, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and obediently said to Ayako, "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me." Although Ayako was upset about being pranked, she wasn't so petty as to hold a grudge against a 4-year-old. She waved her hand and said, "It's fine, just don't pull this kind of prank again." "But why did you call me Mom in the first place?" "Because Auntie looks a lot like my mom. You two could be sisters." "Oh, how about I call you Little Mom from now on?" Mana blinked her big eyes, her face full of expectation. "Little Mom." Shinji couldn't hold back a laugh, once again earning a glare from Ayako. Sakura and the other club members couldn't help but smile as well. Finally, Ayako could no longer suppress her bubbling emotions. The stress of the budget issue, the conflict with the student council president, her rivalry with Rin, and Mana's prank all surged up together. She planted her hands on her hips and yelled loudly, "This is none of your business. Get back to practice, all of you. Today's target is 200 points, no leaving until you reach it. Anyone slacking off will have to do double." Chapter 885, Chapter 885, Mana's master is very powerful. 1180 words under the fierce and intimidating expression of Ayako Mitsuzuri, coupled with the strict policies of the club president, the archery club finally got back on track. At least on the surface it appeared that way. Those who needed to shoot, shot, those responsible for organizing the equipment did so, and those tasked with changing the targets did just that. As for what the members were thinking, Mitsuzuri couldn't care less. However, Shinji noticed more than one person smirking behind her back, and despite glaring at them several times, he couldn't suppress his amusement. Mana's shout of "Mom" followed by "Little Mom" had too much impact. As expected of Shinji's most valued disciple. Given the previous commotion, the pair who had already earned Mitsuzuri's grudge avoided causing further trouble. They sat in the corridor opposite the entrance, snacking, watching the archery practice and chatting. "Mana, what are you doing here? Where are your parents?" "Dad was called back to the family home by Auntie Azaka, and Mom is handling some business nearby. I remembered Aunt Sakura saying she studied here, so I came over." "By yourself?" "Yeah, by myself." Mana spoke casually, but Shinji was sweating nervously. Mana was only 4 years old, and had come to an unfamiliar high school alone to find someone he didn't know whether to praise her bravery or scold her recklessness. "Aren't your parents worried about you being alone?" "Nope, Mom dropped me off at the school gate, and said she'd pick me up in half an hour." From beginning to end, there wasn't a hint of fear on Mana's face, as if she were just playing in her backyard. "But Dad might get angry. He's always been the worrying type." "Your dad's reaction is the normal one," Shinji replied, too tired to even make a sarcastic remark. Mana's bold personality was inherited from her mother. After all, her mother, while still recovering from injuries, had single-handedly taken down Sauren Araya. By comparison, Mana wandering into a high school seemed like child's play, though, technically, she was just a child. "That's why I like Dad so much. He's so easy to tease." Mana's innocent tone as she spoke those devilish words would surely have made Rhaenys proud. "Future master, are you the same? You can try and find out." Shinji chuckled and patted Mana's little head. Though the gesture seemed friendly, it made Mana feel an inexplicable pressure, and she shrank back, murmuring, "Maybe not. It feels kind of scary." finally feeling scared. Not bad, not bad. Shinji was quite pleased with her response. Being bold is good, but it needs to be backed by reason and strength. A stray dog fighting a wolf is brave, fighting a bear is just foolish. Do you understand what I'm saying? I understand. Future Master, Mana will be more careful in the future. Talking to smart people was always easier, and precocious Mana was undoubtedly one of them. Since your mom doesn't control you and your dad can't, let me take up the responsibility as your master. I can't let my disciple go astray. But Future Master, you're just a future master, not my real master. Aren't you afraid I won't take you as my teacher? Facing Mana's probing, Shinji smiled and shook his head. Not afraid, because in all of Japan, or even the world, there's no one more suited to being your master than me. Mana replied childishly, my master must be very powerful. Don't worry, I'm strong enough. There aren't many people in this world stronger than me. Stronger than Mom. Stronger than your mom. Stronger than Uncle Shiki. Yep, stronger than your Uncle Shiki. Aunt Akiha. If I weren't stronger, how could I be your master? Shinji said as he lazily lay back on the ground. Although his words sounded boastful, Mana didn't doubt him. She had a natural ability to see through people's true nature, which was why she often acted beyond her years. But even if she believed him, she didn't want to admit defeat just yet. She felt that if she didn't put a dent in her future master's arrogance now, her future as an apprentice would be miserable. Mana's eyes darted around as she plotted how to knock Shinji down a peg. Just then, someone on the archery range caught her attention, her little mom, Ayako Mitsuzuri. Although she was just another member stepping up to shoot, Mana was completely captivated by her. And she wasn't the only one. The other members who weren't shooting were also watching her closely. Though everyone wore the same archery uniform and used the same bows, and their movements followed the same pattern, Ayako stood out. Mana didn't understand it yet, but what she was witnessing was the charm of someone who had devoted herself completely to archery, focusing her mind and body. For Ayako, the bow was no longer just a tool, it had become part of her, which made her presence so striking. Ayako took a deep breath, raised her hand, drew the bow, knocked the arrow, and released it all in one fluid, natural motion. At that moment, she didn't seem like a high school student but a professional archer. This feeling had nothing to do with technique, mystery, power, or age, just pure, wholehearted focus and dedication. That's why Ayako, who had no prior archery experience, was stronger than many who had practiced since childhood. With such focus, success was inevitable. As the arrow left the bowstring, the result was already clear: the best shot of the day, even better than Sakura's morning record. Is Future Master better than Little Mom? After Ayako finished, Mana asked Shinji. That depends on what we're comparing. If it's pure archery, your Little Mom isn't better than me. For the first time, Shinji didn't give a direct answer. He thought for a moment before speaking. The unspoken implication was that if they were comparing focus, he might not measure up. This had always been his weak point. He thought it was impossible to have both skill and focus, yet here he was, witnessing something different in Ayako Mitsuzuri, a seemingly ordinary girl from a martial arts family, one who was truly proficient in everything she did. It made him question if he had been walking down the wrong path all along. Sighing, he once again missed Scathach. A teacher's role was to teach and guide, but in Scathach's case, she had handled the first two with her inheritance crystals. As for the third, not even her vast powers could help. No one knew what kind of dilemmas their disciples might face. Meanwhile, Mana had fallen silent, intently watching Ayako's archery. But that silence was only temporary. As the sky darkened and the club activities wrapped up, with members gradually leaving, only Ayako, who stayed to practice a bit more, and Sakura, who managed the equipment, remained. At that moment, Mana suddenly tugged Shinji towards Ayako. Little Mom, why don't you compete with my future master? Ayako, Shinji, and Sakura all froze in unison and blurted out, Chapter 886, Chapter 886. a reminder from Shiki Ryugi 1271 words. That single question came from all three of them at once, each wondering the same thing. What was this little girl up to now? Shinji and Sakura were more reserved in their response, since they'd known Mana since she was still just an embryo, literally. They had known her for that long. But Ayako Mitsuzuri's voice was the loudest, as she was genuinely a little scared of the kid. Mana always had a trick up her sleeve, especially with that insistent little mom title she used for her. Wait, did she call her that again? I've told you before, stop calling me little mom. You and my mom look so much alike. Why can't I just call you that? Mana whined. Otherwise, I'll have to call you Mitsuzuri Oba-san. Mitsuzuri's eyebrow twitched in irritation. If it's between little mom and Oba-san, I'd much rather you call me Oba-san. But even Mitsuzuri's compromise was completely ignored, and Mana waved her hand dismissively, clearly impatient. We'll talk about that later. First, you need to compete with my future master. Sakura ruffled Mana's hair affectionately. Mana had become used to this kind of gesture, having been patted on the head by Shinji so many times in her life. Archery, Mina said, pointing at the targets at the far end of the range. My future master just said he's better at archery than you. Oh, really? He said that? Mitsuzuri's eyebrows raised, her competitive spirit flaring. You're not going to deny it, are you, future master? Mana grinned mischievously as if to say, if you deny it, I'll lose respect for you and won't become your student. Shinji, who saw through Mana's little game, found himself both amused and a bit exasperated. There's nothing to deny. Wow, you just said that, Mitsuzuri muttered, laughing softly. It's the truth, Shinji said, tapping Mana lightly on the forehead and nodding in acknowledgement. Then let's compete. Since ancient times, literature has had no top, but in martial arts, there is Northwest's second place. In literature, there's no ultimate best, which is why scholars often clash. In martial arts, there's always a number one, which is why warriors always strive to surpass one another. Mitsuzuri, being from a martial arts family, couldn't back down from a challenge from a peer. There's no need for that. Shinji, also a martial artist, didn't feel it was worth competing with Mitsuzuri. Are you afraid? Mitsuzuri teased, raising an eyebrow. Think of it as me being afraid, sure. Shinji sighed. Upon hearing this, both Mitsuzuri and Mana looked disappointed. I can't believe the famous genius of the school is just all talk, Mitsuzuri scoffed. Boasting, boasting, shame, shame, Mana chimed in, making faces at him. Brother, Sakura was about to speak when Shinji interrupted her. Let them say whatever they want. I don't care. Still talking big, huh? You've killed my mood for practice. Well, I'll leave the cleanup to you, Sakura. Mitsuzuri, disappointed, put down her bow and headed toward the changing room. Brother, why didn't you want to compete with Mitsuzuri-senpai? Sakura asked softly. Because there's no point. What's the use of beating an ordinary person like Mitsuzuri? Shinji responded. That's. Still boasting. Mana crossed her arms, turning her head away. You're just scared, future master. You're embarrassing. I don't want you as my master anymore. Don't be so quick to decide, Mana. You'll know soon enough if I was boasting. As Shinji spoke, he picked up the bow Mitsuzuri had tossed aside, plucking the string lightly as he listened. A little old but a decent bow. Probably expensive, no wonder Issei doesn't like her. Did you change your mind, future master? Are you going to compete with little mom now? I'll go get her. Mana eagerly moved to call Mitsuzuri back, but Shinji stopped her. I already said there's no need for that. Just watch. One arrow is all it takes. With that, Shinji knocked an arrow onto the bowstring. Unlike Mitsuzuri and Sakura, who were fully immersed in their archery with precise form, Shinji's posture seemed casual, careless even. He didn't bother changing into an archery uniform or following the traditional steps. At first, Mina thought he wasn't serious at all. But when the arrow left the bow and hit the target, her opinion changed entirely. Shinji hadn't been boasting. His arrow didn't just hit the target, it split the arrow that Mitsuzuri had previously shot, right down the middle. Even with no knowledge of archery, Mina could see how difficult it was. Her future master was far more skilled than Little Mom. After shooting, Shinji imitated the famous Yusuf Daikek pose. Wow, amazing! Mana's mouth dropped open in awe. In contrast, Sakura had believed in her brother from the start. I knew it. My brother is the best. Shinji handed the bow back to Sakura, and gently called out, Mana. Yes, future master. Mana's attitude shifted, her eyes shining with admiration. Do you want to learn? Yes, yes. I'll teach you everything, not just archery. But before we start, you need to remember something. You were born into the Ryugi family, which makes you special. There's no need to compare yourself to ordinary people. That'll only make you ordinary. No matter how fast a butterfly flies, it can never keep up with a bird. Your little mom is strong, yes, but she's an ordinary person. She's the butterfly, not the bird. It's as simple as that. Mana thought for a moment before nodding earnestly. I should aim to be like my mom, Uncle Shiki, or Aunt Akiha, not like my dad or little mom. Smart kid, Shinji said, pleased. Come on, let's go find your mom. Sakura, I'll finish up here and call you, Sakura said sweetly. I'll wait for your call. Shinji waved goodbye and taking Mana's hand, left the archery range. Sakura, watching them leave, clenched her fists with determination. All right, I've got to do my best too. I can't make brother and sister Shiki wait too long. In reality, there was no need for Sakura to hurry, as Shinji's meeting with Shiki had already concluded before she left the archery range. As Shinji and Mana exited the school, a car from the Ryugi family pulled up. Shiki was in the back seat, as usual, dressed in her kimono, regardless of the season. Shinji handed Mana over to Shiki and greeted her, Shiki, long time no see. Are you free tonight? Why not come over to my place? No, I still have some things to take care of. I have to visit a few more cities tonight. In such a rush. It's a commission from Tokyo. The schedule's tight, so I can't delay. She was referring to the Japanese government's secretive agency, which often requested help from the Ryugi family, the oldest exorcist clan still in existence. A government job. Need any help? Shinji offered. There wasn't much that the Matou family couldn't handle in the area. No, this one's mostly an investigation. I can handle it, but there's something I wanted to warn you about. Since marrying Mikiya, and especially after Mana was born, Shiki's cold demeanor had softened considerably, showing more humanity. What is it? During my investigation, I noticed a rise in strange entities in this area. Their intentions are unclear, so you should be cautious. Strange entities? What kind? Shinji initially wasn't too concerned after all, he was now one of the most powerful figures in the mystical world. Few local threats could cause him trouble. However, Shiki's next words made his face darken. Vampires. Chapter 887, Chapter 887, spreading a wide net 1078 words in the mysterious world, they are a powerful force capable of standing on par with the Mages Association and the Holy Church. If they weren't so loosely organized, lacking a unified leader and cohesion, they would unquestionably be the most powerful faction in the secret world. Much like humans, vampires vary significantly in strength. The weaker ones could be easily destroyed by Shinji with a flick of his hand. But the stronger ones, even someone like Shinji today, would have to handle with caution, especially now that Arcuade isn't by his side. Which kind are they dealing with this time? To be honest, Shinji hopes it's the weaker kind, but he can't deny that the odds favor the latter. The timing coincides with the start of the Holy Grail War, and the appearance of vampires around Fuyuki City seems too convenient to be a mere coincidence. Moreover, Shinji's reputation as a vampire hunter is well known. Over the years, he and Arcuate have killed many dead apostles. It's not impossible that some ancient creatures or powerful factions have marked him for revenge. While Lorelei Bartholomeo's guards have dealt with many spies, there's always the chance that a few slip through, so preparing for the worst is necessary. Unfortunately, at this critical moment, the one person most likely to know more, Zelrich, has gone silent. Shinji realizes it's no coincidence the old man is doing this on purpose. The more important the situation, the more he avoids getting involved, likely fearing his intervention might disrupt things unfavorably. It seems the old man is determined to uphold his role as a passive observer of parallel worlds, even disappearing when the Greater Grail activated prematurely. In the end, it all comes down to Shinji relying on himself. He had hoped to enjoy a final moment of peace before the storm, but it seems that wish is shattered. As Shinji stepped out of the limousine provided by the Ryugi family, he sighed deeply. While lost in thought, he accidentally bumped into someone. "Sorry, I didn't notice." "I'm sorry." Both of them apologized simultaneously, their voices familiar to each other. "Mitsuzuri." "Ah, Matou." Mitsuzuri Ayako flinched, almost jumping in surprise. Shinji quickly checked to see if he had accidentally hurt her with his strength. "Are you okay? Did I bump into you too hard?" "I was lost in thought and didn't watch where I was going." No, it's fine. I was lost in thought too. I'll be going now." With that, she hurried off, losing her usual confident composure. "She doesn't seem fine at all, but whatever, if she says she's fine, I won't dwell on it. I've got more important things to think about." The distraction only lasted a moment. Shinji soon refocused on the vampire issue. Unbeknownst to him, Mitsuzuri had stopped after running a few steps. She turned around, gazing deeply at the young man walking away. Thoughts swirled in her mind. How did he do that? If he's so skilled at archery, why wouldn't he compete with me? I'm not such a fragile girl. I won't be easily crushed. Should I invite him to join the archery club? While Mitsuzuri was caught in her thoughts, she felt someone tug at the hem of her skirt, followed by a familiar, exasperating voice. "Little mom. I told you, don't call me." Her words were cut off by another, more mature voice from the roadside, belonging to a beautiful woman dressed in a kimono. "Man is right. We do look a lot alike." Mitsuzuri stood frozen, staring at the woman whose face resembled a more mature version of the child's. "I'm Ryugi Shiki, Mana's mother. Mitsuzuri Ayako." At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Meanwhile, Shinji, having reunited with Sakura, changed their original plan to go shopping and cook dinner at home. Instead, they hailed a taxi and headed to the Fuyuki City Police Department, where Fujino and Kiri worked in the Information Technology Department. This department had become one of the Matou family's biggest covert operations in years. Of course, they didn't take a straightforward approach like simply having the girls take police exams. That method was too low-level and unreliable. Instead, the Matou family took a more direct and lavish route. Money. No, they didn't resort to bribery, which is illegal, risky, and doesn't hold up well. Matou's approach was more grandiose and above-board, one that the entire Fuyuki city government and even Hyogo prefecture couldn't oppose. Their method involved police-civilian cooperation via technological advancements. Using Shinji's foresight of future trends, they focused on the surveillance camera systems that would become widespread in the 21st century. The Matou family invested in relevant companies and suggested to the government to install the system, eventually securing a contract for half of Hyogo Prefecture's surveillance infrastructure. Under the guise of giving back to the community, they made Fuyuki one of the first cities to install surveillance cameras. Naturally, these advanced electronic systems often encounter technical issues, much like the occasional malfunction of traffic lights in Shinji's original world. To prevent these from becoming a problem for the government, they provided a dedicated maintenance team. Thus, Fujino and Kiri smoothly entered the police department and even secured an office with unrestricted access to all of Fuyuki's surveillance cameras. This access allowed them to monitor every major street in Fuyuki City. While alleyways were harder to cover due to technological and governmental limitations, this system still gave Shinji a significant advantage in overseeing the city's affairs. The system had two main purposes. First, to monitor spies sent by various factions and protect the Matou family. Second, to prepare for the upcoming Holy Grail War. Information is key in any conflict, and by controlling the city's surveillance, they could quickly locate the masters and track their movements. Now, this system had another use: finding vampires. Once Shinji explained Shiki's warning to Fujino and Kiri, the two immediately got to work. After some time honing their skills, they swiftly switched between various camera feeds. While vampires might appear human, they have distinct characteristics. Among them are their blood-red eyes. Even in Fuyuki, where foreigners aren't uncommon, such eyes would stand out. As the girls worked, Shinji kept busy as well. He checked with familiar officers to see if there had been any unusual cases recently, such as disappearances or bodies drained of blood. Soon, a vast net to catch vampires began to spread across Fuyuki City. Chapter 888. Chapter 888. Fujino's Heart. 1143 words. Shinji and the other girls were all prepared. The moment they found any trace of a vampire, they would act immediately. This was Fuyuki, their home. No matter who the intruder was, if they dared to stir trouble here, they wouldn't let them off easily. This shared belief came from each of them having lost their home once before, which made them treasure this new home they had built together even more. However, despite the Matou family's readiness, there was no cooperation from the vampire side. No strange cases. The city is well protected. This was the response Shinji got from an officer in the police department's tech division. It wasn't just an offhand remark either, it was based on the latest statistics from the emergency call center. Thanks to the newly installed monitoring systems, both the crime and emergency call rates in Fuyuki had decreased, and the city's public safety was at an all-time high. Unusual cases weren't absent, but after investigation, they always turned out to be pranks or people scaring themselves. The serial killings or collective illusions of sea monsters from a decade ago had become mere legends, and now Fuyuki was peaceful. You could almost describe the city as thriving with joy. Upon hearing this, Shinji had mixed feelings. First, this peace was about to be shattered by the upcoming Holy Grail War. He hoped there wouldn't be another awful combination like Gillis de Rice and Ryunosuke Uryu. Both he and Kiritsugu would do their best to keep their explosive tendencies under control and minimize collateral damage. Second, where was the vampire? Shiki had mentioned a vampire sighting, which meant she must have found some clues. But why hadn't the police caught wind of anything? Unlike servants, vampires couldn't sustain themselves on magical energy alone. They needed to feed regularly by consuming blood. Anyone bitten by a vampire either died or became their servant, which inevitably affected the surroundings. Was this vampire particularly good at covering their tracks, avoiding police detection? Or perhaps their activity was outside Fuyuki? Whichever it was, Shinji would soon find out because night had fallen, and it was the time vampires usually became active. Using the excuse of bringing food for everyone, Shinji ordered a large batch of takeout, allowing him and Sakura to stay at the police station. While chatting with their workers and civil servants, they quietly kept an eye on the crowded screens displaying the city's surveillance footage. Around 9 p.m, Shinji finally spotted a suspicious figure on the constantly changing screens. A young woman, around 16 years old. She had black hair but red eyes. Though it was already a cold winter night, she wore only a thin dress and didn't show any signs of feeling cold, like shivering. More strangely, despite not being cold, she covered her face. A quick check of the camera's location revealed she was in Mayama town, not far from Shinji's home. Shinji asked Sakura if she recognized the girl, and after confirming that she wasn't a local resident, his nerves tightened. Mayama town was an old district with few new residents, and the area near the Matou residence was a wealthy neighborhood with only a few inhabitants. Even if they didn't know each other's names, they'd be familiar with each other's faces. This woman wasn't ordinary. Even if she wasn't a vampire, she was definitely involved with the mysterious world and possibly targeting the Holy Grail Masters. After pinpointing the camera's location, Shinji made a decision. Sakura and Kirie would stay behind and monitor the station, while he took Fujino, with her newly developed supervision, and Kirie's dual existence to investigate. To prevent the mysterious woman from getting away, Shinji used his magic bag to store Kirie's second self and took Fujino with him, flying through the air. The close physical contact made Fujino blush, but she felt a deep sense of happiness. Normally quiet and reserved, she boldly wrapped her arms around Shinji's neck, pressing her chest tightly against his back. The closeness made her heart race, and she could even hear her heartbeat. Despite the cold night wind, Fujino didn't feel it. Instead, her face burned hot, and she barely registered anything Shinji was saying to her. Fujino was inexperienced in love. As a child, she had felt disconnected from the world due to her lack of pain, and her family's rejection. It wasn't until Shinji entered her life, helping her regain her sense of pain, and giving her a new home, that she felt alive for the first time. It was the first time she experienced warmth in her heart. From that moment, a young girl's heart began to fill with feelings for the boy who had entered her life. She watched him grow, mature, and work tirelessly for the home they shared. Over time, her emotions deepened. Even though she was now over 20 years old, Fujino rarely showed her feelings. Shinji was surrounded by other girls, and she felt that, compared to them, she didn't stand out. She didn't have the perfect looks of Arcuade, the noble background of Lorelei, the long history with him like Sakura, or the boldness of Kirie to express her emotions openly. She was plain and ordinary, without any special traits. So she never competed for his attention, choosing instead to quietly watch over him, the first and only person to truly touch her heart. Of course, she sometimes felt frustrated, jealous, and disappointed. Late at night, she had even considered changing herself to pursue him. But every time she saw him smile at her, the same way he had the day they first met, she gave up on that thought. Kirie's sense of urgency was something Fujino didn't understand, nor did she want to. Perhaps when she reached that age, she would be just as bold. But for now, this was enough. Just watching him, living under the same roof as him, secretly liking him, occasionally imagining him noticing her, perhaps sharing a moment of closeness beyond simple politeness, like now. Going any further, no, she couldn't think about that. If she did, her entire body began to feel hot, her breath becoming shallow, and her eyes took on a hazy, dreamy look. Fujino, are you okay? Is the wind too strong? Are you uncomfortable? Shinji's voice snapped her out of her thoughts, and she quickly blushed, replying, "No, I'm fine." "Humph, don't mind her. She's enjoying being carried by you," Kirie's second self complained as she emerged from the magic bag, grumbling. "She's always so quiet, but inside she's thinking more than anyone. She's the most repressed in the whole family." Fujino didn't respond to her friend's teasing. Instead, she buried her face in Shinji's back, her mind swirling with her secret thoughts. P.S. Now that Shinji is of legal age, some girls are in heat. Chapter 889, Chapter 889, The Strange Woman. 1286 words. Let me emphasize one thing again, the girls around Shinji are all good girls. Although they express their feelings differently and have different thoughts, they never hinder important matters. Whether it's Kirie, who is the most jealous and emotional, or Fujino, who has the richest inner life, once they enter work mode, they become extremely reliable. As soon as Fujino saw the strange girl appear in her field of vision, she immediately calmed down, activated her mystic eyes, and locked onto the target. Kirie, on the other hand, used her dual existence ability, taking advantage of the surrounding buildings for cover, and quietly approached. The woman, who had her head wrapped tightly but was lightly dressed, didn't seem to notice she was being watched. She continued to wander the night streets, her head slightly turning, her eyes shifting left and right, much like a vampire out hunting at night. Because the distance was too far, Shinji couldn't use magic to detect the woman's vital signs to determine whether she was human or not. However, based on his years of experience hunting vampires, he could almost be certain that this was indeed a dead apostle, and a novice one at that. But strange. The more he observed, the stranger Shinji felt. What's strange? Fujino asked softly. Everything. The way the woman moved, hiding her head and revealing her tail, clearly suggested she had just become a dead apostle not long ago. At this stage, a dead apostle's need for blood is at its peak, and their fragile sanity can hardly resist the strong instinctual urge. In such a state, how did she manage to feed without leaving any traces? You have to know that besides the police, Lorelei had also arranged for guards. A novice dead apostle like this is practically a walking target. Fujino asked again, could it be that she just arrived nearby and hasn't had a chance to feed yet? Shinji shook his head and said, no, look at her steps. There are very few pauses. A person who has just arrived in an unfamiliar environment wouldn't walk like this. She's definitely been here for a while. Maybe there's another dead apostle nearby, one with more experience, who's guiding her and cleaning up after her, just like how a veteran in a company would mentor a newcomer. Since we found her, she's already passed by 6 people, some male, some female, some young students, and some elderly. If she were truly a newly turned dead apostle driven by instinct, I don't think she'd do nothing. Kiri was completely right about Fujino being the one who thinks the most. Despite her limited experience dealing with dead apostles, she still made a judgment based on careful observation and analysis. This is the most likely answer right now. But we can't conclude just yet. The very existence of a dead apostle defies common sense, so anything can happen to them. Who knows, maybe this is an old dead apostle pretending to be young. Look at how Arcuade usually behaves. Would you think she's 800 years old? Of course, Arcuade isn't pretending, she's genuinely young, at least psychologically. So that's why you won't let Sister Kiri get too close. Although Kiri's dual existence is special, she could still be discovered and even eliminated if she encounters a true monster. It's better to be cautious. Once Arcuade returns and this Holy Grail war ends, I'll take you all to see the real mystical world. Because of the blood impulse in preparation for the Holy Grail war, Shinji had chosen to take only Arcuade with him. Now that the blood impulse was no longer an issue, and the Holy Grail war wouldn't last much longer, it was time to take his family to see the world's mysteries and splendor. Hearing this promise, Fujino smiled brightly and wrapped herself around Shinji like a beautiful snake. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. Although she was used to watching him leave and waiting at home, deep down, she still wished to be the lucky princess who could accompany him. If they were going abroad, where should they go first? The UK, where he went most frequently. Her uncle and aunt said the scenery in the US was also nice. There were too many places she wanted to go, such a dilemma. Forget it, she wasn't good at making decisions anyway. She'd let him decide. As long as she was with him, anywhere would be fine. While Fujino was dreaming about the future, Kiri seemed to have discovered something, and sent a message back through their mental resonance. Doesn't the environment around that woman seem familiar to you? It does seem a bit familiar, but I haven't flown at night in a while, so the modularity of modern buildings, combined with the fact that they were looking from the air at night, made it difficult to distinguish anything. At this moment, a decades-old traditional Japanese house reflected on his retina. Isn't that near the Amiya residence? That kind of traditional garden, there's only one nearby. How did she end up here? Could it be that she's targeting the Amiya residence? Shinji had casually mentioned it earlier, not taking it seriously, but the woman did it. She climbed up the wall of a neighboring house, and just sat there, staring blankly at the Amiya residence's garden. What is she doing? Shinji was utterly baffled. Coming out on a winter night, walking several kilometers, just to look at the Amiya residence. Breaking common sense doesn't work like this. After a while, Ilya appeared in the garden, wearing a white dress and holding a staff adorned with a star emblem and a ruby, looking exactly like a magical girl from a popular series. Of course, this wasn't because Ilya had been influenced by Japanese otaku culture and developed an interest in cosplay, planning to become a cosplayer. The staff she held was a mystic code that came with the magic wand. Yes, a magic wand, not a magus staff or a magecraft staff, but a true magic wand, designed by Zelrich and co-created by Shinji, Matou, and Justice. It's a unique mystic code infused with the second magic and the third magic. Remember when Shinji stepped into the threshold of the third magic and asked Ilya to help solve the issue of her soul's growth outpacing her body's growth? This was the result. By guiding out Ilya's excessive soul power for secondary use, it not only harmonized her soul and body but also served as training for her, and as a powerful protective charm, a triple benefit. Because of this magic wand, Kiritsugu and Mia dared to leave the mother and daughter at home without worrying about them encountering danger. It's worth mentioning that Shinji and Justice only participated in the soul-related aspects of the project. The wand's appearance and the conceptual weapon it formed upon activation were personally designed and created by Zelrich, with no involvement from anyone else. Recalling the two similar types of wands in that work from his previous life, Fate/Kaliad Line or Prismaelia, a bold hypothesis formed in Shinji's mind. Could it be that Zelrich's serious and dignified image was just an act, and in reality, he's a pervert who likes magical girls? I've wanted to say this for a long time. Zelrich is a pervert who likes to peek. He's probably no better than Merlin. Merlin can only peek at one world, while Zelrich can peek at all parallel worlds. How could a decent person awaken to such magic? Thinking about it this way, was there some hidden story behind his confrontation with Crimson Moon back then? Chapter 890, Darkness Under the Lamp. 1197 words. First of all, it's important to clarify that while the world Shinji resides in is an experimental world that integrates various special elements, for the sake of the plot, there are still many plots that cannot be unified due to timeline conflicts. For example, the Holy Grail War in Romania, and the elements from Fate/Kaliad Line or Prismaelia. Although that world shares many similarities with Shinji's world, there are fundamental differences that cannot be reconciled. For instance, there is no Ainsburn family in that world. Instead, there's the Ainsworth family, which is somewhat similar but not quite the same. Hidden in Fuyuki is not the Greater Grail, but someone akin to Child of God, Miyu Satsuki. The Ilya in that world also differs greatly from the one in this world, from her origins to her age. Although thanks to Zelrich's interests, both versions can transform into magical girls, the kaleidostic system that replaces heroic spirit summoning is something this world's Ilya cannot do. The staff she holds doesn't have that foul-mouthed simulated personality named Ruby. Having one foul-mouthed personality in the form of Ad is enough. On the other hand, this world's Ilya doesn't need to bear the responsibilities of that other world. She doesn't need to come out at night to collect cards, nor does she need to fight the Ainsworth family. Her transformation now is merely to practice magic in a more spacious area. Daytime is inconvenient, so she can only practice at night. She started off learning Ainsburn alchemy from Justice and her mother, followed by magical energy conversion and manipulation taught by Zelrich. Later, Shinji and Tuko taught her how to adjust her soul. Finally, the highlight was sparring in magecraft with her mother, Irisveil. No matter how many times Shinji watched their sparring, it always looked quite fascinating. The problem was, while Shinji found it engrossing after all, the fact that the Amiya family had come this far was largely due to his involvement. Why was that strange woman watching so intently as well? Shinji was very familiar with the Amiya family's network, and this woman didn't match up with anyone he knew. If she were some long-lost relative, Kiritsugu's father and foster mother were both killed by his hand. Mia was a war orphan, and her only child still hadn't been found. Could it be that the woman before them was the child? If he remembered correctly, Mia's child, Sigma, was aware of his mother and Kiritsugu's relationship. In the original timeline, Sigma didn't come looking because Kiritsugu and Mia died early. But now that they hadn't died, and Sigma came looking, the black hair might match. However, Sigma was male, not female. Could this be a case of gender swapping due to a deviation in the timeline? Or maybe Sigma was a crossdresser who liked wearing women's clothes and even padded his chest. Alright, that was just Shinji talking nonsense. The possibility was nearly zero. Those red eyes weren't something a normal human should have. If anything, it made more sense to say she was Kiritsugu and Irisville's child rather than Mia's, considering the black hair and red eyes. Wait, red eyes. Besides vampires, there's another possibility, an Einspurn homunculus. Given that it was currently a critical time for the activation of the Greater Grail, it wasn't unusual for the Einspurn family to send someone. If they discovered that the traitor Irisville hadn't died 10 years ago, nor had Iliasville, monitoring them wasn't out of the question. Although the standard for homunculi was silver hair, changing hair color is easy, and Einspurn homunculi do give off an inhuman vibe. Could it be that he was mistaken from the beginning? If he continued along this line of thought, no, there were too many possibilities. The more Shinji analyzed, the more confused his mind became. Eventually, he simply gave up on thinking. After all, they were already watching her. Whatever she was planning, she would eventually take action. All he needed to do was wait patiently. Patience was something Shinji didn't lack, and Fujino and Kiri had even more of it. If they didn't, they wouldn't have been willing to stay by Shinji's side for so long, waiting. The two of them, along with the ghost, Kiri in her intangible form, maintained a two-up, one-down formation, silently observing. They continued watching until the mother and daughter stopped their sparring and ran back inside, hand in hand. They continued watching until the woman finally climbed down from the wall and left without saying a word. Shinji and the others were left speechless. The three of them had stayed out all night, not returning home or sleeping, following her for so long, only for her to spend over an hour sitting on a wall, watching a magic show and enjoying the night breeze. For a moment, Shinji even considered capturing her directly to save the trouble. But it was just a thought. They had followed her for this long, they didn't mind following her a little longer. At worst, he could sleep on the school rooftop tomorrow. Japanese high school students do that all the time. Unlike when she arrived, with her eyes wandering, the woman's gaze was now focused and straight ahead as she left. Her movements were also much quicker than when she first came. The gradually increasing speed of her movement further confirmed that this woman wasn't an ordinary person. But that was all. Her speed wasn't enough to shake off Shinji and the others. On the contrary, Shinji hoped she would move faster. The sooner she returned to her hideout, the sooner they could finish. This time, the woman didn't disappoint them. She did return to her hideout, an apartment building, just 2 streets away from the Matou family's mansion. I didn't expect it to be so close. Did Lorelei's people overlook the concept of darkness under the lamp? Or is there some hidden agenda? While pondering this, Shinji descended from the air, first placing Fujino in a corner to keep watch, then sneaking onto the woman's balcony with Kiri. Just before landing, Shinji felt a tingle in his feet, as if he had been shocked by a weak electric current, a spontaneous reaction from his magic circuits sensing a foreign magical presence. A bounded field. Shinji was more pleased than surprised. The presence of a bounded field indicated that he hadn't found the wrong place, and it also confirmed that Kiri's analysis was correct. There were indeed other people behind this strange woman, and they were quite skilled. Over the years, Shinji had studied Araya's bounded field techniques extensively, enough to be considered a half-decent bounded field master himself. The fact that he only sensed the bounded field upon landing meant that the bounded field was of a considerable level of proficiency. Judging by the nature of the magical energy emanating from the bounded field, its purpose was to detect living beings, effective against living entities, but not against non-living ones. Realizing this, Shinji immediately modified his plan. He projected a portion of his spirit into Kiri's dual existence to investigate inside, while he retraced his steps to reunite with Fujino. Upon landing next to Fujino, he heard 2 unfamiliar voices dash back already. Chapter 891, Chapter 891. The 2 strange women. 1233 words. The voice asking the question was low and masculine in tone, but it was still clearly a female voice. The response was soft and delicate, with a touch of girlish tenderness. Without a doubt, this was the voice of the woman Shinji and the others had been following earlier. The former voice likely belonged to the experienced individual who was covering for her, and the apartment's bounded field was probably her handiwork. The two mysterious women inside the room were unaware that someone was eavesdropping and continued their conversation. Did you go there again? I knew it. You came back later today than yesterday. Did that boy return? The delicate voice carried a hint of disappointment. I just wanted to see more of his home, and the city he lives in. You're so adorably foolish. The low voice sighed. But you know, right? We're no longer human. We can't interact with him as we did before. Yes, I know. The delicate voice took on a forlorn tone. I just want to quietly catch a glimpse of him like this. I won't let him know of my existence. Your attitude leaves me speechless. How did I not realize before that Brad had such a strong charm? Not only did he marry such a beautiful wife, but he also had a foolish woman like you willing to sacrifice for him. I've heard he might have other women too. Is this the same cold and ruthless Brad I once knew? No, that's just a facade. His heart isn't like that. How can you be so humorless? Living like this must be exhausting. I kind of understand that Brad's mindset cold on the outside, but deep down, he's a naive idealist. I always thought he'd drown in his ideals, but surprisingly, he got married and even had a beautiful daughter. Speaking of which, his wife and daughter aren't all that different from us. Maybe the gap between us isn't as wide as we think. Perhaps. He might not reject us, but it's impossible to go back to how things were. No human could tolerate being looked at as food by us, and I can't stand looking at him that way either. There you go again. I was just talking. Even if we disregard the gap between humans and vampires, that person won't allow us to mess things up. This city isn't simple, several places give me a sense of danger, and even hiding inside the bounded field doesn't stop me from feeling watched. If our issues cause that person's plan to fail, we'd be ungrateful for the second chance at life they've given us. I know. The delicate voice grew weaker. As long as you know. The low voice softened. It's about time to feed. I'll go get the blood bags. Even though you said what you did, the fact that you refuse to drink directly from humans and rely on blood bags shows you still have a shred of hope, doesn't it? Aren't you the same? He's the only family we have left. Yes, he is. The room fell silent once more. Kiri, in her intangible form, quietly exited the room and rejoined her companions. Hey, Shinji, what should we do next? Should we capture them? Kiri asked. Why do you want to capture them? Shinji countered. He had just communicated with Kiri through his mental power, instructing her to leave. Kiri shook her head. They don't seem like the kind of vampires who see humans as food or inferior beings. Just like there are good and bad humans, the same goes for vampires. Although they are few, there are indeed some vampires who choose to live in the shadows of humanity and coexist peacefully. The most distinguishing feature of this group is that they don't drink blood directly or create familiars. They satisfy their need for blood through blood packs, hospitals, or blood donation centers. When encountering such harmless vampires, most magi or executors from the church turn a blind eye, except for those extreme individuals who advocate for the extermination of all vampires. So that's why you're not capturing them? Kiri asked after hearing Shinji's explanation. That's just a secondary reason. The primary reason is that these two women are likely connected to Kiritsugu Amiya, and their relationship might be significant. Since Kiritsugu hasn't returned yet, it's not wise for me to act rashly. This was Shinji's greatest concern. Over the years, his cooperation with Kiritsugu had been smooth, and he needed to continue this partnership in the upcoming Holy Grail War. Although he was curious about the identity of the master the two women mentioned, and what they planned to do in Fuyuki, Shinji decided to hold back for now. He didn't want to risk damaging his relationship with Kiritsugu, and potentially affecting the outcome of the Holy Grail War. Shinji was also extremely curious about the identities of the two women. Based on his knowledge of Kiritsugu, all his relatives, except those living at the Amiya residence, were dead. Among those who had died, there was indeed someone who had turned into a vampire, but only one, not two. That person's name was Shirley, a girl from a small island in the Philippines, who was Kiritsugu's childhood friend and first love. She became a ghoul, the stage before becoming a dead apostle, after secretly drinking an incomplete potion made by Kiritsugu's father. This incident attracted the attention of the church's executors and the Mages Association enforcers, leading to the island being engulfed in flames. None of the island's residents survived, except for Kiritsugu, who was taken away by his foster mother. As a side note, the leader of the enforcers at that time was Cornelius Alba, who later assisted Saranaraya in Misaki Town in 1998, and dared to call Tuko Aozaki, Dirty Red, breaking taboos. He was beaten up by Tuko, had his arm twisted off by Fujino, severely injured by Sakura, and finally had his head blown off by Kiritsugu, thus avenging his childhood grudge. Shinji didn't believe that Shirley, a mere ghoul, could have escaped the slaughter by the enforcers and executors. Even if she had, it wouldn't explain the identity of the other woman. It seemed he would have to wait until Kiritsugu returned to get the answers. Shinji's understanding of Kiritsugu was ultimately based on the few plot points from his previous life, which were insufficient to cover the entirety of Kiritsugu's past. Perhaps something else had happened during a time Shinji wasn't aware of. After all, Kiritsugu's luck with women wasn't much worse than Shinji's. Before leaving, Kiri asked again, "Are we just going to leave them alone?" "Of course not." Shinji shook his head. "Out of respect for Kiritsugu, I can refrain from capturing them for now, but that doesn't mean I'll let them roam the city freely. Who should we assign to monitor them?" "I'll do it. My eyes are well suited for this kind of work," Fujino volunteered. "No, if you do that, the pressure on Kiri to monitor the control center alone would be too great." "Let me think." "Got it, would you mind helping out?" Shinji, who had been deep in thought with his arms crossed, suddenly looked up and smiled slightly at a nearby utility pole, where a faint trace of a vibrant purple was barely visible. Chapter 892. Chapter 892. Hold your head high, Medusa 1151. Words: purple is a magical color. It can be serene, cold, melancholic, or even seductive. However, most shades of purple can only convey one or two of these moods. Only the purple before Shinji could perfectly blend three different styles, creating a powerful impact. The owner of this color was none other than the new member of the Matou family, the servant summoned by Matou Sakura rider, Medusa. The female servant, who had been discovered, moved along the shadows to approach Shinji and the others. Shinji smiled and asked, "Did Sakura send you?" Medusa nodded slightly, adhering to her usual principle of speaking as little as possible. "She's home by now, right? I'd like to ask you for a favor. Please, tell me what you need, Shinji-sama. Keep an eye on that house over there, the one with the bounded field set up. If they make any suspicious moves, inform Sakura." "But what about my master?" Medusa didn't immediately agree, appearing somewhat hesitant. It was precisely this hesitation that made Shinji smile in satisfaction. It seemed that Sakura and Medusa were getting along very well. Medusa was already starting to think of Sakura, prioritizing her even above Shinji, who was the successor of Perseus. This was the ideal relationship between a master and a servant. You don't need to worry about Sakura. Even if something unexpected happens, you can be summoned by Sakura using a command spell. I'll replenish the command spells she uses, so don't worry. I still have 6 command spells left over from the previous Holy Grail War, more than enough to use. As Shinji spoke, he rolled up his sleeve, removed the sheath of his divine gunblade, and revealed the red marks on his arm. If you're still concerned, you can confirm with Sakura through your master-servant bond. Medusa shook her head. You've thought this through very carefully, Shinji-sama. I have no reason to refuse. Don't call me Sama, and don't refer to Sakura as master. I'm sure Sakura has already told you that. Shinji corrected her. Sakura, she did, but I forgot to change my habits. Don't forget next time. We're not your 2 elder sisters, we don't have so many rules, and we won't bully you, so there's no need to be overly respectful. Medusa was momentarily lost in thought. Shinji-sama. You forgot again. Shinji, you know about my two elder sisters. For some special reasons, I know more about you three sisters than my ancestor Perseus. To be honest, from my perspective, it's really hard to understand the way you interact with Stheno and Euryale. If it weren't for the choice they made in the end, I would have thought that your relationship with them was poor. Phorkys had 3 daughters, the eldest Stheno, the second Euryale, and the youngest Medusa. Due to angering Athena, Medusa was exiled to the desolate island near the island of the Golden Apples. Her 2 elder sisters, out of concern for their younger sister, voluntarily chose to be exiled alongside Medusa, living together on the desolate island. Due to Athena's trickery and curse, the 3 sisters were slandered as terrifying monsters, and the name Gorgon, meaning dreadful ones, began to spread widely, attracting numerous heroes to challenge them. Among the 3 sisters, Stheno and Euryale were not skilled in combat. Medusa, to protect her sisters, continuously killed the heroes who came to slay them. In the end, she went mad and even killed the 2 sisters she was supposed to protect, becoming a truly terrifying monster. However, even at the moment of their deaths, her sisters did not regret their choice. Even so, I still find it hard to accept the way your 2 sisters treated you. I'm an older brother myself, and having a little sister means she's someone to be cherished, not bullied. My elder sisters were training me in their way because, unlike them, I'm not perfect, Medusa explained. Stheno and Euryale were manifestations of male ideals, ideal idols, whose forms were fixed, they neither grew nor aged. Medusa, on the other hand, was different, she grew over time. In compensation, she gained powerful mystic eyes of petrification and exceptional mobility. Due to the difference in their physical forms, Medusa was often bullied by her 2 sisters, who made her do things like wash their clothes or even drink her blood. It was very much like the story of Cinderella and her stepsisters. Perhaps in Medusa's view, being bullied by her sisters was a natural thing, but from Shinji's perspective as a modern person - perfect, huh? Perfection. Not long ago, I discussed with someone about what aesthetics truly are. One of the core ideas is that aesthetics are trends, they change over time. In your era, what was considered perfect might have been like your sisters. It seems that for thousands of years, human history has been dominated by lolicon tendencies. But over the past 100 years, the standards have changed. While the lowly type like your sisters may not be outdated, the current societal mainstream is more inclined towards your type. If you don't believe me, you can have Sakura show you some fashion magazines. The photos of the models should explain everything. By the way, I prefer your kind of figure, so there's no need to feel inferior. Medusa's tall and voluptuous body trembled violently, fully revealing her inner turmoil. Whether it was during her life or after her death, she had never received such praise. Of course, I swear by the name of my ancestor, Perseus, Shinji answered without hesitation. The next time you see your 2 sisters, you can hold your head high and tell them that you're beautiful, that you're no worse than they are. If they dare to mock or bully you, just come to me, and I'll deal with them. I can take on 10 of them if they're like Stheno and Euryale. Medusa was amused by Shinji's exaggerated words, a smile curling her lips. In that case, I would have to side with my sisters. Sisterly love, huh? Shinji wasn't surprised. That's fine. Then let's have another mythical showdown, the reborn 3 sisters against the successor of Perseus. This time, there won't be so many external influences, and there won't need to be a fight to the death. All right, if there's such an opportunity. Medusa nodded with a smile. Then we'll be off. Oh, by the way, although wearing an eye patch doesn't hinder your actions, it might slightly affect your surveillance. Let me modify it for you. As Shinji spoke, he extended his finger and touched the center of her eye patch. With a flash of blue particles, the eye patch that had been tightly covering the upper half of her face disappeared, replaced by a pair of glasses with purple frames. Behind the glasses, Medusa's beautiful purple eyes elevated her entire aura. This looks much better. This is how Arwani-san should look. Chapter 893, Chapter 893, You've finally come to meet your death. 1309 words, Arwani-san. Are you calling me that? The newly coined nickname piqued Medusa's curiosity. Shinji's eyelid twitched as he mentally cursed himself. He had accidentally used a familiar nickname from his past life's online slang. Fortunately, his quick thinking allowed him to come up with an explanation. Yes, that's right. Using just the class name feels distant, and it can't be used exclusively to refer to you. After all, I've encountered other writers before. Using your true name would expose your identity, so this is a compromise. Writer sister, shortened to RSIS. How about that? It's a pretty good name, isn't it? Sister. With her eye patch now gone, Medusa's expressions were much more visible. I've never been an older sister before, so I'm not sure if I can do it well. You can do it. Even Sakura sees you as a sister. The surveillance is only at night, so during the day, find some time to let Sakura pick out some casual clothes for you. Just imagine, walking down the street, your head-turning rate would be 300%. Then you'll realize just how attractive you are. So it's settled. We'll discuss the details over breakfast tomorrow. Look forward to it. With that, Shinji waved his hand and left with Fujino and Kiri. The reason Shinji treated Medusa this way wasn't because he had any inappropriate intentions toward her. Although back in the day, Arcissa's doujinshi had been quite useful, helping him through many sleepless nights, seeing her in person with that slightly melancholic, cold beauty made those thoughts vanish. Instead, he just wanted her to live a happier life, and enjoy this era more. This was a wish born from a good heart. But this mindset was known only to Shinji. The others weren't aware, and naturally, Kiri misunderstood. Arcis, you're calling her so affectionately, even though you already have me. Tell me, don't you have any intentions toward her? What are you talking about? Shinji found this amusing. We've only just met, how could I have any intentions toward her? Who knows? She's beautiful and has a great figure. You might have some inappropriate thoughts. Kiri huffed, her tone full of tsundere jealousy. Ha, so this is how you see me. I'm heartbroken. Shinji exaggeratedly sighed, adopting the demeanor of a melancholic prince. However, having known each other for years and understanding each other well, Kiri wasn't fooled. Yeah, I'm just not attractive because of my figure, so you don't like me. The women living in the Matou household were all well endowed, with Kiri being the only exception. Possibly due to her childhood illness and long hospital stays, she spent her entire adolescence bedridden, missing out on proper development. When she first left the hospital, she was so thin she looked like she could be blown away by the wind. Although she had improved significantly over the years, she was still the most slender and delicate of the family. Why are we suddenly talking about this? Shinji was exasperated by Kiri's train of thought. Your figure isn't bad at all. Plenty of girls would be envious of your waist. And seriously, I have no intentions toward Arcis. Even if I did, it would only be to help her break free from the chains of her past, and enjoy her second life. Whether you believe it or not, that's the truth. I believe you. Fujino, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke up. Kiri's expression froze, and she glared at Fujino. Fujino, you sneaked up on me again. Just wait, I'm going to tear your mouth apart. You're in your intangible form right now, you can't tear anything. Fujino quietly reminded her. You wait. At this point, even with a servant's hearing, Medusa could no longer hear what the distant group was saying. Medusa watched the three of them leave, and then reached out to gently touch the purple glasses on her nose. A second life, huh? It isn't bad. Sakura had sent Medusa to find Shinji, not out of concern, but because she knew her brother's strength better than anyone. To her, her brother was the epitome of power. Aside from monsters like Zelrich, who had been famous for over 1,000 years, or their legendary mentor, Queen Scathach, no one was stronger than her brother. Even Lorelei, who was considered the pinnacle of modern magi, couldn't compare. The reason she called Shinji back had to do with something more important. Just a few minutes ago, the Matou family's staff stationed near Fuyuki Airport reported that a private luxury jet had landed, the first in a long time. The jet was said to belong to a super-rich magnate from the Middle East. Sakura knew that one of the participants in this Holy Grail war was a wealthy oil tycoon from the Middle East. It was highly likely that this was him. Shinji's reaction upon hearing the report confirmed Sakura's judgment. No need to think about it. It's that flashy guy Atram. His biggest hobby is, well, wasting money, throwing it around wherever he goes, afraid that people don't know he exists, or that they don't know he's rich. Even though he's supposedly holding back a bit for the Holy Grail war, old habits die hard. Sigh, he doesn't realize that the more flamboyant you are in the Holy Grail war, the quicker you die. As he spoke, Shinji's smile was one of pure delight. Before receiving this news, he had been a bit worried that the heavy blows dealt to Atram during the Iselma incident might have prompted him to change his strategy. But now, seeing Atram's ostentatious arrival, Shinji was completely reassured. This guy hadn't changed at all. If he doesn't die, who will? Brother, I think we should still be cautious. This could be a disguise, Sakura said cautiously, unaware of the details. Shinji's smile didn't falter as he nodded. While I doubt it, it's always better to be cautious. The principle of underestimating the enemy strategically, while taking them seriously tactically never goes out of style. You're a master now, how about using this guy as a practice target? Sakura thought for a moment and then shook her head. I don't think that's a good idea. At this stage, we should remain restrained, not actively provoke fights or expose ourselves. Instead, we should use our advantage in information to gather intel on the other masters and servants. You've always said that battles between magi are battles of information. Go on, be more specific. I've already sent our people to investigate the identities of the welcoming party, and the license plates of their vehicles. Once we have that information, we can trace it back to their base. That way, we'll have the initiative, and whether we decide to test them ourselves, lure other masters and servants to test them, or even launch a direct attack, the choice will be ours. And if it turns out that you're right, and the luxury jet is just a facade, then what? That would be a bit trickier. Atram only decided to participate in the Holy Grail war recently, and since he's an oil tycoon, his hiding place is unlikely to be in an ordinary residential area, or a small hotel. In that case, we could investigate recent hotel check-ins, or large real estate transactions under the guise of the police. That should help us pinpoint the target. It seems you've thought this through. Shinji was very pleased with Sakura's performance. Even if he had handled it himself, he might not have done it better. Leave everything related to Atram to you. As long as it doesn't interfere with their respective duties, everyone at home, including me, will follow your lead. Go ahead and do what you need to. Yes, brother, Sakura responded with an unusually bright tone. Chapter 894, Chapter 894, Atram and Medea. 1211 words. What is a nouveau riche? A nouveau riche is someone who has acquired considerable wealth in a short period, often used to describe someone whose cultural and moral standards haven't kept pace with their newfound wealth. Unlike aristocrats and established families, the term carries a derogatory connotation. A similar term is upstart, but unlike the clear derogatory tone of nouveau riche, this term is more neutral and sometimes even carries a hint of praise. Atram and his family, the Galeasta, defined themselves this way. They considered themselves the new elite of both the financial and magical worlds, people who were in tune with the times and destined to replace those old, decaying families and lead the new era. In Atram's eyes, those who clung to their history and glory, and used these to set barriers and look down on others, were laughable. They were bound to be swept away by the tides of time. Just look at the world's leading powers. How many years of history does the world's only superpower, the United States, have? And yet, it has become the world's dominant force. In contrast, what influence remains of the British Empire, which once ruled the world and was known as the empire on which the sun never sets? I will become the United States of the magical and financial worlds, while those so-called noble families will decline just like Britain. Atram had never doubted himself, even after suffering a setback during the Iselma incident, where he was thoroughly humiliated by a group of young people. The young people from the El Meloy classroom were also considered upstart. Like Atram, Waver had no prominent background or long history, rising from an insignificant student to his current status. In comparison, Atram had far better resources and talent. If Waver could achieve greatness, why couldn't he? That's why Atram had come to Fuyuki City, the place where a lord and a crownless lord had once struggled. He intended to start here, achieve enough merit, and return to the clock tower in glory, reclaiming the face he had lost. To this end, he invested an astronomical amount of money and made thorough preparations. He spared no expense in obtaining a top-tier catalyst, the Golden Fleece, to summon his servant. He even bought an entire commercial building in Fuyuki's new city district to set up his workshop. After the workshop was initially completed, he gradually brought his subordinates and equipment into the workshop, ready to act. Shinji was not wrong when he said Atram had restrained himself. Indeed, Atram had toned it down a bit, opting to keep a low profile after arriving in Fuyuki by private jet. If it had been any other place, he would have not only flown in by private jet, but also arranged a grand motorcade comparable to a head of state's entourage. Everything was for the sake of winning the Holy Grail War. Everything was to show the clock tower his power. From beginning to end, he never entertained the thought of failure. After all, this was just a small ritual. How many strong opponents could it attract? Waver Velvet lost because he was weak back then. Lord El Meloy's disappearance was part of some other scheme. Just look at how the El Meloy faction is thriving now, almost on par with the three great families. But Adam Galeasta was different. He wasn't scheming anything, and he was strong enough. Aside from another person sent by the clock tower, he didn't consider anyone else his rival. Now, everything was ready. All that was left was to summon a servant and secure his ticket to the war. Proclaim, on the night of his arrival in Fuyuki City, Atram, feeling no sleepiness, stood before the summoning circle drawn with various precious materials, pressing his hand against his command seals while loudly chanting the incantation obtained from the association. In an instant, thunder and lightning flashed as unimaginable amounts of magical energy pierced through the boundary between worlds, bringing a manifestation of myth and legend from a distant realm to the present. Servant Caster, Medea. Pleased to meet you, Master. Seeing the woman standing in the center of the summoning circle, her face hidden beneath a cloak, and hearing her speak her true name in such a pleasant voice, Atram clenched his fists in excitement. It succeeded. The summoning was successful. I've obtained the strongest trump card. Victory is within my grasp. However, this good mood didn't last long before it was utterly destroyed by a series of crushing blows. First, his initial objective was not met. Although Medea was a hero associated with dragons, due to the limitations of her era, and the burning of the Golden Fleece catalyst, she couldn't display her ability to command dragons. Second was Medea's attitude. Like Cainith 10 years ago, Atram viewed servants as little more than familiars. So what if they were heroes? They were just strong beings with their own will, but ultimately, they still had to rely on the master's magical energy. But once he summoned a servant and witnessed their power, he realized how wrong he was, terribly wrong. Before Medea even made a move, Atram had condescendingly declared that as a magus, he was ready to suppress all other masters. He had eagerly shown Medea the Galeasta family's secret arts, which was also why he had purchased a building in Fuyuki City, and built a workshop there. It was an ancient form of magecraft that generated mana at the cost of life itself, using the lesser source, the life force inherent in living beings, as the sacrifice. By sacrificing living beings, the lesser source could be extracted and refined into magical energy crystals for his use. As long as there were enough sacrifices, he could obtain an endless supply of magical energy. To this end, Atram had purchased a large number of living sacrifices through his family's human trafficking network. After all, in the war-torn Middle East, no one cared if a few people went missing. This was his trump card for victory. What he didn't expect was that his greatest reliance, the source of his confidence, would be utterly dismissed by his servant. Using life to create crystals of this level is the work of a third-rate magus. With these words, Medea casually waved her hand over Atrum's carefully designed and proudly modernized altar, producing a magical energy crystal dozens of times more potent than what 6 living sacrifices could generate, purer and more effective. "What did you do?" Atrum could hardly believe his eyes, crying out in disbelief. "How did you produce mana out of thin air in an empty furnace?" "Out of nothing. For modern magus like you, there truly is nothing to see. The techniques for generating magical energy are on a different level, no, a different dimension entirely." Medea's tone was calm, like plain water, but to Atrum, it was grating. It was a complete negation of his life and efforts. He struggled, questioning her. "Then what about the incantations?" "I designed this workshop specifically to reduce the time needed for incantations. I don't need incantations. For me, magecraft is nothing more than issuing a command." Her tone remained flat, but the more it stayed that way, the worse Atrum felt. Chapter 895. Chapter 895. I just want to return to my hometown. 1812 words. What does a nouveau riche fear the most? Being left with nothing. No, because their wealth was acquired swiftly, they don't value it as much. Otherwise, we wouldn't see so many nouveau riches throwing their money around. What they fear the most is that their efforts and accomplishments won't be recognized. The lower their previous status, the more they crave to become the center of attention after getting rich, and the more they long for acknowledgement. Thus, what Medea shattered wasn't just Atrum's trump card and confidence. She destroyed his entire life, his entire career as a magus, and all the effort he put in since his youth to defeat his competitors and ascend to the head of his family. To put it simply, Medea denied the very person that Atrum was denied the entire Galeasta family. This filled Atrum with rage, uncontrollable rage. After the rage came fear based on the vast difference in power between the two of them. All that effort, all the time spent preparing, all the money spent only for her to accomplish it with a simple wave of her hand. The absolute disparity inflicted an unprecedented blow to his fragile self-esteem and confidence. It was worse than when he was humiliated by the students of the Elmeloi classroom, worse than when Toko Aozaki ignored him, worse than the cold reception he received at the clock tower. But that powerful witch remained oblivious to his feelings, still speaking in her calm tone. "Although I've done something excessive, I must ask you to stop using this workshop. Abusing lives is a poor choice. As a magus, you cannot ignore an imbalance in resources." Each word she spoke was another strike against Atrum, fueling his anger and fear. The gap between them was so vast that no matter what he tried, he couldn't bridge it. Indeed, they had formed a master-servant contract, but no matter how binding a contract is, it must be built on power. The gap between the master and servant was so great that it was impossible to guarantee the servant wouldn't develop undesirable thoughts. Especially since his servant was Medea, a witch notorious for betrayal and ruthlessness. She had betrayed her family twice and killed her brother, her husband's father, and even her children. One more betrayal, one more murder wouldn't matter after all. Her noble phantasm as a heroic spirit was forged from these very deeds. At this point, Atrum no longer felt proud of summoning Medea. Instead, he regretted it. Of all the possible summons, why had he insisted on a dragon and ended up with such a terrifying witch? If she were to betray him, wait, he still had command spells, the power of absolute orders. As long as he used one, no matter how terrifying the witch, she would have to obey. Under the dual pressure of fear and rage, Atrum made a decision. He smiled but quietly channeled magic into his hand. "No, it's me who truly doesn't understand servants. By my command spell, I order you, you are forbidden from using your noble phantasm against me." When he saw the shocked expression on Medea's face, Atrum felt immense satisfaction. If the witch who betrayed me were to ambush me, I wouldn't stand a chance. But that wasn't enough to soothe his anger. He punched Medea in the face, just as he had done to weaker opponents in the past. Medea fell to the ground in silence, without any resistance, like a lifeless doll. Yes, this was how it should be. I am the master and you are the servant. The roles must be clear, and potential threats must be eliminated. Of course, he knew that by doing this, he had completely torn any trust between him and his servant. Only 2 command spells remained, which wasn't enough to suppress such a terrifying witch. If she found a loophole, the consequences would be unimaginable. Medea wasn't the type to repay kindness with kindness. Just recently, he had boasted to his associates about how Medea had burned down her rival's castle with the witch's fire. If that fire were turned on him, no, this woman couldn't be allowed to live. Even if it meant losing his servant from the start, he couldn't leave such a threat alive. Winning wasn't as important as his own life. Atram quickly began thinking like a magus and a businessman, searching for a way to eliminate the threat while securing the maximum benefit. And soon, he found it by using his greatest competitor, another master sent by the clock tower. He had been wary of the other master, and surely the other master was wary of him too. If he could use this opportunity to eliminate his biggest rival, the other side would surely be happy to help, perhaps even willing to pay a price if he showed enough sincerity, like through a binding contract. Although he didn't know the identity of the other participant, Atram had already figured out how to find them through the church. The priest there was responsible for overseeing the Holy Grail War, and any magus from the clock tower would have to register there. Speaking of which, he still hadn't registered after summoning Medea. It was time to take care of that. Having made up his mind, Atram acted quickly. Because of the drama with Medea, the long night had come to an end. Daytime was a default safe period, so Atram didn't worry about his safety as he headed alone to the church to register. Although the overseer seemed like a novice, which made Atram a bit uneasy, the negotiations went smoothly, and the other side promised to deliver the message soon. Atram's mood improved considerably. Finally, I can rid myself of that terrifying woman. Now I just need to see if I can acquire another servant. However, when he returned, he found that his base was gone. His loyal subordinates were scattered across the ground, and his proud workshop was engulfed in flames. The pale blue fire, the woman who set the fire, was calmly standing in the heart of the workshop, watching him. "What's going on?" Atram demanded furiously. "I took the liberty of dismantling the workshop," Medea replied calmly. "As for your stronghold, I can take you to a more suitable location." "Dismantled? What about the remaining sacrifices?" "There should have been about 50 left. They were unnecessary, so I released them." Atram let out an odd chuckle. "So where is this more suitable location?" "The center of the ritual, where the Great Grail slumbers. It's a natural fortress that's difficult for servants to approach." While Atram was out, Medea hadn't been idle. "From now on, if you follow my orders, I'll take you there, master." "Follow your orders? You expect me to follow the commands of my servant?" "That's not happening." Atram's long-suppressed rage finally erupted. At that moment, he made his decision. He no longer cared about maximizing benefits or considering other options. He would eliminate this threat first. He raised his right hand and channeled magic into it, just as he had done before. "This is the end for us, Medea. By my command spell, I order you, commit suicide, caster." According to his expectations, this hateful witch should now be forced to end her life, whether through magic or by a blade. But nothing happened. Medea remained standing, a mocking smile on her face. "What's going on?" Atram panicked. One command spell wasn't enough. "By my command spell, I order you again, commit suicide, caster." The last of his command spells vanished, but the outcome remained unchanged. Medea still didn't move, and instead, her laughter grew louder. It was the first time since her summoning that she had laughed so heartily, her laughter dripping with mockery. "You foolish master! Have you forgotten what my noble phantasm is? Rule breaker." Atram suddenly recalled the information that had surfaced during the summoning ritual. Rule breaker was Medea's noble phantasm, a manifestation of her life, capable of breaking all contracts. It was the very thing he feared the most. But it should have been restricted by the command spell. Yes, it cannot be used against you. So I used it on myself to sever our contract. Upon hearing this, Atrum's face turned pale. It was only then that Atrum noticed the bloodstain on Medea's chest, likely the mark left by the noble phantasm when it pierced her body. The reason he hadn't noticed earlier was probably because Medea had used some kind of spell to conceal it. With her abilities, hiding something from him was all too easy. No, it can't be. To a servant, this is the same as suicide. Without a contract, you won't even be able to maintain your physical form. Atrum's words were filled with despair, but Medea remained calm, seemingly indifferent to the fate of her second life. Yes, but so what? It has nothing to do with you, who will soon die here. As she finished speaking, the scenery around them shifted. The burning workshop transformed into a dark labyrinth, its walls adorned with Greek-style murals, images of women holding blood-stained blades, creating an ominous atmosphere. Atrum ran frantically, shouting in panic. I can't end like this. I can't die here. The Holy Grail War hasn't even started, and I haven't even fought yet. He was terrified, resentful, and furious. But no matter what he did, there was no escaping his fate. Exhausted and broken, he could do nothing but flee. Finally, Medea's voice rang out, delivering the final judgment. Yes, for someone like you, who had already decided the outcome from the very start, this is the most fitting end. You treacherous. Atrum's last words were full of despair and curses. Then, he saw flames engulf his body, true witch's fire, the same flames that had turned many before him to ash. And now, there was one more added to their number. Atrum Galeasta. Always a witch, everyone calls me a witch. Medea muttered under her breath as she walked. She walked through the sea of flames, past the corpses, out of the building, and into the night. She didn't know where she was going, nor how long she could last. She simply followed her instincts, walking forward until her magical energy was nearly exhausted, and she collapsed onto the ground. Ha ha ha, in the end, it's the same. Cast out, used, scorned as a traitor. All I wanted was. It was now a dark, moonlit night. She reached out her hand toward the sky, as if trying to grasp something. To return to my hometown. Her consciousness slowly faded. This body, now without support, seemed to have reached its limit. It was about to disappear after just one night in this world. She was already leaving. It was so frustrating. Just before her eyes closed, she heard a faint sigh. Chapter 896, Chapter 896, Why did you bring back another one? 1327 words in the Matou mansion that night. Kiri's voice was particularly piercing. You, how did you go out and bring back another woman? The reason for her outburst was the woman in Sakura's arms, a woman wrapped tightly in a cloak and robes that didn't belong to the modern era, yet still radiated an aura of magic. Shinji, it's you again, isn't it? What do you mean again? Shinji, the accused, felt a headache coming on. When have I ever brought anyone else back? With a swift movement, Kiri pointed to herself, and then to the girl beside her, Fujino. We were both picked up by you. You found Fujino at one of those parties you attended, and me when you were out roaming at night. And Arcuade, she said you brought her back too. You heartless playboy, already have all of you. Shinji interrupted, cutting off her rant before she could finish. He was all too familiar with this routine. Kiri, you've got it all wrong this time. It wasn't me who brought her back, it was Sakura. I was busy dealing with trafficked women and children at the time. That caught Kiri's attention. Trafficked women and children. That caught Fujino's attention. What happened? This was the question they both asked in unison. Well, here's what happened. Last night, we got word that someone who looked like Atrum had arrived in town. So this morning, Sakura, Medusa, and I went to investigate. Atrum's plane had drawn attention, but his entry into the city was far more understated. No grand reception, no luxurious vehicle, just a few people slipping quietly into Fuyuki in the dead of night. The contrast was so stark that the Matou family's staff at the airport hadn't even noted down his license plates. Fortunately, the Matou family had deep roots in Fuyuki City and well-established connections. It didn't take long to track down the location through real estate records. A commercial building in the Shinto district, which had recently undergone a change in ownership and some renovations. No groups had moved in except for the company listed on the property deed. All signs pointed to this being Atrum's base of operations. After confirming the location, the three of them drove over. Indeed, daytime is generally a safe period during the Holy Grail War, as fighting during the day is an unwritten rule. But that doesn't mean other activities are off-limits. Daytime offers a good opportunity for reconnaissance since masters and servants tend to let their guard down a bit, thanks to the implicit understanding that northwest battles will take place. By the way, Medusa was the one driving. It might be due to her rider class, but Medusa had taken a keen interest in all kinds of vehicles. Even though it had only been a few days since she was summoned, she had already tried out bicycles, motorcycles, cars, and other modes of transport. She thoroughly enjoyed driving modern vehicles. So, while both Shinji and Sakura could drive, whenever Medusa was around, the job of driving naturally fell to her. Thanks to her A+ level riding skill, her driving ability was far superior to that of any professional race car driver, the ultimate chauffeur. You're asking about a driver's license? Ahaha, of course, she doesn't have one. Not only does Medusa lack a license, but neither Shinji nor Sakura have one either. The legal driving age in Japan is 18, and neither of them meets that requirement. They've been driving without a license all this time. As for Medusa's ahem, Sakura bought her one just recently, so technically, that issue is solved. Don't ask Shinji how he knows this, it's simple. Right across from the police station is a shopping mall. While Shinji was doing some research at the station, Sakura was out shopping for Medusa, using his card loaded with 9 digits worth of dollars. The money came from auctioning off the rights to enhance the Crimson Fruit, so what's a little unlicensed driving in comparison? As luck would have it, just as they were circling the building to observe the surroundings, a group of strange people came running out of the building. Despite it being winter, they were all dressed in matching white short-sleeved shirts and shorts. There were dozens of them, mostly women and children. While Sakura and Medusa were merely puzzled by the sight, Shinji's face turned pale. He recalled a certain piece of information about the Galliasta family. This nouveau riche family practiced sacrificial magecraft, using lives as offerings. In the previous timeline, there had only been a few brief mentions of the family, and when Shinji had encountered Atrum in Iselma, he'd been using the original battery spell bought from elsewhere, which had caused Shinji to forget the true nature of the Galliasta family's magecraft. If he had remembered earlier, he might not have been so calm. He would have considered other ways to deal with Atrum, perhaps even wiping out the entire family at the root. Shinji didn't oppose sacrificial magecraft in principle as long as the life being sacrificed was his own, or that of livestock he owned. But using the lives of others, this crossed a line for him. Such an atrocity was even worse than what Ryunosuke Uriya had done. How many people had that psychopath killed? And how many more had this family sacrificed? However, Shinji was no longer the person he was when he first crossed into this world. After experiencing so much, after witnessing the darkest depths of the magical world, his mindset had changed. His bottom line remained, but he no longer dwelled on events that had already transpired. After a brief moment of reflection, he quickly adjusted his focus to cleaning up the aftermath, a responsibility of any Magus family. In the original timeline, the church would have likely handled the situation. Kirai Kotomine, an expert in such matters, would have taken care of it. But now Kirai had become a heretic, and the priests stationed in Fuyuki over the past decade were rather ordinary. Shinji had no expectations for them, and was even too lazy to register with the church. Instead, he directly called the Matou family's charitable foundation to handle the undocumented people. This was a method Shinji had learned in London. Many ancient Magus families had set up such organizations to clean up the negative effects of madcraft. With the Holy Grail war looming, Shinji had suggested that his father establish a similar foundation. Given the Matou father and son's personalities, they wouldn't do something half-heartedly. Since they had decided to create the foundation, they did it right. They hired professionals and allocated a significant portion of the group's profits to it every year. They even put Korea Matou, the one remaining decent member of the Matou family, in charge. While one might question the integrity of other charitable organizations, the Matou family's foundation was truly dedicated to charity. Shinji was more than confident in leaving these unfortunate women and children in their care. Of course, the handover and briefing took some time. While that was happening, Sakura and Medusa quietly infiltrated the workshop. Both master and servant were smart enough to realize that something had gone wrong inside the building when they saw all those people running out. There couldn't have been a better time to investigate. The infiltration went smoothly. The building was eerily empty, but this only made the two of them more cautious. As they reached the upper floors, they encountered Atram, who had just returned. But within minutes, the first master, aside from Sakura, was dead. His servant, the now masterless caster, walked out of the building alone, dazed. Out of caution, master and servant followed at a distance. They continued until they heard Caster's final wish, and it was this wish that moved the usually cold-hearted Medusa. Up until that moment, she had been stopping Sakura from approaching, citing safety concerns, and her soft sigh had been born from this emotional conflict. Chapter 897, Chapter 897, The Sweet Treat Offensive. 1265 words. Shinji wasn't surprised that Sakura made such a choice. Due to his intervention, she never experienced the dark and unbearable events of her past. Her family's education had been healthy and positive. Although the harshness of the magical world prevented her from being completely pure, her worldview was still relatively upright. The so-called Dark Sakura, or Blackened Sakura, could only possibly emerge if someone killed Shinji right in front of her. With this version of Sakura, she wouldn't ignore someone on the verge of death, even if that person was a servant or a potential enemy. Shinji himself also didn't want Caster to perish just like that. Though she was a witch who had committed many dark and cruel deeds, those actions were due to the influence of the Eros arrow. Her true nature wasn't evil, and the fact that she destroyed the workshop and freed the trafficked women and children was proof of that. Moreover, this time, Fuyuki no longer had Kazuki Sutra, the man who had both redeemed her and had been redeemed by her. Somebody had to do something for her now. Compared to his overthinking, Sakura's simple and kind nature made her the better candidate to save Caster. That's why Shinji took on the responsibility of cleaning up the aftermath, assigning the task of reconnaissance and tracking to Sakura, along with the final choice. Whatever decision she made, he was prepared to accept it. And Sakura didn't disappoint him. In the end, she brought back Midia, the pitiful woman, carrying her home, and the four of them returned to the Matou mansion together. This led to the scene where Kiri opened the door and, misunderstanding the situation, questioned them. After Sakura's explanation, both Fujino and Kiri were even more bewildered. Going out and bringing back a woman was already surprising enough, but to bring back a servant. That was almost too much of a coincidence. Whether it's a coincidence or not, Sakura has brought her back. We can't just toss her out now. Don't just stand around, let's focus on saving her. At Shinji's words, everyone sprang into action. Despite their confusion, they had saved her, and so they were committed to seeing it through. As for how to deal with this mysterious servant, they would decide after she regained consciousness, and they could gauge her attitude. Perhaps it was due to the abundance of magical energy in the Matou household, or maybe Sakura's healing rune was exceptionally effective, but within a few minutes of lying in bed, Caster woke up. Ugh, I'm not dead yet. Where is this? Her initial reaction was normal, but when she saw the tall woman standing by the bedside, her expression changed instantly, and her hand instinctively reached out from under the blanket. A servant. As she made this motion, magical energy in the room began converging toward her fingertips at an alarming speed. Although she had lost her master and could disappear at any moment, as long as she still existed and could move, she could cast spells. As she had said, magic for her was as easy as giving a command. It didn't even require her magical energy. Her reaction was quick, but Medusa's was no slower. Medusa's task was to keep an eye on Castor to prevent any accidents, and now that an accident had occurred, she didn't hesitate. She clenched her fist and swung it toward Castor. Though Medusa was no longer in her monstrous form, she still retained some of her monstrous traits. One of those traits was her immense strength. Her natural physical strength was already rated at A, and on top of that, she possessed a skill called monstrous strength, which allowed her to temporarily boost her power even further. Although she wasn't going all out, the force behind her punch was terrifying. It could easily severely injure the weakened Castor, and it wasn't impossible that it could kill her outright. Fortunately, Sakura, who was also on guard, stopped the battle between the two servants in time. The magical energy Castor had gathered was dispersed by a stronger force before it could be converted into a destructive spell. Meanwhile, Sakura skillfully redirected Medusa's punch, guiding it away before it could land. "Rider, calm down. Castor, please don't panic. We mean you no harm. If we meant you harm, we wouldn't have saved you in the first place. We could have just left you when you were unconscious, or worse, killed you," Kiri chimed in while tidying up some items nearby. Sakura continued, "We don't know what happened to you, but if you're willing, could you tell us?" "Oh, you're awake. Would you like something to eat?" Shinji appeared at the door at just the right moment, holding a tray of food. "The tea is also ready," Fujino said, following behind Shinji with a tea tray in hand. "Oh, it smells so good. I'll have a cup, extra sugar and milk." Kiri darted over to Fujino's side. "Is it just me, or is Kiri adding more and more sugar?" Shinji whispered to Fujino as he watched Kiri drop sugar cubes into her tea one after another. "It's not just you. She's adding more," Fujino whispered back. "Be careful eating so many sweets at night, you might gain weight," Shinji warned. "Humph, I wish I could gain weight. No matter how much I eat, I never do," Kiri said with a pout, uttering words that would make at least 70% of the world's women jealous. She then casually grabbed a piece of chocolate from Shinji's tray, and after a moment took another. "Slow down, save some for Castor." Shinji quickly walked over to the bed and offered Castor one of the plates. "Would you like some? Although servants don't need to eat, you've lost your source of magical energy. Eating something might help you recover a bit, and it'll lift your spirits. I've always believed that good food can improve one's mood." Castor hesitated, instinctively raising her hand and moving slightly near her shoulders. The motion immediately put Medusa on alert, though nothing happened. "Your cloak is over there. We had to remove it to treat you," Shinji explained. Knowing her well, Shinji understood that she was trying to put on her hood to hide her face, a face that, despite its magical aura, looked more like that of a simple housewife. It was said that ever since Jason had hurt her, she had become more and more inclined to hide her face. "Don't worry, my sister Sakura was the one who treated you. Beside her is her servant, Rider. That's Kiri over there, who made the bed you're sleeping in. And that's Fujino, who made the tea. I'm Shinji Matou. I made the snacks. Want to try them?" Perhaps moved by the honesty of this group of young men and women, Castor stopped hesitating, picked up a piece of chocolate, and placed it between her slightly purple lips. A few seconds later, she murmured, "Delicious. If you like it, have more. There's also tea. Would you prefer black tea or milk tea?" "I recommend the milk tea, it's more energizing." And so, under the sweet treat offensive launched by Shinji and the others, Castor gradually let down her guard. By the time Fujino poured her a second cup of tea, Castor finally asked the question that had been on her mind. "Why did you save me?" P.S. In Fate/Stay Night, Sakura's rider has a strength rating of B. In this timeline, due to Sakura's increased magical power, Rider's stats have been further enhanced. Chapter 898, Chapter 898, The Betrayed Witch. 1203 words. Why save me? If the Matou family were ordinary people, unconnected to the world of magecraft, Castor wouldn't have found it strange. But the Matou family wasn't ordinary. Not only were they involved in the Holy Grail War, but they had also already summoned a servant. That made things quite odd. The theme of the Holy Grail War was battle to the death. While masters had various ways to protect themselves, such as severing their contracts or using up their command seals, or even seeking refuge with the church, for servants who weren't allied with them, the only outcome was death. Although there's no rule in the Holy Grail War that a master can only form a contract with one servant, it's rare for a master to simultaneously have two servants. There are two key reasons: magical energy supply. Maintaining a servant's existence consumes a huge amount of magical energy. Ordinary magi often struggle to support even one servant, with exceptions like Artoria, who has her mana regeneration. Even top-tier magi would find it extremely difficult to sustain two servants, unless they used extreme methods like sacrificing lives or devouring souls. The final wish: in the end, the Holy Grail can only grant the wish of one master-servant pair. If a master has two servants, how would they choose in the end? From Castor's perspective, it would have been far more convenient and normal for them to kill her while she was weak. Shinji understood this logic well, so he turned to Sakura, who was tidying up the dishes, and asked her, "Sakura, why did you decide to save her?" "When I saw her lying there all alone, I just couldn't help it." Sakura instinctively lowered her head, and answered in a soft voice. "Couldn't help it." "Are you?" Castor's eyes flashed with a strange expression, which quickly turned to anger. "Are you pitying me?" Sakura's shoulders shrank, unsure how to respond. "Yes, we are pitying you." Since Sakura didn't answer, someone else did. Her servant, Medusa. "Writer, don't say that." "No, I'm going to say it." Sakura tried to stop her, but Medusa wouldn't listen. Even though they hadn't been together long, the bond between Medusa and Sakura had already grown very strong. Medusa constantly protected Sakura, proving they were a perfect pair summoned by their compatibility. "You lost your master, you're injured, your magical energy is depleted, and you could barely walk, making all those pitiful sounds along the way. How could anyone not pity you?" "You heard everything." Castor recalled what she had said, and her long ears twitched. Her ears were the only physical feature that set her apart from modern humans, resembling the long ears of elves from fantasy novels. "Yes, we heard everything. Every single word." Castor's demeanor immediately deflated. "Everyone calls me a witch, and in the end, this is what I've become. I just wanted, that's enough, stop talking." This time, it was Castor who panicked. Pouring out her heart right before death was one thing, but having it repeated to her later was another matter entirely. To return home. But Medusa wasn't finished. "I said stop talking." Castor, now embarrassed and angry, lashed out, "You don't know anything. How would we know if you don't tell us? If I told you I killed my own master with my own hands, and that I was injured while trying to sever our contract, would you still pity me?" Castor's outburst left Medusa silent. Sakura, Fujino, and Kiri were all shocked. According to the monitoring system, Atram had only summoned his servant less than a day ago, and now she had already killed him. Only Shinji, who knew Castor's background, remained calm. "There's always a reason for killing someone, and you don't look like the type of person who kills for fun." He, "You're wrong. People have always called me a madwoman, a witch known for betrayal. I don't need a reason to betray anyone." Castor's voice was sharp, shattering the previously calm and pure impression she had given. "A witch of betrayal. I see now. You must be the Princess of Colchis." Combining the knowledge granted by the Holy Grail with certain traits Castor displayed, Medusa deduced her identity. Colchis was a kingdom from Greek mythology, famous for the Argonauts who sought the Golden Fleece there. The Princess of Colchis was none other than Medea, the wife of Jason, the witch who betrayed both her family and her husband. "Do you regret saving me now?" Medea asked coldly. Before Medusa could answer, the room filled with laughter. Shinji's laughter. "What's so funny?" Medea clutched the blanket tightly. "I'm laughing because of your master, Atram Galeasta. You knew him. I knew him, but not well. Sakura mentioned that his workshop caught fire in the end. Was that your doing? Yes, I'm the one who set it ablaze. I even burned him to death. That man used to boast back in England that one of his spells was as powerful as the flames you used to burn your rivals to death in life. And now, he's dead by those very same flames. Isn't that funny? But aside from Shinji, no one else in the room laughed. Medea wasn't in the mood, and the others couldn't find it funny. Shinji rubbed his nose, feeling a little awkward. If your master had been someone else, I might have regretted saving you. But Atram got what he deserved. That guy had a rotten mindset. He was arrogant, but at the same time deeply insecure. Specifically, he couldn't stand anyone being stronger than him. Seeing someone like you, a magus from the age of gods, probably made him lose his mind. I bet he did some pretty awful things to you. You say betrayal is in your nature, but you have your wish you want to fulfill, and you know what happens if you lose your master. I don't think your so-called nature of betrayal is more important than your wish. Medea remained silent. And what about those women and children? If you were truly a madwoman, why did you let them go? You had no connection to them, right? The answer is obvious, you're not as bad as you claim. We don't regret saving someone who saved so many lives. Does that answer satisfy you? Shinji smiled at Medea, but she kept her head down, staring at her hands, avoiding his gaze. What do you plan to do with me? Let you go? That's impossible. The only reason you can stay in the world without disappearing is because of the workshop's effects. If you leave here, you'll vanish soon after due to the lack of a proper anchor. Even if you found another anchor and a source of magical energy in time, I don't want another competitor for the Holy Grail. So, I have a proposal. Why not join us and lend us a hand? P.S. The issue of magical energy consumption is well illustrated in the Unlimited Blade Works anime. Rin could barely manage to support both Saber and Shiro's reality marble, and Shiro himself had 27 magic circuits to supply energy. This shows just how massive the consumption is. Chapter 899. Chapter 899. The Greek team hurting each other. 1132 words. Join us and lend us a hand. This is what Shinji said. Medea raised her head and stared blankly at the young man standing beside the bed. Her eyes, a color between blue and purple, flickered with disbelief. What did he just say? Did I mishear? Was he inviting me? After knowing my true name, inviting the betrayer witch, Medea. Are you sure you want me to join you? Yes, this is the best option for now, Shinji nodded. Aren't you worried? Medea continued to question. Worried about what? Worried that I might betray you again. I am the witch of betrayal. My whole life has been filled with betrayal, both in life and in death. I've already said that no one is born a betrayer. Every betrayal has its reasons. Let's not talk about what happened during your life. A large part of that was due to the arrow of Eros. While I'll admit that some of your actions were indeed excessive, there's no point in placing all the blame solely on you. As for Atram, anyone with a shred of decency would be upset by him, so killing him is no big deal. If you had obeyed him completely, I'd think less of you. As he spoke, Shinji turned to the group of women standing behind him. You all don't have any objections, right? Well, if my brother says so. No objections. I can somewhat understand Miss Medea's feelings. Sakura, Fujino, and Kiri each gave different responses, but their meaning was the same. The only one left was Medusa, who had been openly wary of Medea from the start. If there's no way to restrain her, I don't agree with her joining us. This woman is too dangerous. What do you suggest? Medusa's previously relaxed expression turned cold again. It wasn't just Medusa who was wary of Medea, Medea was also cautious of Medusa. Shinji, you mentioned last night that you had spare command seals. I hope you use them to bind her, Medusa proposed resolutely. There's no need. Shinji shook his head. Medusa, unusually flustered, raised her voice. Shinji sighed, "Writer, I appreciate your concern, but it's unnecessary. In my opinion, you should be the one who understands media the most. Because you've had similar experiences. You both should have had happy lives, but because of those tyrannical gods of Olympus, your lives became tragic. I think it's precisely because of your experience that Sakura, Fujino, and Kiri are willing to accept media." The three women nodded in agreement. Medea's reputation was terrible, but how was Medusa any better? After all, they were both infamous femme fatale, though this point should probably be scratched out. But it's not the same, Medusa insisted stubbornly. That witch knows men all too well. Shinji, you're worried she'll charm me. Shinji chuckled. You of all people, should know how that feels. When you and Sakura went shopping for clothes today, didn't you notice your charm? Medusa tilted her head, a blank expression crossing her beautiful face. You didn't notice. Shinji slapped his forehead. I can't tell if you're just dense or if your two sisters left you with some deep psychological scar. Sakura, you tell her. Writer, all the men in the mall were staring at you today, Sakura quietly told her servant. I was even a little jealous. Medusa suddenly let out a string of surprised exclamations, causing everyone to stifle their laughter. Stheno, and you O'Reilly, you two are truly guilty of so much. On the other side, Medea had grown curious about Medusa's identity. She is. Can I tell her? Shinji looked at Sakura, blinking. Sakura glanced at Medusa, then at Shinji, and gave a slight nod. With permission granted, Shinji spoke, like you, she's also from Greece. Her name might sound familiar. Medusa. Seems like the Holy Grail has a fondness for Greek heroes, having summoned two of them. Medea didn't even listen to the last part. She was fixated on Medusa's face, and the eyes hidden behind her glasses. The Gorgon monster. Medusa immediately flared up. What did you just say, witch? Medea wasn't backing down. Did I say something wrong? Are you not the Gorgon monster? The tension between the two escalated quickly, prompting Shinji to stand between them, blocking their line of sight. Enough, both of you. You're both infamous because of the gods' curses, so why hurt each other? From now on, the terms betrayer, witch, Gorgon monster, and any related phrases are banned. Whoever says them won't get any food, and will be responsible for all the household chores. Honestly, this punishment didn't carry much weight. Servants didn't need to eat, and Medusa, having been bullied by her two sisters since childhood, was quite skilled in all household tasks: cooking, cleaning, laundry, you name it. Medea wasn't as adept, but she was a magus from the age of gods, so she could easily handle chores with a few spells. However, neither of them continued to hurt each other. They both knew that the names they called each other were deeply painful, forbidden topics that should never be touched. Tempers had flared, but now that they had calmed down, they wouldn't cross those lines again. I understand. I won't say it again. Shinji nodded in satisfaction. Now, let me ask once more. Medea, will you join us? I've heard your wish, and you don't need the Holy Grail to fulfill it. A simple trip abroad could resolve it. Once this Holy Grail war is over, win or lose, we'll send you home. If you have any other conditions, feel free to mention them. We're not like that idiot Atrum, who treated servants as slaves. Everything can be negotiated. Think of it as a business contract. You help us, and we'll pay you in return. Medea hesitantly asked, and the Holy Grail? That's a bit more complicated. I'll explain in detail once you officially join us. For now, I can tell you it's not quite what you think, and it's not worth fighting over. Though Shinji's explanation was vague, his straightforward attitude was something Medea valued highly. I understand. One last question, who will be my master? Who do you want it to be? Without hesitation, Medea pointed at Shinji. As expected, you're up to no good, Medusa quickly objected, I refuse. This is the most suitable choice, Medea explained calmly. Only Miss Sakura and Mr. Shinji are magi. Miss Sakura is already contracted with you, and making another contract would be too much of a burden on her. The other two ladies are not magi, so contracting with them would drain their life force. Shinji has spare command seals, which can be used to form a contract. Chapter 900, Medea joins 1185 words. Although Medusa was also born in Greece and was active even earlier, she wasn't a magus. In this regard, she couldn't compare to Medea, and quickly found herself at a disadvantage. She looked to Shinji for help and Shinji scratched his head, saying, "Your idea is good, but sorry, I refuse. It's simple. I'm a prospective master who can summon another servant, so I can't form a contract with you right now. As for the issue of magical energy supply, Medea, someone once told me that purely in terms of magical expertise, you stand at the pinnacle of magical history. Even without using extreme methods, you should have ways to replenish your magic. If I don't use those methods, the efficiency of replenishing magical energy is low. One battle is fine, but any more than that." Shinji waved his hand. "It's fine. Your combat role is already more supportive. In general, well, this situation doesn't seem ordinary, so it's better to play it safe. You'll form a contract with Sakura. She'll prioritize supplying your magical energy, and I have a solution for Ryder." "What solution?" Medusa asked curiously. Shinji drew his finger across his other hand, flicking a liquid-like substance toward Medusa's lips. Instinctively, Medusa stuck out her tongue and licked it. In the next second, her expression changed. This is my blood. Not bad, right?" Indeed, Shinji's solution was to provide Medusa with magical energy through his blood. Broadly speaking, Medusa could be classified as a type of vampire. However, compared to true ancestors or dead apostles, Medusa was an even older existence, and wouldn't create subordinates or thralls by drinking blood. Her classification as a vampire was solely because, for her and her two sisters, blood was the most potent source of energy. They could extract the greatest amount of power from it. One of Medusa's noble phantasms, Blood Fort Andromeda, directly reflected this trait. However, the energy contained in ordinary human blood was limited. Even if she drained someone completely, she wouldn't gain much magical energy. But Shinji was different. He was a magus, and his blood was far more potent than that of an ordinary person. Additionally, his body had been strengthened through various means from a young age, and he had recently consumed part of the true ancestor's blood and the essence of the crimson fruit. To Medusa, his blood was the perfect supplement. Based on the analysis of the blood she had just ingested, only a few drops of Shinji's blood per day would be enough to sustain her existence. For combat, she would need more, but it wouldn't have a significant impact on Shinji's body. This was a method of magical supply unique to Shinji and Medusa, although Steno and Urieli could also use it. Medusa's gaze towards Shinji instantly changed like a horny Wani-san eyeing Shotokan. Shinji shuddered involuntarily and quickly changed the subject. "Does anyone else have any objections? If not, then it's settled. Sakura, form the contract." Having already formed one contract before, Sakura skillfully raised her left hand, which bore the command seals, and began chanting. "Your body shall be under my command, and my fate shall be entrusted to your sword." As invisible magical energy flowed, creating a swirling current, a new contract was established. With a new source of magical energy and an anchor in the physical world, Medea's recovery was visible to the naked eye. The magical aura unique to witches became even more intense. When she got off the bed and donned her cloak, a combination of a cape and robe, she spoke with unprecedented confidence to everyone. "Master and Mr. Shinji, rejoice. You've made the wisest choice. I now hold the key to victory in this Holy Grail war, and have found the best location to establish a base. I'll take you there right away." What she didn't expect was that the group's reaction was much more casual than she had anticipated. Her master and the other two girls were somewhat curious, but Medusa remained expressionless, while Shinji looked as if he had expected this all along. You're talking about Mount Inzo, right? The mountain in that direction. You knew. This time, it was Medea's turn to be surprised. She had used considerable effort to come to this conclusion. Of course, I know. We've lived in this area for over 10 years. How could I not know where the best ley lines are or where the center of magical rituals is? As you said, the terrain there is excellent, with a powerful bounded field that restricts the movement of spirits, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. The underground magical energy is also ideal for a magus like you. It's certainly the best choice for a base. Here, Shinji deliberately paused and pointed at the ground beneath his feet. That is, if you ignore the workshop you're standing on right now. Medea was even more astonished after hearing Shinji's words. He wasn't like Atram, who was ignorant. He clearly understood the advantages of Mount Enzu, so why was he saying this? It wasn't that Medea was being arrogant, but modern magecraft couldn't compare to the magecraft of the Age of Gods in terms of level or scale. What was considered advanced modern magecraft seemed like children's toys to her. Could this workshop be that impressive? Seeing her confusion, Shinji smiled smugly. Well, I didn't expect the famous Medea to make a misjudgment. Sakura, show Castor around the workshop. Kiri, Fujino, clean up, and I'll go wash the dishes. I'm going with her. Medusa, her face cold, pointed at Medea. I still don't fully trust her. I won't give her any chances. Humph, suit yourself. Medea turned her head, put on her hood, and walked ahead. Medusa followed closely behind, maintaining a standard 3-step distance. Why can't you Greek representatives just get along? Shinji sighed. Both Greek representatives snorted coldly at the same time, their hostility undeniable. Shinji shrugged and said no more. After the two left the room, he followed behind them. Medusa, you don't need to worry. Even if Medea has second thoughts, I have countermeasures. She may seem crazy, but she also has things she fears. For example, her aunt and half-mentor, the great witch Circe. As an apprentice, Medea had endured quite a bit of torment from Circe. Even if that doesn't work, I have another trump card. A natural counter to manipulative personalities. Medea MILF may be devious, but her younger self, Medea Lily, was pure and innocent, rivaling even Arcuade in naivety. With a command seal and a bit of magic to alter her spirit origin, betrayal. Not a chance. Of course, these thoughts remained in Shinji's mind. He wasn't a fool who would reveal all his cards. He had long planned for contingencies, both for Medusa and Medea. Now that most of the pieces were in place, all that was left was to wait for the other masters to make their moves. And from this moment on, the Fifth Holy Grail War finally began to feel like a real war. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.